Oh, yeah. Huasteca, qué linda eres. Oh, yeah. Qué bonitos ojos tienen debajo de esas dos cejas, debajo de esas dos cejas. Qué bonitos ojos tienen. Ellos me quieren mirar, pero si tú no los bonitos ojos, pero si ellos ni siquiera parpadear. Malagueña salerosa, besar tus labios quisiera, besar tus labios quisiera, malagueña salerosa, y decirte, niña hermosa, eres linda y hechicera, eres linda y hechicera, como el candor de una rosa. Oh, yeah. Oh, con tus ojos me anunciabas que me amabas tiernamente, que me amabas tiernamente. Con tus ojos me anunciabas, ingrata me traicionabas cuando de ti estaba ausente, cuando de ti estaba ausente, de mi pasión te burlabas. Malagueña salerosa, besar tus labios quisiera, besar tus labios quisiera, malagueña salerosa, y decirte, niña hermosa, eres linda y hechicera, eres linda y hechicera, como el candor de una rosa, como el candor de una rosa.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which under protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Deja que salga la luna, deja que se meta el sol, deja que caiga la noche, pa' que empiece nuestro amor. Deja que las estrellitas me llenen de inspiración para decirte cositas muy bonitas, corazón. Yo sé que no hay en el mundo amor como el que me das, y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Cuando estoy entre tus brazos, siempre me pregunto yo, ¿cuánto me debía el destino que contigo me pagó? Por eso es que ya mi vida toda te la entrego a ti. Tú que me diste en un beso lo que nunca te pedí. Yo sé que no hay en el mundo amor como el que me das, y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Y sé que noche con noche va creciendo más y más. Deja que salga la luna.
Is this working? I think it's working. Okay. Cool. Cool. Oh, man. All right, fam. How are y'all doing? Hope you guys are doing well. Can't find my other glasses, man. I'm always misplacing stuff like that. Good to see y'all again. Let me see if it's blurry. Yep, it is. Give me a second. All right. There we go. Isaiah chapter 58. Wait, I didn't say all that.
Are you?
All right, what do we got, man? What do we got? Hold on a second. Let me see here real quick. Boop. We got Pedro. Kumba. Shalom. Joe, what help? Shalom, everybody. Juan Moa. Hello, everyone present. Presente. It's funny. Hey, what's up, Vicky's Town? I don't know why I even didn't see you, bro. Right there. And that's cool, bro. Good to have you guys here. It only takes a few. You know, that's why I have that message on the bottom. Which one? Well, it says right there, you know. Victory comes through faith in our Ancient of Days and obedience to his word rather than through numerical superiority or military might. Which, by the way, means a lot. It has a lot to do with this topic. Now, I'm going to tell you something, family. I find this very awkward. Here, I'm going to take my glasses off. I find this very awkward. I've been 3 months, let's see, 3 months, I think, or 4, before if there's a full 2 years, right, with this channel. It's not a long time. It wasn't much of it actually, one of my first video was called The Conundrum of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse, just back to chapter 28, you know what I'm saying? That was my first video, and I went in questioning why, well, the questions that I had. Now, some of y'all may think, why didn't you ask when you were in there? You know, I know you won't believe me, but I'll tell you anyways. I was very destroyed. I had come from a very alcoholic, mad DUI background, a list of stuff. It's the stupid stuff I had done, right? Which thank God I took care of. And all I wanted to do was just do the right thing, I guess, best as much as I understood what that meant. So there was a lot of things that I thought, you know what, because I'm not too familiar with the Bible, I'll just shut up for now. But I had what's called the milk. Now, I've given y'all, well, not y'all guys all, but I've given several people that I've talked to the milk, the so-called milk. And I've had people tell me, you, the hell with your milk, BHI shit, whatever, right? I find it funny because the scriptures is our book. It's like saying, oh, you know, the enemy uses this, so don't use it. Okay, well, the enemy uses guns. That means not to use one. I kind of find it weird, you know, because what I did is I actually went through the process and dug deep and broke the clods and watered the fallow ground. Whoever understands what I'm talking about, that's scriptural, look it up. Watered the fallow ground and broke the clods and, you know, bound the two furrows that we're working on, meaning the two sticks, the two kingdoms coming together again. I did the work, but a lot of you guys don't think or understand what that means. So, you know, the reason I say this is because of this. All right. Let's show you guys something. The interesting enough. This guy here, and I'll say this gentleman, because he's never been disrespectful to anybody. The guy does his work. I'll respect him for that. So I'm not gonna call him a Canaanite. I know you guys think that I'm like that. I'm not. I respect minds. I really walk over stupidity. Okay, there's a scripture that, matter of fact, let me look for it now. I had mentioned this, and I know that some of y'all, not everybody, you know, and I'm not talking about anybody specifically, kind of wonder why I talk or direct myself a certain way. You know, it's not something that I picked up along the way, okay? But I've always had this particular type of mentality, you know. I don't really like foolishness, and Quite frankly, I'm a testament of foolishness. You know what I'm saying? Like, for real, man. Like, I'm a testament of foolishness. So I can speak on that. Let's see. Give me a second. There's not a lot of options here, so let me see. Here it goes. I think it's this one. Okay. I think no, it's not this one. Hold on a second. Anyways, so I'll look for it a bit. The reason is because look, guys, you see what this guy said right here. He goes, which again, I don't want to say he goes. But let me see. Let me show you what this goes going on here. And I'm gonna tell you something. Look, all praises to and all glory to our Father for who all of you guys that are here. You 5 of you, right? You're 4 of you. Thank you for the likes. I guess it means anything. It don't mean shit if you guys don't apply it. It don't mean anything if you don't share what you learn. Now, this gentleman, the slave trade, how Africans and Europeans work together to buy and sell people. Again, let me read it to you again. The slave trade, how Africans and Europeans work together to buy and sell people. All right. Now, this is 2 weeks ago. Okay. 1.4 views. 1,000, whatever subscribers. 84 likes. God knows how many shares. Right. Look. You see this? Support where your super chats. Okay. I don't know what else this gentleman does. But you can see the notes here. I have that book. Okay. Great edifying. Okay. Great edifying. Like always, brother. Brooklyn. Keep up the great work. We still love you, brother. Now this guy says, Obadiah, in the day that thou, Esau stoodeth on the other side, in the day that the strangers carried away captive Jacob, forces 400, all this stuff, right? Psalms 83, which we're going to talk about today. You see, in this channel, I dissect shit and then I break it in pieces in front of you damn stupid ass BHIs. Because this is really stupid for you to even use that. And I'll show you how. But look, I mean, it's like talk about the sub-Saharan slave trade. Arabs were taking Africans through the... Good point. Trying to dispel the black versus white perspective. Okay. They're siblings. The man just ended somebody's whole career. The sellers were... Okay, here goes. Interesting. The sellers were Hamites. The buyers, Japhites. While you, me, and a whole lot of others were Shemites. But you know, this already my brother. I keep praying for you. I pray to the Most High. You know, the 4 of you that are watching, right? And one just left already. I hope this message passes by. But you guys that are here, you're going to get it today. You're going to hear it now. So listen, I've been saying this for quite some time. Okay? But apparently, because I'm not black or look like this guy or have woolly hair, it doesn't mean shit. You see, family. You see, me look like me, little brownie. He look Africani, but it matters more if it comes out of their mouth. And you want to know what's so funny? I'll bet you anything that there's Hispanics in there that are like, yeah, all praise, brother. And you guys are part of it. You prefer, or you clearly remind me when someone that looks like me brings information like this out, you spit and laugh and say, you don't know shit. My own gente says that. Those that don't even know much of the book tell me I don't know shit. and don't deal with me no more because they think they're right. Now, somebody asked me, good brother, by the way, asked me a good question yesterday, man. Are you a prophet? You know, I said to him, man, to be quite frank with you, bro, I mean, spiritually, I told him, I'm telling you spiritually, I feel, and I'm talking about it now because I kind of meditated on it and I took a little little study, right? Meditated on it and I'm like, you know what? At that time, I told him, man, I don't know if I want to say it. But obviously, I wasn't into reading. I like history, but I wasn't like this. I didn't grow up this way. Remember, I come from a very different background. The Most High is the one that turned this all around. He brought this out of me. I never, ever, everybody you talk to that knew me will tell you, nah, hell nah. Are you serious? He does that? Nah. Exactly. So, you know, I said to him, nah, I don't feel like it. But, prophecy means messenger, right? Messenger. You know something, family? Now that I reflect, maybe the Most High is sending me as a prophet. Because I've also got DNA that shows that a lot of percentage of my bloodline is from here. And that I'm technically from over there. Now, we're also going to touch on that because I want to kind of clear something up. The point is this. Y'all didn't believe me. But it takes something like this, and then even then, you still think you're the people of the book. I'm what's that word? I'm flabbergastic. Let's listen in. I'll shut up now. We're gonna go for several hours, okay? So everybody who's listening in, we're not gonna be here for an hour. We're gonna be here probably 3 to 4 to maybe 5 hours. Halfway through this, I'll put the link up. I'm also going to do a so-called class, whatever. Some people call it a show, so I'm going to do a show for y'all. And then we'll go from there. So we're going to talk on a lot of things. Again, somebody asked me if I'm a prophet. You know, scriptures talk about don't be lukewarm. So from this moment forward, I guess I am. And those that don't like it, you've showed me why. Let's go.
People, one of the primary ideas and concepts that comes to our mind is the transatlantic slave trade. Now, when many of us think about the transatlantic slave trade, a lot of us have ideas of Europeans going into Africa, snatching people up, stealing people from the land, and bringing them over to the Americas. But when we dig a little bit deeper, we find that that just isn't the case. And what we come to find is that the Europeans had help doing this. They had teammates. And to our surprise, those teammates were the people that lived in that very land themselves.
So as you can see, well, I guess. I came into this realm of games right here, this place here, right? And everybody talked shit. They said, I'm a racist. I'm a hater. I don't know nothing. Because when I left those rooms, I started digging into things for myself. And I found out that there was a lot of history that was left out. Lots of history that was left out. Let's go to Sirach 24:33. I'm going to go into something real quick. Okay. Follow me, family. Y'all either believe or you don't. You move on or you don't. You either start listening to me or you don't. Am I saying I know everything? I don't. No prophet knew everything. They all have a mission. But y'all going to start learning some shit. Because I told you guys through Habakkuk 1:8 who these fools were, and you didn't believe me. You didn't believe me. Now they're speaking for themselves, and now they're saying, "Oh, we're severing ties with Ham," even though they're here. And now who is Ham then? We're gonna get up. Oh man, there's so many questions today. I love it. I'm glad that I took a break from the whole week, because you know what, family, you just don't know who attacks you, man. You just don't know. So that's why it says here, man, hold on to your crown. Fight for that shit. Because there's going to be many people that are going to try to take that for sure from you. That's without a doubt, family. Sirach 24:33. I will yet pour out doctrine as prophecy, meaning a message. A message, meaning something that may happen, something that may occur, or something that we saw, something that we caught, something that we're like, wait a minute. The scriptures say, what's the scripture? How's it go? It's in Romans. If anybody can remember it, please. It was given for remembrance. Anyways, the scriptures are given for us to remember, right? Given for us to remember. Remember, it talks about how going back to our fathers. Deuteronomy 32, I believe. But not to forget, I will yet pour out doctrine as prophecy and leave it to all ages forever. Now, again, those that understand prophecy, they're going to find it in the current event situation. Now, I told you last year. That's why I was like, I don't know. This is crazy. I cannot believe I found it. I told you guys, Habakkuk 1:8. Their horses were also swift as leopards and are more fierce than an evening wolf. Again, I read this to you guys last year, and I said to you, look what I found. Unlike what we were told from these biatches, we actually see something totally different. Their horses are also as swifter than leopards and are more fierce than the evening wolves. Now, if you recall, when I was told that these guys ruled Europe, which is another topic what we're going to talk about, which relates to Psalms 83. I don't forget. When they said they ruled Europe, I'm like, okay, now that opens up another door, because I didn't know that. I didn't know black people ruled Europe. Did you guys know? I didn't know. So, since you say you guys ruled Europe, their horses also are swifter than leopards and are fierce than the evening wolves, and their horsemen shall spread themselves, and their horsemen shall come from afar, and they shall fly as the eagle that hasted to eat. Now, some people may understand and say, well, that means if you brought this, and that means that happened to them, and that means that... No. Listen to this, family. Nobody brought this out when that happened. It wasn't meant for them to know. It wasn't meant for them to see. There was going to be a certain messenger, if you guys want to call him, prophet, you guys want to call him, right? That was going to find this at that time, because that's when it was supposed to be done. Habakkuk 1:5. Behold ye among the heathen, and regard and wonder marvelously. Meaning, you, Israel, you stupid ass Hispanics that don't want to listen to your own people, because he even said, I'm going to send you prophets, and you guys are going to slap at them and spit them and say they don't know shit, because you guys do it. You guys do it. I know now. I know. That's how you guys do it. It says, behold ye among the heathen, and regard and wonder marvelously. Meaning, look around, Israel. Watch what I'm going to do. Wonder, imagine, amaze yourself, watch what I'm going to show you. For I will work a work in your days. See, when the prophet shows it to you, when the messenger has it and says, check this out, look what I found. I will work a work in your days, which ye will not believe. Meaning, the person that's going to show you, you're not going to believe him. Nah, that guy's full of shit. He don't know the Bible. Shut up. You're Mexican. What you know? You ain't African American. You done got woolly hair. How you know the Bible? You ain't Judah. Behold ye among the heathen, and regard and wonder marvelously. For I will work a work in your days, which ye will not believe, especially the person that will tell you, though it be told to you. Meaning, see? It be told to you. What was it? Habakkuk 1:8, it says, their horses are swifter than leopards. Now remember, Habakkuk 1:8, which we were told was supposedly Esau, or the guy said Saudi Arabia, idiot. He said they said it was Esau here. Esau, hee-haw. Well, now we know, and we did believe it for a while, but now we know that it wasn't just Esau, right? We know that it wasn't just Esau. Correct. Correcto mundo, my friends, right? Now we know that it wasn't just Esau. Unless you guys think I'm crazy. It was, thank you, bro. It was Romans 12. Let me see, bro. Thank you. Let me use this one right here. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. Use this right here. Because I do need one down, bro. Thank you. If it is, man, I don't know. Let's find out. What was written aforetime was written for our learning. It just came to me. Yeah, no. What was written aforetime was written for our learning. What's it? Hold on a second. What? Did I die? What's going on, bro? Oh, is that what it is? Is that how it is? Give me a second, fam. No me toques, pinche diablo. Me toques, güey. Okay, come on. Hurry up, connect. No, my family. My like, what? Doesn't want to work now? Okay, hold on a second. Give me a second, family. I'm trying to. Did it just die on me completely? Wow, that's crazy. I think my thing just. Oh my god! Hold on a second, family. Yeah. I know you, demon. You're trying to bother me. I get it. You don't like what I'm doing. I get it. Wow. Well, the good news is I got another. Okay. The good news is I have another keyboard. Let me search it real quick. Give me a second, family. All right. Let me go. Sorry, my apologies for this. I got to take care of it. Matter of fact, fam, let me play some music for y'all, so then you guys could at least entertain yourself. Because it's gonna take a few minutes. All right. My keyboard, I guess, is dead. I got a wireless one. So now, thank you, sir. If you guys can read that, because that's really it. For everything that was written in foretime was written for our instructions, so that through endurance and through encouragement of the scriptures, meaning that we'll find ourselves in the Bible, we may have hope, because we'll see that, hey, listen, even though there's a lot of going on, there's an end to this madness, and there's a method to this madness of the Most High. I'm not insulting our Father at all, but there's a method to the madness. Because listen, just as it's a blessing, it's a curse. Y'all forget? It sounds good, it feels good, but guess what? It ain't good, man. Not all the time. So for you guys that think, oh, blah blah blah, oh man, y'all are tripping, bro. Here, hold on. So what I'm doing right now, family, I was trying to sell this DJ equipment, and nobody wanted to buy it. So I'm using it right now. Hope you guys can appreciate it. And by the way, you know how that guy's asking for money, right? Like, we don't even doing that. But yet they're okay with watching the whole show, man. You know what? We should start charging. Maybe we'll have actually visitors. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, but what do I know, huh? What do I know? I'm just a paisa, homeboy. I'm just a paisa, güey. Por eso no te hacen caso. Isn't that what the other person said? Who would watch this show? Yep, you're right. Who would watch this show, right? All right, here we go, family. Enjoy.
Yeah, man, real bomba clock and I set the volume 8. This is the music from the my niggas. Yeah, man. Oh, ribby damn, ribby damn. Hey. La 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 la. You man a tribute from Black Hole Ray. Hey, hey, hey. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, a dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Por soñar soñé que todo cambiaría, por pensar pensé. Luchar a sangre fría sin perder la fe, viviendo el día a día, paz con sentimiento que marcó canto mi sinfonía. Darle pan al que no puede comer, darle bendición al que sepa renacer. 3000 errores solemos cometer, pero solo un gran hombre lo sabrá reconocer. Y me di cuenta de tantas cosas, algunas crudas, otras bastante hermosas. Solo más sabios, personas poderosas, no aquellos bastardos que destrozan nuestras prosas. Es la perdición, mala situación de manchar tu corazón por tu mala acción. Dame una razón para darte mi perdón. Siento que tu alma se consume como el humo de este blon. Derramo poesía, arte mensajero que reclamo cada día. Pretendo ser sincero, más comparto mi alegría con todo caballero que mantenga la presión cuando andamos bajo cero. Sentimientos perdidos con calma, malos actos mancharon tu alma. No pide perdón quien dispara el arma, no sabe que un ladrón se bate con el karma. Broken microphone, mystic love sound, the dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic love sound, the dream of soul. Real my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon.
All right. Okay, fam, here we go. My niggas, them illuminate. Okay, let me be quiet. Hold on, be quiet.
All right.
Be quiet, bro.
Bad boy kills, criminal of soul and rich. Money is a gun for me.
All right, here we go. Quiet down, sucker. All right, so we got it fixed. Perfect. Thank you, bro. Appreciate it, man. Let's get that real quick. So let's read it again and then we'll move on. Romans 15:4 says, For whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning. The history was written for us to understand. Our history. And it wasn't supposed to be given, our history wasn't supposed to be taught to us by some strangers. How is it that you accept strangers to teach you? And you laugh at the ones that are so-called your people? I never can understand that from you guys. And everything that I share, I back it up, I think, for the most part. You know what I'm saying? It's clear what the scriptures talk about. 2 Peter chapter 1, verse 19 says, we have also a more sure word of prophecy. Whereunto ye, let me translate it for y'all. You that don't like it, that, you guys are like also saying, according to Osito El Chicloso, so why is he only seeing a show? According to also, we used to be all black. That's his doctrine. It says here, so we are, excuse me. So we are even more confident on the message proclaimed by the prophets. How is that? For whatsoever was written aforetime was written for our learning, that through patience and comfort of the scriptures, we may have hope. Everything, Romans 15:4, everything written in the scriptures was written to teach us, in order that we might have hope through patience and encouragement with the scriptures gives us. So the prophet is supposed to give you guys a message and say, listen, this is what I find. This is what I saw. This is what I'm seeing. Right? Check this out. For whatsoever was written aforetime was written for our learning. For whatsoever was written aforetime was written for our learning, meaning the history, that we, through patience and comfort of the scripture, might have hope, meaning that, the scripture tells you, hey, check this out. Like, for example, Habakkuk 1:5. Hey, check it. I'm going to show you something. And then Habakkuk 1:8, like, whoa, what the hell? It is right there. That did happen. That's why when you go and share some things, it is not private interpretation. 2 Peter 1:19, for we have also a more sure word of prophecy, whereunto ye do well that ye take heed. Verse 19. So we are even more confident of the message proclaimed by the prophets. How? By proving it through history, by proving it through the scriptures, and showing you how this happened to us. you will do well to pay attention to it, also to the messenger. Because it is like a lamp shining in the dark. Nobody was telling y'all anything. Nobody even told you guys about the migration from the east to the west. You guys had like the Bering Strait, stupid crap. Nobody wanted to touch that whole concept at all. You guys were still stuck on, I don't know, man. We came around Africa. I don't know. It's kind of hard to believe. I didn't just say it. I showed it. With track record, migration, and examples of nations that are still there that do the stuff we do. So we are even more confident in the message proclaimed by the prophets. You will do well to pay attention to it. Because it is like a lamp shining in a dark, around BHIs? Pun intended, by the way. In a dark place until the day, capital D, dawns and the light of morning star shines in your hearts. Some people are going to get offended.
Oh, they're gonna get offended. That's a sermon.
Shut up. You either eat the whole roll or you don't eat it at all. Above all else, however, remember that none of us can explain by ourselves a prophecy in this scripture. Let me repeat it again. None of us can explain by ourselves a prophecy in the scripture. For no prophetic message ever came just from human will, but people were under the control of the Holy Spirit as they spake the message that came from God. So I'm not making this up. I wasn't planning on doing this. I didn't go to school, and I wasn't no damn scholar. Anybody that knows me should know better. I was a bum. I was a dumb alcoholic. So again, when I told y'all, hey, listen, I'm seeing this, I didn't care. Habakkuk 1:5, behold ye among the heathen and regard and wonder marvelously, for I will work a work in your days which you will not believe, though it be told to you. You're not going to believe it. Y'all didn't believe me. Verse 8, their horses also are swifter than leopards and are more fierce than the evening wolves. Wonder why is that so important to me? There was this book called The Golden Age of the Moors. This guy named Ivan Sertima, which was a pseudo historian. Even in a lot of BS, some stuff, it does make sense. Now, I use this book because he included in this book something that happened in 711 AD. Now, Habakkuk prophesied this in 600 change BC, about 1300 year difference. This happened technically in 711 AD. Never was it ever mentioned until 2023, last year. Roughly about another 1300 years. I'm no special. But if I'm being moved by the Spirit of the Most High, then all praises to him. So you guys either believe or you don't. I'm going to show you this real quick. And I showed you guys this before, and you guys didn't believe me. This is from that book, The Golden Age of the Moors. Again, they said, BHI said, IUIC, GMS, Sakari, all of you dummies said, we ruled Europe. Okay. Well, are those people? Okay. Well, this is what happened. This is what some writers said about those people, the ones that you guys claim to be, you BHIs, right? You claim to be these conquerors Moors, right? You claim to be them. So this was written about you guys, IUIC, GMS, Sakari, ISUPK. You guys all claim that you ruled Europe. Unless you don't, then I don't know. But most of your branches, that's what you claim. So this is what they said about you guys, okay? It says here. Here, let me go here so I can make it bigger. And look, I love it, man, because it's only 6 of y'all. That's beautiful. Guess what, family? They're already seen that dude's video hundreds, thousands. Man, I just laugh. And you know what? It's all good because this message isn't for everybody. It's not for everybody. So if you catch it and all glory to the Father for that. Because he could swipe me out of this whole thing real quickly. I don't mean nothing. But he's using me, and I am so thankful because I don't deserve it. This is in page 339 of this book. Remember, this was said in 711 AD. In less than 3 years, the Moors conquered the entire Iberian Peninsula, period. The color of the conquering soldiers was described vividly by a European scholar. Now, I want to make sure that you guys understand. Europeans here are not white. Let me repeat that. Europeans here are not white. Christians are. By a European scholar who sympathized with a Christian Spain. Watch this. The reins of their horses, meaning the Moors' horses, were as fire. Their faces black as pitch, like the black Jesus that they want to preach and say that that's who they are, right? Watch this. Their eyes shone like burning candles. Their horses were swift as leopards, and the riders fiercer than a wolf in a sheep's fold at night. Their horses also are swifter than leopards and are more fierce than the evening wolves. And their horsemen shall spread themselves. And their horsemen shall come from afar. They shall fly as the eagle that hasted to eat. So now we know that the scriptures are repetitive. We know that it's past tense, present, and future. Remember, what was written aforetime was written for our learning, that we, through patience of the comfort of the scriptures, might have hope, right? Because we would see this again and again, and then there'll be a messenger that'll say, check this out. Verse 5, behold ye among the heathen regard and wonder marvelously, for I will work in your days, which ye will not believe, though it be told to you. What? These guys came like this to us too. They're horsemen. We weren't used to horses like that. Remember the books that I've been showing you? They came in, they looked like deers. Big ass horses. They came from the east, as swift as the eagle flieth. Who came? It wasn't a figment of my imagination anymore.
Who are you?
Wasn't a figment of my imagination, family. This is from a book. It's from a book here. While the number of African explorers is impossible to determine, they participated in some way in virtually all of the Spanish expeditions in the New World and in the 16th century. These black conquistadors set an example for the subsequent racial relationships throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience, living their daily lives with degrees of complexity that rarely would be achieved by black men and women in the early English settlements in the Caribbean and North America. Indeed, wherever the Spanish set its flag of conquest in the Americas, Africans helped hold the pennant. Now, in case you guys don't know, Bartolomé de las Casas was sending letters to Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand to stop mutilating the natives, and that maybe it's best to use the Africans as slaves because they were already servants. Because you see, family, the black conquistadors and white conquistadors, but the majority were black conquistadors. They're the ones that were fucking you guys up. They're the ones that were raping you. They're the ones that decimated the entire continent. That's why I showed y'all books. Who came and gave you smallpox in Mexico? West Africans. But it's too hurtful for you? Is truth too painful? When does it matter? So now, are we going to be politically correct now? Isn't that what you want from me? You wanted me to be politically correct? It says clearly here that, indeed, whenever the Spanish set its flag of conquest in the Americas, Africans helped hold the pennant. They participated. Let me remind you. They participated. Yeah, read it here. In the exploration of the lands that would become modern-day Mexico, Costa Rica, Honduras, Panama, Venezuela, Peru, and Chile, as well as Florida, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas. Men such as Juan Garrido, we saw the pictures, Esteban Juan Rodriguez, Gaspar Yanga. Now, you guys may think this is funny. These guys did this. Why do you think this guy was black? We didn't know at that time. Like, why is this guy dark? Is he dirty? Eagle. Eagle. Black slavers. Eagle. 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 Double head eagle. Eagle. Listen to what this side says right here. Los primeros esclavos fueron blancos y los primeros negros fueron conquistadores. Isaiah. Let's listen in because apparently they don't believe me. They believe people that look like him. Because if it looks like me, you don't believe me. If I look like him, then you guys believe me. So let's listen to him and maybe you'll believe me. But then they even say that now they're saying they're not them somehow, some way. So that's why, family, I'm going to tell you why Wobbles are loving your history now. You see, because when they started digging into history and they started finding out, holy shit, black people had slaves. Who did they enslave? Oh, then that means that we enslaved each other. You see, when you corner an animal and he has nowhere to go, and pun intended all the way, when you corner an animal and he has nowhere to go, what's he going to do? You guys ever seen that movie, The Thing? This movie here. And, you know, we call it pretender syndrome, right? Watch this movie. The Thing trailer. 1982 was even the best one. Very interesting movie. So check it out. And this movie here, this alien does weird shit. And it reminds me of certain people like that we're dealing with right now. Check it out.
I chose Wix for my business because of its massive scope for functionality and
100,000 years ago, it found its way into our galaxy. Trapped in the frozen wasteland of Antarctica, it could not escape. Now the men of Station 4 have made a monumental discovery. An alien creature had frozen, but not to death. And man, it isn't Phoenix, is the warmest place to hide.
I didn't realize that it was like that dramatic, family. Anyways, so it's a pretender syndrome. You become that. You become that person now. So apparently now they don't want to accept that they're not the people of the Bible, so they're going to then mimic you. You see, when you have nowhere to turn, Deuteronomy 28 only lasted for so long. Now they can't use that, right? Because it lasted for a while. Like Esau, wait a minute. I got some black people in there too, enslaving others. Oh, shit. Oh, I know what it. Let's get culos miados, right? Culo miado, all his siblings, all them, you know, and his culos grandpa, and you know, and then say that they are the people of the native land. So we come in directly. Because you know what's so funny? Why do you think that they start recording 1619 and beyond? If we go by the so-called white American history, right? Woodrow Wilson's history. 1619 is when supposedly slavery happened. You want to know why they don't ever talk about prior to that? Because they understand that prior to that, they found out that there was a lot of African people. So it took Africans with the white man. And see, for a long time, they looked at you Hispanics like, y'all are dumb. Y'all don't know shit. So let's keep you stupefied. Let's create an empathy so then you can dislike a certain people and feel bad for them. So then you don't even look upon yourselves. Like, don't even acknowledge that you're suffering worse than them. We took your land, we took your women, we took your name, we took everything. And now we want to do it again. But don't worry about it. That's manifest destiny. They, on the contrary, mon frere, are the people of the Bible. Why? Because Nate the Snake says it? There's absolutely nothing. Hey, listen, how come in Africa there's nothing that historically says you guys are the people of the book? Why do you come to America and find out? How do you figure that? You come to America and a bunch of American books, right? But yeah, in Africa, supposedly. Okay, like for example, let's knock it down now. Let's knock it down right now. I'll knock it out the park right now. Let's go. For example, you guys talk about that you ruled Europe, right? Okay, all right. So if you ruled Europe, you dumbasses, damn, y'all BHIs are dumb. Y'all guys are dumb. I don't know if it's the Canaanite mind in you. I don't know what the hell. Honestly, I'm just being real with y'all. I know some people don't like me. Oh, don't be insulting. Nah, you know what, bro? When they mess with our heritage, y'all need to be more serious about this shit. It says they have taken Psalms 83, verse 3. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. If you ruled Europe, you weren't fucking hidden.
Bruh.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Again, if you ruled Europe, you weren't hidden. Who were you hiding from? Because you said that you ruled Europe. Now, we know history says that there was an expulsion. And then you said you went to Africa, to North Africa, right? Around 1520. So then you say that you got enslaved in 1619. And you forgot about who you were. But how did they go? How would they call you hidden if they knew that you guys were Israelites? So again, if you were hidden, that means that they didn't know that you were where you were. So, but no, they know that you guys were ruling because you said you're Judah, right? You said Judah ruled Europe. So then how would you be hidden? Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Are you talking about the 10 tribes were hidden? But then explain to me scripturally where the separation of the two, northern kingdom and southern kingdom, were separately hidden and then found again. Questions. Oh my God, so many questions and absolutely no BHIs to answer unless somebody wants to step up. Unless somebody wants to come and explain to us that, explain to me how you are hidden. If you are in plain sight, you ruled Europe since 711 AD all the way through 1500, which IUIC says it. IUIC said it. I didn't say it. They said it. Sakari said it. GMS said it. Y'all ruled Europe for 800 years. How the fuck are you hidden? And they have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be noble in their remembrance. They have consulted together with one consent. They have confederate against thee. But it says you're hidden. I know we were hidden. I know that a lot of you guys didn't know where this continent was. So I'm like, okay, I don't understand, because they go back and I'm like, okay, if you were not hidden, if you knew those people, right? Okay, you're okay, fine. Okay, you're not hidden, you know those people. So let's continue. Let's continue. Like right now we're one up, right? I'm at the batter right now. I'm at the bat, and I think you play baseball, right? My father loved baseball. So listen to this. So we get what 4 at bats, right? So right now I get a hit. I'll take a bunt. I'm on first base. Okay, cool. So now let's talk about another one. I'm trying to my other player right now behind me, and he's gonna try to get me to second base. Okay. So then let's go to because of your concept here. This is what I'm concerned about. This is why I'm like really concerned, right, and confused. Because me, my dumbass silly dove brain. I'm Mexican. I'm stupid. You know what I'm saying? Just please, just bear with me, please. Like, just please hang in there, because I don't know shit. You know what I mean? I'm dumb. It says here, verse Deuteronomy 28:49. So now remember, you ruled Europe. You were there for 800 years. You knew the white man because you subjugated him. You also, since you ruled Europe, that means you spoke French, German, English, Dutch, Spanish, Russian, I don't know, Czechoslovakian, all of that stuff, Dutch, right? Okay. So you say it very, very bluntly that you guys ruled Europe. Why you say that? Because you show us these pictures right here. You go like, look, we're here. See the pictures?
Yeah, that's in Russia. Look, that's Russia. That's Russia.
I say, you're in Russia. Oh, yeah. Look, that guy. He's a black man. Okay, cool. Sounds good. Oh, okay, yeah. He's also black, even though there's a star right in front of his chest. That I guess forget that matter. Oh, shoot, another black guy. Hey, okay, so you ruled Europe. Fine. So then, Psalms 83 says thy hidden ones, you're not hidden because you're in plain sight. You ruled a continent, a nation, right? Spain and all that shit. All black, blackity black. Therefore, thou shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee in hunger and verse 49. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far. So see, like, now this is where I'm confused. Because, like, your European map. Okay. So this is where I'm confused. Yeah, let me go big here. Okay, let me go big right here. Okay. Help me understand this, okay? And any BHIs welcome to come here. Please, you know what I'm saying? Let's help us. Dumb Mexicans get this doctrine right. Okay, so we'll. As a matter of fact, I'll do my famous worldly turnaround. No, not that one, fool. This one. So you know what I mean? Like I'll just let's be, you know, for the sake of I don't know. Let's just explore this a bit. So it says here that the Lord shall send against thee. I'm sorry. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from the end of the earth. Okay. So I'm like, all right. Well, remember, the prophecy is not of private interpretation. Do not forget this, family. Okay, it's not a private interpretation. You can't say, "Oh, this is what I think," because you know what I mean. Like the other part is kind of hard. Like some people say, "I don't keep the Sabbath on a lunar because you know I just keep the Sábado because you know like it's good." It says, and I tried the new moon, but it's so confusing. I can't. That just tells you, you should just shut your mouth. You don't know. Sad. So now, again, private interpretation, right? Okay, family. Let's use our brain a bit here. So remember, we know that the Moors or the so-called Africans and whiteys, whatever, of North Africa came and ruled this continent right here. Okay, right here. And if you guys check real quick, this is just to show you. This is España. Aquí está España, güey. Aquí está España, güey. Spain, okay? Africa. Spain, Africa. Spain, Africa, Africa, Spain. Yeah, I get it. Okay, cool. Then help me understand this. The Lord shall bring a nation against you from far, from the end of the earth. That doesn't sound very far. Because if you look at the map here, the Straits of Gibraltar, Spain and Morocco is like literally like, I don't know, maybe 2 hours difference. You could do it with a little boat. But yet the Bible says that a nation from afar, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth. This is not a nation from afar, bro. You're like skipping a hop, bro. That's like Tijuana shit right here. Yo, that's how far Tijuana is from me right now. I think maybe 3 hours, give or take. That's how I am. So now, is that a nation from afar, from the end of the earth? That's swift. Is that from afar? I don't think it's from afar. Hey, what are you doing, bro? See, family, you see what I'm saying? Don't play stupid with me. Then it says, the Lord shall bring a nation against you from far, from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flies. Now, let's kind of explore this. From afar, from the end of the earth. That's another point. See, this is not the end of the earth. Now, you know what's so funny? I'm gonna tell you something. This is so funny, family. So I remember bringing this up to IOIC, and then IOIC told me, yes, IOIC, I'm sorry, that's what you said. Hey, your representative, he's wearing the purple, because you were put him in the street to teach, right? Because if I asked, he would say that. So he says, well, a nation from afar, from the end of the earth could also mean your neighbor, meaning like he from the other side, the other land, meaning, you know, like at the end of his house. So from the end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth. That didn't happen to you guys. Now, what happened to us was very interesting, but let's skip it for a second. Okay, as swift as the eagle flies. Let's not even touch that because, you know, that's not that important right now, right? Everybody has an eagle. But here's another interesting part. A nation, watch this. A nation, stop. A nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. If you ruled Europe, you spoke again French, English, Dutch, Portuguese, Spanish, French. How is it that a nation from afar, which they're not far from you, Africa and Europe is skipping a hop away from the end of the earth? That's not the end of the earth. That east and west, right? The sun rises, the sun sets. That's the end of the earth, right? That's not the end of the earth. And then it says, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. Spain was a pinnacle of a country at one point. It was like the light and shining tower. Everybody knew of Spain. You see, you were not hidden. So how does this apply to you? I see, this is where I'm very confounded now. So when I tell y'all and I share with you, listen, man, I don't know. Who are these people? Who are these people? This is who they are. So I guess a black guy has to tell you, because you don't listen to me. Fuck. Let's go.
The other West Africans. Trading people. Now, when we think about trading people, one of the primary ideas and concepts that comes to our mind is the transatlantic slave trade. Now, when many of us think about the transatlantic slave trade, a lot of us have ideas of Europeans going into Africa, snatching people up, stealing people from the land, and bringing them over to the Americas. But when we dig a little bit deeper, we find that that just isn't the case. And what we come to find is that the Europeans had help doing this. They had teammates. And to our surprise, those teammates were the people that lived in that very land themselves.
Again, let me remind you. Watch this. Watch what it says, family. Juan Garrido. This says the life patterns of a few black conquistadores. Juan Garrido, Sebastián Toral, Pedro Folupo, Juan Bardales, Antonio Pérez, Juan Portugués, Juan García, así como Juan Juárez, güey, como ese pendejo, you know what I mean? Miguel Ruiz, tú sabes de quién hablo, puto. Juan Valiente, Juan Beltrán, all of African descent. African black slave, Africa, North Africa, Portugal, Spain, free, mulatto, but African. Ended up in Peru, place of conquest. Look. But you guys said, no, that's my brother. Captain Taserface. White daddy. And more than fucking likely, white daddy. But no, you see, when does somebody stop being black? Again, let's read it again. He said that Africans helped him, right? That's what he said. Look.
They had teammates. The Europeans had help doing this. They had teammates.
Who were the teammates? Indeed, wherever Spain set its flag of conquest in America, Africans helped hold the pennant. And you guys want to be brethren? You guys think I'm trying to create hate? No, I'm not. What I'm trying to show you, dummies, is real facts. You are so quick to jump on a white man and say, oh, no, you're not a people, you enslaved us. But then I'm telling you some truth, and y'all don't even believe it. You guys say, oh, no, black man couldn't have done that. Why not? They captured and they participated in the exploration of the lands that would become modern-day Mexico. I've showed y'all the other book that says that who gave you smallpox? You guys want to? Okay, I'll show you. Okay. Let's go. We're gonna tackle today. Hey, listen, I got all day. Y'all can come. Y'all can go. Matter of fact, y'all can leave if you want. I could be here by myself. I don't care. I'll do it by myself. Been doing it anyways. Y'all don't believe me anyhow. Y'all think I'm full of shit. Come into my platform, not on my platform. You come into my realm, or let's say my so-called life, so-called want to get to know me and shit. And then now I find out y'all don't even fucking care. You guys want to just, you have your own idea, your own agenda. You Old Testament keepers want to convert me to Old Testament shit. You got other guys that are supposed to be New Testament and they believe in the Mazarenes shit. You know what I'm saying? That whole book, Matthew, whatever. All the tripping. I'll read you a little bit of this, okay? And this is why I named this channel the way it did. The words of Jesus in the original Aramaic is detailed biblically and historically accounts of the original message preached by Yeshu Meshiacha. Let's see. We got a visitor. Who is Dr. Ray Haggins? I don't know. You tell us. I don't know why you guys come in and ask these questions, bro. Y'all weird. Let's see. Because remember, there's a what is that called? There's a word for it. You ask a question with the intent of expecting an answer, yet you have an answer already. It's kind of rhetorical in a way, you know what I mean? You already know the answer, bro. Just tell us who he is. Anyways, Yeshu Meshiacha, as Jesus is known in the Aramaic language, which is why I called it Meshiacha, meaning anointed. That's what it means. That's all it means. Anointed. So now, this is from a book called The Indigenous People of the Caribbean. This is where it says right here. That's it. Watch this. It says, hold on a second. Okay, I'll check them out, bro. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. I will. Yeah, I got you, man. It's all good. Thank you. Thank you for being here, bro, by the way, Rob. Okay, so remember, this is the book that I just showed you right now, okay? And again, I'm not causing any havoc. And again, it's not, look, for example, family, why is it okay to teach that certain people did something, but yet ignore that other people did the same thing? Why is that right? How is that even just? You guys are only what you're doing is you're tripping your ways to seek love. Why? Because supposedly, you married a black person, or you have black friends. You know what I'm saying? I don't understand. Like, is it? What is the problem? Why not bring facts that make sense to our family? Because we suffer too, you know? We are people too. Whether we're Israel or not, we're still people. And you want to know something? Whatever you guys want to so-called claim and say that we are not the people of this land and want to be us, what you do is you spit at every experience that we go through personally. My mother's 85. She's lived a long time. So I know what it's like from stories. Listen to this. With the man of Narvaez, who was black, had come a black man suffering from smallpox. Swallow this pill. Black West Africans. Because he's also going to say West Africans. West Africans helped him. And we're going to read also in Jubilees how West Africans, or who was supposed to be in West Africa. And they ended up there. Because that's what the Most High usually does. With the men of Narvaez had come a black man suffering from smallpox, and he infected the household of Sempoala, where he was quartered. And it spread from one Indian to another. And they, because, you know, we gather together often, being so numerous and eating and sleeping, hold on, where is it at? Oh my God, I can't believe I lost it. Eating and sleeping, eating and sleeping together quickly infected the whole country. Mexico, the Mexicans had never seen smallpox before and did not have even the European meager knowledge on how to deal with it. The old soldier chronicler, Bernal Diaz del Castillo, you guys have heard of him, called the Negro a very black dose for Mexico, meaning you Mexicans, the original ones, right? Not the fake ones. For it was because of him that the whole country was stricken with a great many deaths. Probably several diseases were at work. Several. Immune to the smallpox, like it says, shortly after the retreat from Tenochtitlan, Bernal Diaz, immune to smallpox like most of the Spaniards, because that African guy didn't die. Remember, he was the only one sick, and they were immune to it. And this African man killed y'all. But you're okay with saying it was the white man that did it. It was the white man that did it. It was a white man that did it. You know what I mean? It was a white man that did it.
And to our surprise, those teammates were the people that lived in that very land themselves, the other West Africans. And
oof, I love it. Wait a minute. Who are you? I'm just being funny with you guys, Canaanites. Maybe you're watching, maybe you're not. We can't assume that, though, Jeremias. Maybe he's not, bro. Never know. We can't assume, bro. And I'm not saying that every so-called African or West African, so-called wannabe African American, is not our people. I believe that you guys did mix with them. I think a decent portion of you guys are our people. But we're going to be able to know. It wouldn't be complicated. You know what I'm saying? So, give me a second, family. Trying to find this book here. I used it last time. Here it goes right here. Genealogy, descendants of Shem, the portions. Here we go. Right there. Matter of fact, that's not it. How come I don't have it, man? What's going on, bro? Get to it. Hurry up. Hurry up. Sorry, I'm telling myself, fam. I'm telling myself. Hold on. Let's use this. Damn it, I just did that, bro. Stupid. Give me a second, family. I thought I had this set. Where are you at? Apocrypha. Jubilees. Yeah, I found this somewhere. Excuse me. Sorry if I can't tell you where exactly it's at. You know what I'm saying? Just believe. Just trying to find Jubilees, family. All right. Well, I guess we're gonna have to work with this one here. Descendants here. Oh my God, this is really pissing me off. Please. And so I guess I'll use this for now. It's probably shut up. It's probably in verse 38, maybe. Probably way back there because this is stretched out. No longer stood. Give me a second. Here it goes right here. This is Jubilees 10, okay? It says here, let's go back to, and I believe it's verse 20, chapter 10, verse 28, but in this one is extended. It says here, now, in the fourth week, in the first year, or the beginning thereof, in the fourth and 13th Jubilee, they were dispersed from the land of Shinar. Right? Then it says, and Ham and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south. And Canaan, I repeat, and Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Egypt, that it was very good. So they're walking by, and they say in themselves, damn, that shit look good, homeboy. And he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west, that is, to the sea. Oh, hold on a second. There's a hint. And he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west, that is, to the sea. Where is the west of the sea? Not in Jerusalem, because he wasn't supposed to be there. West Africa. And he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward from the borders of Jordan and from the borders of the sea. So he said, you know what? Seditious, right? Rebelling from order. Nah, I don't want to do that. I want this. And Ham, his father, and Cush and Mizraim, his brothers, said unto him, Canaan, thou hast settled in a land which is not thine, and which did not fall to us by lot. For Do not do so, for if thou do so, thou and thy sons will fall in the land and be accursed through sedition. For by sedition ye have settled, and by sedition will thy children fall, and thou shalt be rooted out forever. Not in the dwellings of Shem. So from the beginning, we see a very seditious nation, a very rebellious nation, a nation that likes to take shit that doesn't belong to them. How coincidental is it now that we're running into this whole wobbleism, and they're wanting to take something that is not of theirs? Again, do we have to answer, like, why does this happen? What was written aforetime was written for our learning. Through patience of the comfort in Scripture, you might have hope. In case you guys don't know, psychology is in the Scriptures. So when you understand psychology, obviously usefulness of the Scriptures, then you know that there's a reason why people act a certain way. So we have a spirit in these people that from the get-go, they are not going to accept who they are. They're not going to embrace the land that they were supposed to be. No, I don't want to be Canaan. I want to be somebody else. Dwell not in the dwellings of Shem, for to Shem and to his sons did it come by lot. Did it come by their lot? So remember, these people, they moved the goalposts here, right? The lot was for us, or Shem, so to speak. And they said, no. The goalpost is not there. It is over there. Over there. So then it says, "Cursed art thou, and cursed shalt thou be beyond the sons of Noah." By the curse which we bound ourselves by an oath in the presence of the holy judge, in the presence of Noah our father. But he did not hearken unto them, and dwelt in the land of Lebanon, and from Hamath, to the entering of Egypt. Now, some of these guys will say, yeah, that's why those guys are there in Canaan. No. See, we also have evidence and historical facts that show that there would be dwellings of Gentiles living there as well. Right now, the majority. So then they dwelled in Laban, entering into Hamath. From Hamath to the entering of Egypt, and he and his sons until this day. And for this reason, that land is named Canaan until this day, right? But that land is named Canaan. It's no longer named Canaan. Remember? Be mindful. Now, it says the west of where? So you guys wonder, well, how can you prove that it was they were supposed to be in the west? Okay, well, let's continue down and read a little bit more. Let's see if it's in here. Okay. Let's see. Go down. This is talking about how they dwelt in Terah, started worshiping other gods. Yeah, I need to read some of that because this book is not. Well, it's talking about from the beginning to the relationship of Abraham. So it's not too far off. Don't be scared. Not a big deal. There's a lot of Ford Jubilees and stuff like that. So, you know what I mean? If you guys don't understand. But remember, keep in mind, this is what I'm telling you. People that are not supposed to be, or that are not your, like these guys, are going to try to steal your heritage, because that's what they do. They steal, because that's the heritage, the land. The Most High heritage is land, wisdom, right? So they went to our land. They didn't want their heritage. They didn't want their lot. They're like, no, I don't want to be blackety black. I want to be like you. I want to be like you, God, because, you know, that's just the way we are. Again, I always ask, like, so is Ur of the Chaldees in Africa? They can't answer that. So look, if you guys read this chapter, it basically tells you how it does show. Here, let me see if I go back. Hold on, let me see. Where does it say the division and separation? Hold on, let's see. Okay, hold on. He's talking about the journey. Maybe it's back. Let's go back. Let's go to chapter 9. I think it's chapter 9. It goes. Let me see. I think it is here. There it goes, right here. Oh, praise. Thank you so much, Father. Appreciate you, bro. Okay, so here's basically dividing them. Okay, here it goes, right here. Chapter 9, verse 1, it says, "And Ham divided amongst his sons, and the first portion came forth for Cush towards the east." Remember, it's the division. The division started where? In Asia. Not like, you know, China. Like in India, that realm. Okay. Let's explore the map. I'm gonna show you real quick. Don't get confused, family. It's okay. Walk with me. Hold my hand. Bite. Hurry up. So the dispersion happened here. Okay? The dispersion happened here. Right here. Peleg, Arphaxad, all of that, right? So then it says here that Ham divided amongst his sons. The first portion came forth for Cush towards the east. Now, don't let these Hamites, Canaanites specifically, confuse you, because remember the Shem was supposed to start here, right? Egypt, right? From Lebanon into the east and the west, all of this. This was supposed to be all our land, right? So it says here that it starts here for him. Cush was supposed to be here, okay, right here. This is Cush's territory, okay, right here in the east, all right. Then it says, and the first portion came forth to Cush towards the east, and to the west of him was Mizraim. So then it means that west of him, meaning over here. Okay? And to the west of him, for Put. So first is Cush, Mizraim, and then Put, right? Right here. Okay, we're moving to the west. Perfect. Okay, thank you, Father. And to the west of him, to the west thereof, on the sea, for Canaan. Oh, shit. Yes, that's who you are, whether you like it or not. Negri. Negri is who you are. West African Negri. This is who you are. You're not an Israelite. You weren't blessed and you weren't cursed because of scriptures. Because Deuteronomy 28, no, you were not. You're cursed because you're a seditious nation. And you're cursed because you don't want to be who you are. And you're cursed because you're just cursed. And now we understand why you do what you do. And even in your so-called doctrine of understanding and say, oh, no, we know now who we are. Well, let's listen in again. I told you guys I was not lying. You guys have started listening to me.
The other West Africans. And so in this video, the very land themselves, they had teammates. And to our surprise, those teammates were the people that lived in that very land themselves, the other West Africans. And so in this video, what we're going to talk about is how the West Africans teamed up with the Europeans to trade people. And what we're going to do is start by going into this book here, the Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade.
Family, I have that book, by the way. I just want to share this. And this is what I'm talking. Well, this is not a real source because this is, again, Woodrow Wilson history. I'll touch on that in a bit.
It's by David Eltis and David Richardson. And we're going to go into the foreword, which is written by Dr. David Breon Davis. And we're going to touch on this topic of teaming up in order to make the slave trade happen, because it's extremely important to understand in order to wrap your mind around what this slave trade actually really was.
Remember, family. Now, if BHI and all those guys did not say that they ruled Europe, it maybe makes sense, right? But here we clearly see that they weren't hidden. They ruled Europe. They knew who they were. And then it interferes with Judith 5, because Judith 5 said that when we're with the Most High, we got power as a nation. When we're not with the Most High as a nation, we don't have power. So that's even more confusing. But that's another topic. That's another class. Let's just continue. The more you dig, the more you find out it smells like shit.
So let's get started.
The strength and capacity of most West Africans bring us to a subject that is both surprising and upsetting to many uninformed readers.
So what we expect to read after this is something that may make people upset. That's what we have to understand. But it's not going to make just anybody upset. It's the uninformed reader is who it may make upset. So some people have been told a certain story about the transatlantic slave trade, but then when they run into other information that is contrary to what they have been told, it may make a lot of people upset. Now, what's going to make a lot of people upset?
The indispensable complicity of Africans in creating and maintaining the slave trade.
The indispensable complicity is the absolute necessity of the Africans being involved in creating and maintaining the slave trade, because that's what we're going to find out is you have no slave trade if you don't have any Africans participating in it. It's absolutely essential. The complicity meaning the joining together, people being in cahoots with doing this particular deed.
Even in the earliest history of the trade, The Portuguese discovered the extreme hazards and counterproductivity of trying to capture and enslave West Africans on their own.
It says the Portuguese discovered early in history that there was problems with going in and trying to capture slaves on their own. One of the problems is that there was an extreme hazard. Now, let's get some more understanding on the extreme hazard. And by doing that, we can go to this book here by Dr. Thomas Sowell. It's called Black Rednecks and White Liberals. And let's go to page 121 to find out about this extreme hazard.
During the era of the massive slave trade from West Africa, a white man was more likely
It's on my dear Jesus. I love it, man. I love it. You know what, man? I love it so much, family. Man, I love it so much. I love it so much, family. Bola de cochinos, cabrones. Solo una bola de cochinos, güeyes. Okay, so during the era of the massive slave trade in West Africa, from West Africa, a white man was more likely to catch malaria in Africa than catch slaves himself. What did we just read in the other book? Who caught smallpox? We did. From who? From an African. And what other diseases? He said more likely there were other diseases. Am I wrong? You see, family, it's what I'm saying. You see, I'm thank you, bro, by the way, asking me. I appreciate you, bro. I really do. And let's keep it private. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want people to know it's you and I are talking about these things. But I really appreciate you because it made me wonder about it. You know what, bro? You're right. I wasn't willing to say it, but you know what? I am. I was sent by the Most High. It must be. Because I was not born with this knowledge. I did not know none of these things. I had no clue. Nope. I was too busy getting drunk, fam. One of these days, I'll show you my record, my actual fucking record, like actual record. I don't care. I have nothing to hide. I literally was a damn criminal. A lot of DUIs, man. Like, I almost lost, well, it wasn't because of that. I mean, had I not been so-called legal or U.S. citizen, I would have been kicked out of this country. And I probably would have well deserved it. So no, I'm not making this up. It's not just like homework or, I'm part of his organization. The Most High called me. And I'm here doing this purpose. All thanks to the Father. And I'm going to share this right now. I'm going to share this today, so it doesn't matter. Let's go.
Likely to catch malaria in Africa than to catch slaves himself. The average life expectancy of a white man in the interior of sub-Saharan Africa at the time was less than 1 year. By and large, men from Europe or the Western Hemisphere came to the coast of Africa, bought their slaves, and left as soon as possible.
Why did they buy slaves and leave as soon as possible? Because if you stay too long there, there's a chance you might die. From what? Malaria. So they grabbed their slaves and they got up out of there, for the most part.
Even so, the death rates among the white crews of the ships carrying slaves to the Western Hemisphere were as high as the death rates among the slaves themselves.
You got to understand that they're coming to another continent, a different land, and they are not resistant to those diseases. So the people in that area may have been much more, have a higher resistance to that malaria, but as they come in and get exposed, they're dropping. Similarly to when the Europeans came over to the Americas and they exposed certain diseases to the natives on the land.
Oh, that's so funny. That's that he says it in the same breath. He said that the Africans helped the Europeans enslave the Africans. Then now he says, but then he forgets that it was these Africans that got these white people sick. So then how did we get sick? Again, family, it's up to you. My problem isn't that I don't know shit. My problem isn't that I don't study. The problem is that you guys think I'm not black enough, or I don't have woolly hair, or because I'm supposedly a Hispanic that I don't know the scriptures. You guys really swallowed the Kool-Aid of the BHIs. You guys really did. Everything I've showed you in this channel, I've proved it. Every single thing. Not one time have I said without proving. But it ain't good enough. Now I'll shut up. I'll leave it. Let it go for like a good 10 minutes. All right, 15. All right, I'll be quiet now. Let's go.
The natives were dropping. Now let's stop here and let's go into the book called the people in that area may have been much more, have a higher resistance to that malaria, but as they come in and get exposed, they're dropping. Similarly to when the Europeans came over to the Americas and they exposed certain diseases to the natives on the land, and the natives were dropping. Now let's stop here and let's go into the book called West Africa. This is an introduction to its history, civilization, and its contemporary situations. And let's go in here and let's find out some more also about this extreme hazard that they're talking about.
Web design, e-commerce, online advertising, SEO, and more. Web.com. One stop, all done.
fellow elites, now that we've made travel so expensive,
Later, when the Europeans tried to conquer these kingdoms, the dense forest and tropical climate were a strong barrier to Western penetration. White men died like flies in this zone.
White men dropped like hotcakes. They're dropping like flies.
And they found it tough going to hack their way through the dense vegetation or to engage in any kind of military operations.
High death rates caused the Europeans to understand that it's an extreme hazard to go in there and try to catch slaves on their own, right? It's tying together. So now let's go back into the book, The Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade, and let's go over that sentence again.
Even in the earliest history of the trade, the Portuguese discovered the extreme hazards and counterproductivity of trying to capture and enslave West Africans on their own.
But not only was it an extreme hazard, it was also counterproductive. What else would cause the Europeans to understand going in alone to catch people to enslave to be counterproductive? Let's go back into the book called West Africa and let's get some more understanding.
Today, the commonly held view of slaving in Africa is that Europeans with guns swept into the innards of the continent and physically captured people, chained them together, and marched them to the coast, loaded them on ships, and sailed for the Americas.
This is what certain people would absolutely love to believe because it keeps the hatred focused on certain groups of people.
This direct procurement of slaves was tried, but given up after the first years of contact for the easier method of bartering with coastal peoples for slaves.
So this direct method was tried in the beginning, but 2 reasons that it didn't keep working, at least 2. They dropped like flies because they didn't have any resistance to the disease, and also there's other people who want to make their money, middlemen, right? The people on the African coast, they wanted to have their money too, which is why the Europeans said, let's start trading with these people.
The Portuguese could not reach many of the interior kingdoms for trade, having instead to deal through middlemen most of the time.
Who are these middlemen is what we have to come to understand. Who's standing in between the middle of the European and the people that they're trying to get and enslave? Who's standing in there in between?
West Africans.
The West Africans were the middlemen.
Were content to have the Europeans on the coast as trading partners.
Now, when you're a partner in something, that means you're working together with someone else in order to achieve some common goal, whatever it may be. In this case, it's going in and it's catching people to bring to the coast and to trade. These are the middlemen. Now, why did they have to be middlemen? We already understood. There's that the Europeans couldn't go in there because they would die like flies. Not only were they gonna die like flies, but if they tried to find some way to get in there and to capture people, the middlemen, these other West Africans, weren't having that. Now this is why he's getting ready to say this next.
But when they tried to penetrate the interior,
but when the Portuguese or any of the other Europeans tried to penetrate into the interior alone without any middleman or any other person escorting them that's from that land,
they met with armed resistance in many cases.
That means spears or whatever else they had getting ready to get busy. They're getting ready to get busy. They're not having you coming in there and thinking that you're about to just go ahead and grab and cut the middleman out. Right? So from here, let's go back into the Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade and let's keep reading where we were at.
West Africans could and did attack and sink some European ships in retaliation. The rulers of Congo, Benin, and some other regions succeeded at times in temporarily stopping the trade in slaves.
So it's not like all the rulers of the West Africans had their hands in it. Many of them did, but not all of them did. And it's the same thing, or there's similarities between not all of the Europeans agreed with having the slave trade. There's always going to be some pockets of people who oppose what's happening, right? And in this case, there's some rulers in certain areas in West Africa who are saying, we're opposed to this, and they're coming out sinking ships and trying to stop this trade from happening.
With over 200 flavor notes, every sip of Woodford Reserve Bourbon is a spectacle for the senses.
No one does fall travel like Amtrak. Big cities to small towns. Amtrak gets you there in comfort and more sustainably, so you'll feel good about wherever fall takes you. Better fall travels, just an Amtrak away.
Yet the crucial point was the eagerness of African rulers and merchants to sell slaves.
He says, yet the crucial point, very important point that he's trying to get across. Although that there's some that tried to stop it, the eagerness. Understand what the word eager means. Eager is like someone who has a passion, who's trying very earnestly to make this slave trade happen. They were eager to sell the slaves that they had. Let's stop right here and let's go back into the book, the West African book, and let's find out a little bit more about why some of these rulers were so eager and passionate and motivated to sell slaves.
Kings made their money in a variety of ways, many becoming fabulously wealthy, especially with increasing demand for slaves by Europeans.
Uh-oh, here we go. It's getting spicy in here. We have the greasy-handed rulers, right? Hands rubbing together. Profits are on their minds. And that's all they see. Gold and what they can do with it. That's why. That's why they were eagerly ready to sell slaves. They had profits on their minds. And it says many of them becoming fabulously wealthy. You got to
So family, I'm not sure what level he's in or where he's actually at in regards to the. I just came back. So again, and it goes back to this whole point here. This is from the Virginia, the Old Dominion, and I want to go back and forth regarding these topics because we need to touch this. This is page 89. It says the last of this month of August, 1619, that marked the establishment of civil liberty and self-government, saw also the introduction of a new class of immigrant laborers. Let's read that again. That marked the establishment of civil liberty and self-government, saw also the introduction of a new class of immigrant laborers. They were not called slaves. In 1619. Why is that? Saw also the introduction of a new class of immigrant laborers. These were Negroes. Let me read that again, in case you guys don't know. And in case El Chicloso Mugroso also, these were Negroes, okay? Whose services, plural, it now appears, plural, were indentured. Oh, hold on. Yes, they were indentured, as in the case of whites from England and Europe. So we see here now that there was a level of equality, kind of like today. Blacks and whites voting for, rulership. These were Negroes whose services, as now appears, were indentured, and as in the case of whites from England and Europe, meaning similar. Previously, it had been generally accepted that they were sold to the colonists as slaves. So now we know that the Africans in Africa were also colonists. You see, they like to say no, but yes, because you guys came all the way to Brazil. If you actually read the book called "A Gift to Africa, A Gift to America," it literally shows how you guys were enslaving people. And I'm gonna show you another book too. It says here, previously it had been generally accepted that they were sold to the colonists as slaves, while the bringing of them has been ascribed to the Dutch. Recent research, however, has cast a new light upon the transaction. According to the available records, these Negroes may not with certainty be called slaves, for there is no proof that their persons were held as property. Getting very quiet in here. It says, according to the available record, these Negroes, these West Africans, like the guys, the Wabos, you know what I mean? The West Africans, the so-called African Americans, ones that claim that they are us, ones that can't prove a damn thing in regards to their diet. They can't technically show you, it says that according to available records, you Negroes, you West Africans, you so-called African Americans that are not from this continent, okay? there's no proof. These Negroes may not with certainty be called slaves, for there is no proof that their persons were held as property or on terms any different from those of white laborers whose services were engaged under public or private ownership for varying lengths of time. You guys see that? On the contrary, the evidence clearly points to the customary indenture. So let's look up this word customary. Okay. Customary meaning. You're gonna find out how interesting this word is. Commonly practiced, used, or observed, based on or established by costumbre, right? Custom. A usage practice common to many. Long established practice considered under law. So it says, on the contrary, the evidence clearly points to the customary indenture, meaning this was very well known in that time that there were no such thing as black slaves. They were indentured, meaning immigrant laborers. For Virginia, now let me tell you why. They don't treat you Mexicans as immigrant laborers, as, oh, you guys are welcome. No, they treat you guys as fucking illegal immigrants. So these immigrant slavers is because their family members were allowed to contract them under what's called a head right program. Head right system. Watch this. I'm not lying, family. Okay? You guys need to look this stuff up. And by the way, don't forget to hit the likes, please. And it's not because we have any incentivization or anything like that. It's because we want to share this algorithm, I guess they call it that, to the rest of the families. Okay? So the more you guys actually... Well, the more you guys like this and share it, then the more people actually get to watch it. Because, there's only a few of us, man. There's like 9, 10, whatever, Not a lot of people care for this, bro. But I'm glad that at least they want an African-American, so-called African-American, to tell them because, they don't want to listen to me. Pedicil, Cornelius, Jehu, Mordecai. Explain this to us. The head right system, not this right here, everything that I'm talking about. The head right system in colonial America. The head right system was established by the Virginia Company in 1619. Now, remember, Virginia Company. Let me go back here. I'm going to go deep on y'all. That's it. April 1606. Holy Mother Jesus. 11 amazing facts. In April 1606, King James. Ooh, better watch your back. Yep. King James chartered the Virginia Company, a joint stock venture in London, to colonize the eastern coast of North America. Shit, oh my God. It only gets better. Woo! Woo! Virginia, old Virginia, customary, an indentured servitude, not necessarily slaves, more immigrants, more of through the head right program, meaning that Negroes weren't that bad. They didn't have it that bad. The head right system, the head right system was a land grant program that allowed investors to acquire land by paying for people to migrate to the colonies to work on plantations. Indentured servants. Once the investor acquired a head right, it could be converted to a deed of land ownership through a relative simple process. You know how they say, like, oh, you guys were the first ones they were using as notes for property. Well, yeah, but it was so freaking nice because they weren't slaves. And then I'm going to continue. Watch this. Gradually, racial slavery grew out of this condition. Okay, y'all can continue reading. And it's going to say, yeah, some people did get enslaved, whatever. Yeah. Okay, whatever. So now the point here is that they were, head right, all this stuff, right. Okay, cool. Sounds good. All right, check this out. Follow me. Walk with me, please. Check this out. This is from the book called that book, A Gift to America. This one here, matter of fact, let me download it. I want to show you this real quick. Para que veas, güey, qué mamones son, cabrón. Quizás nosotros no somos así de mamones, family, you know? We really are not. If we ain't the people, we ain't the people, bro. That's it. We're not trying to be somebody, bro. We just are. That's just the fact now. Just the fact. People start embracing who you are. You guys are the people of the book. These Negroes can't take it from you. They'll love to. They can't. That's why they put you in a position where, oh yeah, we're the same people, but you're on the bottom. You see what I'm saying? You have to understand psychology and the maniacal madness of a Canaanite. It says your early Virginia Negroes bought white people. Watch this. Finally, Negroes bought white people in America as early as 1640. What the fuck? The United States Guide to Virginia says that in the 17th century in Virginia, Negroes used to import white servants and received head rights to land. I don't need a metralleta. Just one at a time. I'm a sniper, bro, in case y'all don't know. In the 17th century in Virginia, Negroes used to import white servants and receive head rights to the land. One of them, Richard Johnson, imported 2 white servants and received 100 acres of land on the Portuguese River, supposedly. Right? Watch this. It gets interesting. That is, 1748 included Jews. No Negro, mulatto, Indian, Aldo Christian, or any Jew, Moor, or Mohammedan shall purchase any Christian servants. You see that? No Negro, mulatto, Indian, Aldo Christian, even though these guys were, even if they were converted to Christianity, or any Jew, or Moor, or Mohammedan. You see how they say the guy right there in the video? Right there, this video right here. This guy, right, where's he at? Makes you wonder, right? The stupidity of these people. What did he say? Right? He said, this guy said, Saudi, but yet it says here clearly on this book that that Jew, Moor, or Mohammedans were not allowed to purchase Christian servants, meaning white people. That these first Negroes could buy white people shows that in earliest America there was equal treatment for white and black according to class. Now, you mean white as in white people? Now remember, we know that our gente was light skin and dark skin. This whole stupidity that we're light skin because we mixed it with white man, that's stupid. That's stupid. That's Ebonics and that's eugenics. That's dumb. We have proof that we were already light skin. We used to tan. That's how beautiful we are. And let's see. Earliest America, there was equal treatment for white and black according to class. See? That the first Virginians did not regard Negroes as a race of slaves, or that Thomas Carlyle, a great advocate of slavery, said, God has put into every white man hands a whip to flog the black. Discrimination did come later because white people wanted to stop losing power. Y'all can read that. It's talking about the ham shit. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, whatever. Cool. Check this out. That's a book. Africa's Gift to America. Okay. Watch this. There it goes right here. Wait, is that it? No, that's not it. I'm looking for something where it shows. It actually tells us that these guys were they're. Let's see. Check this out right here. Check this out. I wish I could turn this around. That's why I'm downloading it. Okay, so aguántenme, cabrones. Agüítenme. Les va. Check it out. The slave trade, not a racial issue. It is clear that the enslaving of Africans did not start as a racial issue. Yeah. Had the Africans been white instead? Yeah. In fact, it was rather a religious issue, supposedly. Right? There's a point to the madness. Let me show you guys this. Let's see. You guys can read that later. I'm trying to look for something. Oh, you see, right there, that guy was a Brazilian African slave. Sabath, most notorious of slave raiders. I'll download it. You guys can see it. Most notorious of slave. They look like white. They look white people to you. They look white to you. Oh, I'm sorry. Did it hurt somebody's feelings? A lot of people left already, man. That sucks. You guys suck. It says 9 or 8 on my side. I don't know. Maybe there's more. But look, this guy's even saying it right now. It says the Sao Xaxá of Brazil, slave Mogul of West Africa. Why is this so complicated for you? You see, you cannot create prophecy. Well, you can create a prophecy, but then eventually when the prophecy is not real, it'll start backfiring. Okay? It'll start backfiring. I'm trying to look for something here. Look, I'll read it here. This is maybe this is going where I'm trying to find it. Okay, hold on. It says here. Oh, look who's back. It's the girl. No, it's not it, Yehudi. I'm just showing you guys something real quick. You can stick around and listen. It says strong documentary proves that the first Africans in America were not slaves and that shadow slavery of them did not start until 1659. You see? So again, it's very clear that these Africans, like Yehudi here, were enslaving natives from the beginning. Just like the young man is saying right here. Right? Let's continue. So as you can see, Yehudi opens her mouth. And this is why I know that she's a female, because without even knowing what's going on, she opens her mouth. And again, it's bipolarism. It's imposter syndrome. It's bipolarism. It's schizophrenia. It's depression. It's seditious. It's Canaanicious. It's Canaanite. Let her have some water. Probably a commercial coming up, fam. Let me see.
Trading people. Now, when we think about trading,
Damn, Yehudi. She just contagious. Yehudi's contagious. Look at Yehudi. She came in here with her like obsession. She says, I'm obsessed. Like, you Negroes can't
trading people.
Bro.
Now, when we think about
that, you guys can't stop talking about white people. And then you're over here. Like, you're here. Talk about me being obsessed. Like, I'm not obsessed over you, chick. That sucks, man. Y'all can't keep your women correct, bro. Yeah, this is weird, family. Look at that. She showed up, and then this happened. So let's continue with the course. What we got?
Trading people. Now, when we think about
that's weird. She really
commonly held view of slaving in Africa is that Europeans with guns swept into the innards of the continent and physically captured people.
I am a red man.
That's what happened.
Resistance to the disease, and also there's other people who want to make their money.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, we ain't trying to be black. We're just letting y'all know who you guys are. She thinks we're obsessed with her. No, we're letting you guys know who you guys are. I don't know why you think we're obsessed with you.
They drop like flies.
We're telling you guys who you guys are.
Because they didn't have any resistance to the disease. And also, there's other people who want to make their money. Middlemen. right? The people on the African coast, they wanted to have their money too, which is why the Europeans said, let's start trading with these people.
The Portuguese could not reach many of the interior kingdoms for trade, having instead to deal through middlemen most of the time.
Who are these middlemen is what we have to come to understand. Who's standing in between the middle of the European and the people that they're trying to get and enslave? Who's standing in there in between?
West Africans.
The West Africans were the middlemen.
Were content to have the Europeans on the coast as trading partners.
Now, when you're a partner in something, that means you're working together with someone else in order to achieve some common goal, whatever it may be. In this case, it's going in and it's catching people to bring to the coast and to trade. These are the middlemen. Now, why did they have to be middlemen? We already understood. There's that the Europeans couldn't go in there because they would die like flies.
Yehudi, listen to this. This is why we don't want to be you guys, okay? Because you guys are dirty, full of diseases. I'm sorry. And you smell. You want me to be real with you? Those are facts. Why don't you focus on your... We are. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm teaching them how you guys came here to this continent and helped the white man enslave our gente. That's what I've been doing. Silly dog. You see? Strong documentary proves that the first Africans in America were not slaves. And that shadow slavery of them did not start until about 1659, supposedly, right? Russell, in his chapter, The Origin of Free Negro Class, calls the belief that the first Negro were slaves a popular error, maintained and supported by a large number of writers, which is why you think you're called Yehudi. Because you think that you were enslaved. You guys weren't. The transatlantic slave trade is a lie. So is the Willie Lynch letter, which I proved it. Prove to me who wrote the Willie Lynch. Show me who wrote the Willie Lynch letter. Give me the original book. Yeah, dude. No, she's just pissed off because she's not the people of the book. She's black. She's Canaanite. It's just sad, bro. They from the beginning, Canaan was gonna be that way. They were supposed to be going to West Africa and be in their land and be hunky-dory with their whole, homosexual stuff, the way they love to deal with themselves even now. But no, and still no, they wanted to be in the land where they called Canaan. Like, it's clear, but they are seditious and they want to do what they want. The evidence clearly points to the customary indenture for Virginia archive shows that throughout that's right. This is the point. That throughout the first century. Yeah, that's it. Throughout I believe this one. No, hold on. Throughout the hold on, is this it? No. Throughout the first, hold on. Let's see. Is it I might have not had it. It just says throughout the first century, they were already being let go in like shadows of indentured servitude. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know why you think that we're obsessed with you West African. We're just trying to show our people that you guys are not our friends at all. I'm not sure why you think we're trying to be you. Not at all. We know who we are. Do you know who you are? You think you know who you are. I'm actually showing you who you are, but you don't want to deal with it because it's too much for you. You see, this is who you are. You are from these people. You see, so your wobbles. You've been mixing with Wedos for quite some time. You and the Gringos. You were not hidden. Okay, y'all ruled Europe. Couldn't have been hidden. Means everybody knew who you guys were. Okay. I think this is the book. Let's see. I'm trying to move on to this. Where is it at? However, it is safe to assume that there were other Negroes in that expedition, as there is abundant evidence of their being with later Spanish explorers as the Albiles, which was black, Hernandez, Soto, Narvaez, Adillon, Corona, Tristan, and Luna, and Melendez. They were all black, meaning black conquistadors. Another important fact, Spaniards of that time were such mixed with Negroes and had been before the Moorish invasion of 711 AD. See, it goes back to Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Yehudi, come on. Why don't you embrace this history of yours, Yehudi? Why is this so hard for you to accept? That you guys actually helped the Spaniards conquer America. Why is that hard for you to embrace? Again, we're focusing on our people because your invasion of our gente has to do with our people. So why don't you know about this history of yours? For example, there's a book called Africans, Spanish Florida. This was prior to 1763. Now, in case you don't know, the 13 colonies did not include Florida. And there's history of Africans being in Florida. Hey, look, this is even funnier. Wake your people up, bro. We good. I'm not teaching Negroes. Who said I'm teaching Negroes here or Canaanites? I'm teaching you because you finally accepted that. Wake your people up. Wake your people up. You see? Wake them up to what? You mean you're agreeing that we're the same people now? Like we're the 12 tribes? We're not. And I can prove it. That you and I are not the same people. And that we're the people of the Bible. With my eyes closed. I could take you all the way through Abraham. And why he was there and how he sojourned. And I can show you how Abraham was a complete reflection of us. And I can even show you that your history that you think you know is completely, I don't even know what word to use, man. Como decimos en español. Una sopa de fideo, güey. Another important fact, Spaniards of that time were much mixed with Negroes. And had been before the Moorish invasion of 711. That's why, family, remember, you know how us so-called Hispanics, raza, right? We know this, whoever is born in Mexico. Allá sabemos en México que los españoles eran bien cogelones, right? We knew that Spaniards loved, like, they were cogelones. They like to, sleep around. They like to mix. Well, now we know who that is. Because we also knew that the British didn't like to mix. We're like, yeah, the British don't like to mix, but Spaniards wanted to mix their seed. Huh? Who does that to this very day? She must have been listening for a long time to think this always about them. Yeah, I know, it's crazy. And even as the early as 1100s, they were throwing around their satanic hand signs, just like the purple wearing IOIC to take that Phoenician. Yeah, takes after the Phoenicians who also wore purple. That is a coincidence. It's not a coincidence, though, but I know what you mean. I know y'all good, so go listen to Fishy Nathaniel and some fake-ass West Deacon, something like that. Yeah, of course, because, I don't know why she's here. They got classes for y'all right now. They honestly, they have classes for you guys right now. Like, here, I'll show you. Look, here, let me show you. Let's find out. Look. IOIC, I'm sure she follows IOIC. I think last time, she was here. She was like, IOIC, oh my God. She was crying for Nate the Snake. She was the one crying. And look there, right there. You see? See that?
The book of Tobit, chapter.
Look, what are you doing here? You guys have live class. Hey, look. We don't need you to tell us. Shit, go wake your. We're not telling you guys. This is not for your education. This is not for your ears. Negroes don't want to hear this. See, here's the thing. Here's the funny part. We don't need to tell us. I'm not telling you. This is not for your education. Canaan, please. This is not for your education. I'm not teaching Negroes. I'm teaching my gente who you guys are and who the white man is and who the Khazars are and how you guys are the three heads and how you guys all three of you came and you're still dealing with each other right now. You guys are the top 3 nations that are voting consistently in America. Look it up.
Not only were they gonna die like flies, but if they tried to find some way to get in there and
don't tell me who I am. Yeah, that's good, bro. That's just fabulous, man. Don't tell me who I am. Hey, listen. When I started calling these people Canaan, right? Here's why I did it. I'm gonna show you here. I'm gonna show you real quick. Hold on a second. Hold on. This is why I was calling them Canaan.
There's so much in a glass of wine that tells.
You see, because like it reminded me, because it's kind of like exorcism. You know what I'm saying? It's like exorcism. Like I'm doing an exorcism. Like tell me who you are, damn it. So I'm gonna call you. This because if I say your name, maybe you'll come out.
Your name, wicked one. He who commands you is he who orders you thrown down from the highest heaven into the depths of hell. In the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, I now command you. Tell me your name. Hear, therefore, and fear, Satan, enemy of the faith. Give me your name, demon.
Canaan! Tell me your name, damn Damon. Tell me your name, Canaan.
And to capture people, the middlemen, these other West Africans, weren't having that. Now, this is why he's getting ready to say this next.
But when they tried to penetrate the interior,
But when the Portuguese or any of the other Europeans tried to penetrate into the interior alone, without any middleman or any other person escorting them that's from that land,
they met with armed resistance in many cases.
that means spears or whatever else they had, getting ready to get busy. They're getting ready to get busy. They're not having you coming in there and thinking that you're about to just go ahead and grab and cut the middleman out. Right? So from here, let's go back into the Atlas of the Transatlantic Slave Trade and let's keep reading where we were at.
West Africans could and did attack and sink some European ships in retaliation. The rulers of Congo, Benin, and some other regions succeeded at times in temporarily stopping the trade in slaves.
So it's not like all the rulers of the West Africans had their hands in it.
And again, we understand now, because remember, family, well, let's just share this with the Canaanite sister, the Canaanite girl. Hey, you know, you could be here, Canaan, you could be here, because even the scriptures say even Canaan can eat the crumbs of the people. You want some word? That's cool. You can have some word. Yeah, I would. I would love to debate him. I would love to debate him, bro. I would love to. Matter of fact, hold on a second, family. Yeah. Oh, you guys can hear me? Yeah, I would love that. But I know they won't. Now, the weird is because which deacon are you talking about? Deacon, what is his name? Aitan. He's not a deacon anymore. You mean Nate? Nate don't know how to debate. That's why he doesn't debate. You see, you need to understand why people do things and why they don't do things. When it comes down to the street teaching, he can do it. When it comes down to teaching like at a pedestal and you have actually time to debate, no, he can't do it. We've already seen it. And plus, those guys don't do that. They don't debate like that. But they never come in when they come. No, they're drunk. Yeah, they do come. They're drunk. Yeah, maybe they're drunk. Yeah, that's right. Remember that guy was here and he's like, he's drinking his drink and shit. I gave him one easy scripture and he fumbled that one. Like I gave him Deuteronomy 28:64. That's right. And he fumbled it like crazy. I told him, listen, I'm going to give you this scripture. Here, I'll show you, family, what I did, right? So the guy comes over. He's like, I guess a Fopi dude, right? He's a Fopi dude. Comes over and he's like, you know you're a heathen, right? I'm like, oh, come on, bro. Shows up and I'm like, all right, so let's see. And we talked, you know, You guys can go back to that. I can't remember which video it is. And plus it was echo, so I didn't know at that time too much about this platform and how it works. You know what I mean? The mechanicals and all the audio, whatever, this and that. So, you know, you guys could hear his echo. But anyways, so I'm like, listen, man, blah, 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 let's go to it. Okay, let's you want to talk Bible? Let's go. I gave him Deuteronomy 28:64. And I said, listen, I'm going to give you this one. Now, I know what you're going to do with the first part, you know, the scattered part. Now, you're going to say that, but you're going to ignore the other part, right? Like serve other gods, which neither your fathers have known. So I say that, and then he goes and just explains the same thing I told him he was about to explain, and then he goes and moves on. I'm like, bro, come on, man. Yeah, we got our gente that celebrates the Day of the Dead, just like, didn't you Negroes? I saw a bunch of Negroes celebrating Halloween, man. What are you talking about? And a bunch of Negroes are about to celebrate Thanksgiving. A bunch of Negroes about to celebrate Thanksgiving with football. Oh. Isaiah chapter 50. Isaiah chapter. Oh my God. Oh, you don't understand that. So I told him, I'm like, yo, you couldn't get it. Let's continue.
Many of them did, but not all of them did. And it's the same thing, or there's similarities between not all of the Europeans agreed with having the slave trade. There's always going to be some pockets of people who oppose what's happening, right? And in this case, there's some rulers in certain areas in West Africa who are saying, we're opposed to this, and they're coming out sinking ships.
Family, check this out. I'm gonna change my video right now. That's a good point. You know, I think these camps should know by now that this channel is around. Okay, I think they should know by now. And I doubted that they don't know about this channel. I've had people on Facebook saying, "Yeah, I'll debate you," and they don't show up. Christians did the same thing. The guy did later, whatever. But I, till this day, haven't. Matter of fact, Sakari invited me. They canceled the same day. Then they want to kind of trap me in a situation where I'm like, nah, bro, like I'm in the middle of something. And then they're like, okay, but they never followed up. Yet those days that supposedly I was ready, they couldn't do it, even though they were doing classes throughout those days. I, till this day, haven't found somebody that can come, that wants to come here and debate and try to tell me that the 12 tribe chart is real, or they try to tell me that we're not the people of the book. Like Fopi, for example, if Fopi can come over any day, matter of fact, I'll probably even go to their platform. I don't know. Hey, have Fopi invite me. I'll go to their platform. I handle all 15 of them Canaanites, bro. That's what Joshua does. I don't run, bro. I got enough armor. The helmet of salvation to get me through that shit. Are you kidding me, bro? You got 100 of them. Hey, one at a time, baby. Just one at a time. Because I can't listen to everybody. And listen, here's the thing. Like, I grew up in a very loud house. You know what I mean? I'm the last one out of 10. And there's a lot of talk. So I learned to mute shit. I learned to mute it. So I could, and then I hear stuff like, ooh. That's why the scriptures that say, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. You see, the Most High gave me that ear to discern since the get-go. So that's why there's a lot of tumultuous shit you guys can talk about. And even though it may sound like I talk a lot and I don't listen, I listen as I talk. So let's continue.
And trying to stop this trade from happening.
Keep It Quilted means you keep it the best. 3 layers of plush.
Yet the crucial point was the eagerness of African rulers and merchants to sell slaves.
He says, yet the crucial point, very important point that he's trying to get across. Although that there are some that tried to stop it, the eagerness. Understand what the word eager means. Eager is like someone who has a passion, who's trying very earnestly to make this slave trade happen. They were eager to sell the slaves that they had. Let's stop right here and let's go back into the book, the West African book, and let's find out a little bit more on why some of these rulers were so eager and passionate and motivated to sell slaves.
Kings made their money in a variety of ways, many becoming fabulously wealthy, especially with increasing demand for slaves by Europeans.
Uh-oh, here we go. It's getting spicy in here. We have the greasy-handed rulers, right? Hands rubbing together. Profits are on their minds. And that's all they see. Gold and what they can do with it. That's why. That's why they were eagerly ready to sell slaves. They had profits on their minds. And it says many of them becoming fabulously wealthy. You got to understand that.
The explosion in commerce brought about by the European demand for slaves put a king in prime position to amass wealth beyond dreams.
It's an explosion in
because
commerce.
Both of their holy
Business
books
is booming. Everybody's in here fiending. The greasy-handed got their eyes on any and everybody who they can get. You got to understand, in order to bring 12.5 million people that make it, that's not even counting the people that didn't make it. 12.5 million people. This had to have been a huge enterprise happening. Not some small thing when you can move millions of people out of a land, right? These people over here, the rulers had enterprises set up with actual people slave raiding, going out to go and catch people. Because the hands were super greasy for profits, right? They're partners in this. The Europeans and the Africans, both of them partners, both in cahoots, working together.
See, family, that's what I kept telling you, man. Like, and that's something the shenanigans of the Canaanite girl here don't want to embrace. Okay, let's touch on this real quick, just so I can, kind of refresh your minds, and that's why you can connect the dots with this guy just right here. That's what he says. This guy, you're cooking with oil, right? Even though you don't have much to deal with, he says something to that effect. So let's listen to what he says again, all right? So again, we're connecting the dots. Who was the first wave? We're going to hear it right now. The first wave of conquistadors, okay? That's what we're learning right now. Let's go.
I'm impressed. For a man with no videos, this man's cooking with gas. Look, Spain came in 1492. England came in the 1600s. Hey, that's 100 years. 100 years. Is America the same as it was 100 years ago? No, of course. See, so of course you had black people, black Moors here before the English got here. See, you're just kind of mixing history. See, it was Spain who shipped them out and shipped them over here. So, of course, there were Moors here. Well, and if you were here for 100 years, all those generations, you would eventually think that you've always been here. Just think about it. 1492, 1600.
Ouch, 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 ouch. Let's continue.
One has the demand, the other has the supply. And that's when you have those two conjoined, now you have business. And from that, the African rulers were able to amass wealth beyond belief. So much money you can't even believe it. That's why they were eager to sell slaves.
I also want to bring you to the attention that people say, oh, Arabs,
Arabs, they're all white. Arabs are all white. Arabs.
No. Some people say that they were. Check this out. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see.
So we'll go with the Jewish sources. There's a ton of sources. Mainly possessed and
Give me a second. Is this the one I'm looking for? Maybe this isn't it. There is a video that I was looking for. Here, let me continue. Listen. Oh.
Let's go back over to
Sorry about that. Let me continue.
The transatlantic slave trade and keep reading.
Angel Soft toilet paper is strong.
Similarity in skin color and other bodily traits, as Europeans viewed them, brought African rulers and
these are the
no sense of a common.
Perfect. Okay, I got it, family. I want to show you how these Canaanites, I'll call them that right now. See, when you act in the spirit of Canaan, I'm gonna call you Canaan. So let me get in here real quick. Hold on a second, family. You act like Canaan, I'm gonna call you Canaan, okay? So Canaan loves to say, oh, Muslims enslaved it. Muslims enslaved it. Hold on, let me read this real quick, and then I'll read that scripture. What is sad about this Yihami person is she probably didn't pay attention at all. It's been proven 100% now that most of these camps are Masonic funded. That's where their awakening comes from. Yep, true. Let me read that real quick. 1 Corinthians 13:46, it says, it is not glad about injustice, but rejoice in the truth. Yeah, you're right. So check it. So apparently they want to say also, oh, Arabs, they were white, Arabs. No, let's reflect. Let's reflect. You see, the Most High punishes his people, but he's also going to let other people do what they do, right? Remember in Jubilees it says, and the nations separated and then they started enslaving each other. That's what Jubilee said too. Wait, you think that these other nations, like, they're just because they got enslaved, they're Israel? No, of course not. Of course not. Let's go. Listen.
These are the original Arabs. Look. Arabs. Look. They look just like you. Arabs are black Semites. These people are the great Islamic invaders of Africa. These people are the great racist enslavers of African people. But this Arab man looks just like you. You see, the West is lying about Arab history and Islamic history, just like they are lying about ancient Egypt. They are lying about a whole lot of other things. Western colonizers are projecting their own history of enslaving Africans based on race, oppressing Africans onto other people. So in the Middle East, you have white people and black people. So the West said, yeah, the white people are the original Arabs, and these black people, they are descendants of slaves. They are Afro-Arabs or Abd. The West assumes that the Arab slave trade was racist just because their own slave trade was racist. Yeah, some of them may be descendants of slaves, but you have many, many, many white people from the Caucasus taken as slaves during Islamic times as well. So Abd may apply to white people and black people equally. No, primary source historical accounts from 1,000+ years back confirmed that Arabs were black people. They were Asmar or brown. They considered people who were not melanated to be non-Arab.
You know, these Arabs weren't that necessarily all white looking. Let's continue.
Common African identity with the captives sold.
Understand things like skin color, hair texture, feet size, any of those superficial surface level characteristics didn't have anything to do with if you're going to get caught and getting sold and going into the new world. Zero to do with it. Why? Because the Africans didn't view the world through that lens. They didn't see because we have same skin color that all of a sudden we're brothers. No, different tribes. You guys speak different languages. You guys have.
Boom. Key word, he said different tribes. Different tribes. Yeah, Mexican is not a, it doesn't apply to everybody. There's a lot of Mexicans. That doesn't mean they're Mexica. Let's continue. Let's finish this.
Have different customs. You see the world different. We are this, you are that. If you got caught and you are one of those outsiders, you're vulnerable. You're getting enslaved, right? Because the greasy-handed rulers didn't care about what skin color someone was.
Meaning that Misraim, Put, and Cush got tired of Canaan and said, I'm going to sell your ass. That doesn't mean you're Hebrews.
That ideology didn't come until later from the elite Europeans. No one saw the world through that lens at this time. So let's go back over to the book West Africa and let's go to page 282, and he's going to talk a little bit more also about the commonalities and why that didn't matter. These physical features didn't matter.
Africans were instrumental in the slave trade.
This is what we already come to understand. They're instrumental. You can't get a slave trade without the African.
What did I say, family? That wherever the Spanish flag went, the African was there holding the pennant. They just confirmed it.
Why would they do this? Why would they sell their own?
Why would they go off and go and sell their own, right? Everyone's supposed to be black. Everyone's supposed to be white. You're supposed to all see each other in these lenses.
The answer is that their own, as perceived by Europeans, and their own, as perceived by West Africans, were two different things.
The elite Europeans are the ones who came and start lumping people together. You're black, you're white, you're these groups. They're the ones who came and forced that worldview on people. And it's a distorted worldview because people never get together based off of superficial characteristics. At least nothing meaningful comes out of that. Most black people don't even like other black people. Most white people don't even like other white people. No one's getting along off of this, trying to lump people together. And the Africans already knew that, right? They knew that. You're from a different tribe. I need that. I need to come. I'm coming in there to get you, right? If you're vulnerable, they're coming to get you.
And the sellers of slaves profited immensely from the acquisition of textiles, hardwares, bars of iron, liquor, guns and gunpowder, tools, and utensils of various kinds.
This is what they were trading in the slave trade. They give you people, they receive these goods in return. This was the trade.
Now that you start connecting the dots, and now when we show you stuff like this here, this is from the global Indios, and how our people were being transported everywhere in the 1587 times, years. See? Right here. You guys got to get this book. Okay. Spanish immigrants and blah, blah, blah. Transform Iberia. Okay. We're talking about Malabar Coast, Brazil, West Africa, Mexico. Yeah, I can read this book. Some of these men and women are labeled Indios. In Castile, this signifier could refer to someone from the Portuguese domain of East or South Asia, or to the naturalezas environment of Spanish America, South Asia, or East Asia. Interesting. We'll touch on that in a little bit. Whether in Brazil, East Asia, Spain, Portugal, we see that, look, in the details and the twists and turns of these case studies, we can see how in the 16th century, Indio was a floating construct. So construct, let's look up construct here. Meaning word construct. It says build or erect something, the idea or theory containing various conceptual elements, typically one to be considered subjective or based on empirical evidence. Meaning empirical, meaning lots of evidence, like a boatload of information. That's how they come to the conclusion. So it says here that in this time was a floating construct, meaning there was empirical evidence to prove, as the term moved in its usage from the Americas and India to Spain, or from North Africa to the village of Carmona and back again. We can see how the construct marked individuals with a specific qualities, depending on the experience, political alliances, and cultural imaginations of the litigant and witnesses during the categorization, meaning these are actual court cases, world court cases. In Carmona, a multitude of ideas about human distinctions resulting from the presence of Indios and other slaves converged and were reconfigured. As local inhabitants, Indios responded to daily contingencies such as droughts and the formation of newly family alliances and military incursions or occurring elsewhere in Spain or Northern Africa.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
The people of the book. That's who we are. And we don't have to force shit. It's all over the place. There's no need to look to America, Asia, or Africa to trace the interconnectivity of the Atlantic or global world. Why? Because one can see changes within Castile. So in Castile, you could see a variety of people migrating. So we were here, here, and here. In this very same book, you can actually find us in Fiji. But they'll tell you that we weren't on boats and shit. Oh, I just closed it. What a dummy. Yeah, I just did. I didn't mean to. But it's okay. I can bring it back. It's no big deal. I mean, in reality, we are pretty much done with that video. What I'm trying to show you, family, is the difference in who they are and who we are. How we got here and how they are here. Who your enemy is and who we need to focus on taking care of. We cannot be letting other people assume that they are our gente just because supposedly they have the Bible in their hands. Well, you know, the Christians had the Bible in their hands too. What did they do? What did they teach us? What did the so-called Christians teach us? Absolutely not that way.
If the Great Spirit had...
So let's I'm gonna show you this real quick. No. Hey, you see how stupid this chick is, family? You see what I'm saying? Wow. You are fucking dumb. Sorry to tell you. What a waste of a brain cell this person is right here. You see, family, do me a favor. Never be like this. Okay? There's a scripture, a very important scripture. And I think it's a good time to educate ourselves right now. You see, family, you got to raise the bar and be above this ground. I literally, I'm just like walking. You guys are like cockroaches to me now. You ever came into that, you know, like the Matrix, like this scene right here? Let me show you. This scene right here. This one. This one right here. Where it's like and it's like he finally, you know what I'm saying? It's like some occurs, you know. What is that scene? Let me see if I can find that scene. This one right here.
The all-new Pizza Hut $7 deal.
So this is how I feel now. I know maybe some of you guys may think I'm kidding, but it's been too long already. It's been too long. Right here, this right here, this particular part, right about this part right here. So this is what I'm at right now. This is where I'm at right now. You know, this is where I'm at right now. All right, so check this out.
He is the one.
I see everything y'all do. I see everything you guys throw at me. Everything. All those arms. All that shit. I see it all through. There's nothing you guys can show me that you guys are going to confound me with. I'm hoping that may happen. Let me see. I'm looking for something. All right, who's that scripture? Here, while I'm looking for it, I'll read it. Because we're going to move on to that video. Psalms 92:6 says, a brutish man or woman knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand this. Brute, un bruto. Right? What is a brutish man? Like silly, ignorant dumbasses. He goeth, Proverbs 7:22, he goeth after her straightway. As an ox goeth straight to slaughter, or as a fool to the correction of the stocks. I'm looking for something, man. I'm trying to look for something here, family. I read it the other day, and my phone died, and I had actually saved it. Hold on a second. So, fool to do mischief, fool shall be servant. The way of a fool is right in his eyes. The fool is right present, but a prudent man covered his shame. Give me a second. Man, I can't believe I can't remember that one. It's one of them rare ones. I haven't really read it often. I can't remember where it was at. I found it. Again, my phone died. Let's see if I can find it. Let's see. Tool of meddling. Speak not the tears of a fool. Wisdom too high for. I like this one. Proverbs 24:7. Wisdom is too high for a fool. He opened not his mouth in the gates. Well, there's some fools that open their mouth not even knowing. Like this one right here. Proverbs 26:4 says, answer not a fool according to his folly, lest thou also be like unto him. Here it goes right here. That's it. This is it. Actually, this is it, family. Thank you so much, Father. Answer not a fool according to his folly, lest thou also be like unto him, right? So that's typically what they say, you know what I'm saying? But here it goes. Answer a fool according to his folly, lest he be wise in his own conceit. So that's why I'm answering him or her like that. Like, show me the Mexicans came from Levant. Okay. The scripture is a Negro Black history dumb. What? Prove that it's a Black history. Are you going to go to Genesis 2:7 or Job 30:30 or Jeremiah 14:2? Wisdom of Solomon 1:5. Which one? Which so-called milk are you going to throw at me? Now, Revelation 1:14 and 15. Is that what you mean? Answer a fool according to his folly or hers. So let's begin.
Had desired me to be a white man, he would have made me so in the first place. God made me an Indian.
The First Nations people have been given a message, have awakened to righteousness.
People of the land, for blood cries from the ground. Now is our time.
Get ready.
Hey, Shalom family. Hey, you will it. Man, I ain't gonna lie to you. That intro is man, that's fire. Every time I see it, bro, like I get goosebumps. I honestly get goosebumps, man, because that's beautiful. What better way? Appreciate you guys being here, man. Y'all beat me. Yeah, it's funny. I was actually reading that because I was watching it. I'm actually going to show a little bit because it pertains to what I'm going to actually talk about, man. Partus, Sequitur, Ventrem of it, 1662. That's the title. And we're going to, listen, I'm going to read different pages because we got to go deep on this. It's important for y'all to know now that there's clarity. Yeah, bro, and I ain't lying. Let me read this real quick because it's true. Yo, the Watchmen Report channel woman has ties to that big four-headed Dalton. They went to the same school. All that pride they had brought down. All praises to the Most High. Yeah, that's for sure, bro. Let me just read this real quick. Shalom, brother. Shalom. 9:1. Romans 9:1. I say the truth in Christ. I lie not. My conscience also bearing witness in the Holy Ghost. Reminds me of Romans 18. Spirit beareth witness with each. Spirit beareth with. Excuse me. Spirit beareth witness. God, couldn't even say that. Hermano, I made a Discord channel. Main topic is Indios Mexicanos, but I also need info that needs to be talked about. We can't be like the Canaanites and let the enemy feed us. Yeah. Hey, it's like this, bro. Me and a brother were talking about this. Why would you? Here, let me do this, because I'm not going to start right now. Why? Okay, would you go to Satan for advice? Honestly, would you go to Satan for advice? Would you go to an alcoholic on how to quit drinking? Would you go to a crackhead on how not to smoke crack? On how to quit? So why are we listening to other nations? First, you know what nation supposedly fed us and told us that we were just a bunch of Indians? That's what we were told. I asked my kids today, right? Because what is that thing? Hold on a second, family. I don't even know what that is. There it goes. I asked my kids today. In fact, you know what? I'm glad this Canaanite said this. As a matter of fact, just for the sake of it, I'm going to show you this, and then I'm going to move on. All right. So give me a second. I actually did some little digging on this, and I'm going to show this Canaanite since he's asking relevant. Because I don't even think this Canaanite knows what that means. Because I bet you she can't prove it with the Bible, nor can she prove it with white DNA. So I'm going to give you I'm going to prove it to you that white DNA says, or black DNA, however you want to say it, that, you know, of who I am, and also that I'm of this continent. Now, we're going to use, you know, for colonial terms, they're going to call me Mexican, Peruvian, whatever. But then we're going to look at the actual DNA of my so-called family father, right? Now, I was also told that, oh, well, you must be European because that's what it says. Okay, well, then that's what you say. So what I'm going to show you is a little bit more distinction as to you can't always assume things. You got to really do your homework when you assume stuff about people. Okay, family? So don't go assume things about people because you don't know. Okay? So just be mindful and be modest, man. Like, be humble. Okay, fam. So again, let me show the heathen real quick.
I see you're Mexican.
Okay, so the most recent says that I'm 91% of the Americas. However, broken down, I am 64% so-called Mexican, 14% Peruvian, 7% Colombian, 6% pure indigenous. European, 4, 3, South Asian, 3. Okay, the recent analysis, the most recent, right? The most recent. Like my father, my grandfather, and my great-grandfather. But it says here that my advanced analysis is actually beyond that. So what it says is now I'm 92% admixture of the Americas, okay? But I'm more Peruvian. Based on what they're showing, that my breakdown is 77% Peruvian, 14% Mexican, 1% Colombian, 1% European all across the board, 1%, less than 1% East Asian, less than 1% South Asian, and less than even 10% of Africa. Thank goodness. Okay, so now, and again, that's like, but you're from over here, so you can't prove that you live. Okay, sounds good. So I didn't pay nobody for this, and this was just recent. Again, I came into this so-called understanding. The Most High woke me up, right? And then he started leading me into these things, okay? So then now, all of a sudden, I find out what, haploid thing is. So it says I'm haplo, right? Haploid, R1b. So now they're going to, he's white. Let's find out. So it says here that my father is from this particular group. So now we're going to identify this group because people assume that they know where this group is referring to. But I did my DNA, so did my brother do a DNA. And we came very close to each other in regards to what we found. So I can sit here and say, yeah, it seems like two different companies actually showed us the same thing. So it says that our understanding regarding, like the bloodline goes in here, but my father is of here. So now if you look at this right here, right? This is in the so-called the Levant Negro. The Levant right here is where this whole concept comes from, right? Now, if you understand what this means, it's like the Haran is right here. So the migration of Abraham comes out this way, right? Right? Migration comes out this way, okay? Now, they're going to say, but I want to be his white. No. There's true. There is, but there's two types. There's two primary branches. The R1B1 L754, okay? And then the R1B12 PH155. Now, the L1, let me just start with L754 has two major subclades, which is the M269, and it's Western Europeans, and then the V88, which is today common in the Central Africa, okay? You see that, okay? Now, the other branch, which is this one, that's the one I'm talking about, is so rare and widely dispersed that it is difficult to draw any conclusion about its origin. It has been found in Bahrain. Where is that at? In West Asia, Persian Gulf. Okay, watch this. It's going to name all of these areas here of where this haplo is. Ventrem, in the island and country of West Asia, right? Watch this. Oh, come on, let's make it easy here. You see? And you know what? Let me just go back. I'm just going to go easier. Ventrem, Persia Gulf, India, South Asia, Nepal, South Asia, Bhutan, South Asia, not North Asia, Ladakh, Kashmir, India, Northern Territory, Takistan, which is technically like in Pakistan, Republic of Takistan, Turkey, which is in that located area, southeast, and then where else? I'm sorry, I left off right here. Where am I at? Sorry, family. I kind of jumped off here to move you around. And then Western China. You see that? So it says here that this particular haplo happens to be so rare that it does move around here and there. Now, I'm going to tell you this right now. It told me here, that's where my father is. It told my brother that we're predominantly from this area of India here and here. Now, I don't know about y'all, but I showed you the migration. So, I don't know, Yehudi Houdini, whatever your face name is. I've proven through scripture that, let's put it this way. Me, myself, and I've proven with empirical data that I am a person of the Bible. And that...
Wait a minute. Who are you?
And that the so-called Edomites, put me there too, very close there too, right? And then they put me here. And then I get woken up first because of the Spirit of the Most High. And you can't come here and say I don't know the scriptures because I'm proving it that I do. And I just find it so interesting. Let me see what you got. David got, there you go. Goat's hair. Thank you, sir. I was thinking that, bro. Thank you, bro. Aaron's beard. Milk for maidens. Mary's hair. Flat nose. Beautiful.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
How do you explain these verses? Let's continue. Enjoy the class. I'll be here. Let's have a good night, fam. And by the way, for you guys that are keeping Sabbath on Friday and Saturday, Shalom, Shabbat. It's about to finish. Mine says a lunar. It moved. So let's continue. Okay. I just asking them, hey, what did they teach you about, the whole history about our people, right? Like, yeah. Well, they just said what we all know. Typical common stuff. And I go back and I'm like, that's the problem. We allow people to tell us who we are. First, the so-called white man told us who we were. And now we're letting the so-called black man tell us who we are. Like, who are you going to believe now? They both obviously are lying to us. One told us something. The other one's hiding another one. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. Anyhow, hey, there were several people, man. Everybody left. Well, hey, too bad. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you guys, I ain't pretty enough for you. Oh, well. I'm not here for that. Anyhow, let's begin. Again, Partus Sequitur Ventrem of 1662. If you guys are not aware of what this is, what's going on with the screen? If you guys are not aware of what this is, what's going on with that screen? That's weird. Hold on, let me see if I can share the screen. Acting dumb. I don't know why it's doing that. Let me see if let me try to play something here. See if you guys can see it. Oh, you guys, okay, cool. Sounds good. Okay, so you guys can see it. I don't know what that was about. The Canaanite spies coming in and out. Let them watch, man. Poor guys, poor people. It's okay, guys. We went, here, let me say something. And you know who this brother, hey, brother, I told you about this. I talked about this. So, you see, us so-called Hispanics, who are the so-called 10 tribes, who believed in this so-called legitimate chart, we went through a lot of spiritual choking and confusion and almost being completely rooted out, almost like not believing in God, like literally like, is this all it's about, man? Are we? So, you know, a lot of us went through that wave, that to and fro feeling, man. And, you know, a lot of us, I can say for me, I fought to hang on, and I kept digging and digging and digging in a way to prove it right or to prove it wrong, whichever way I wanted to find out. Well, welcome to this world now. And yeah, you're right. They come in and out. I see 5, 7, and then they boom, they just bounce, right? They're waiting for the material that I'm going to bring out. They just want to see the material so they can go read it and then go to sleep and hung on their beds, hung on their pillow and cried, "Mama, this can't be true." Yeah. Y'all are going to have to now deal with it. You're going to have to question yourselves now, because now with this information, which was always available, but it somehow had to be presented some way, we can now see the spirit that you guys carry, and there's no doubt in it anymore. There's no like, man, why are they acting like that? Why, you know, why are they treating people that way? I thought, So let's begin, first of all, with the little humor. I hardly bring humor, you know, and I should
at Vista
do that, fam.
We can get your.
Yeah, listen, man, I actually enjoy, I enjoy jokes, and I love comedy, and this is one of them. Okay, so let me just say that we're gonna have a couple people here who I chose these guys because they're actually both nations. So these guys right here, right? They're funny, man. They're actually funny. And, you know, sometimes they talk crap about us, which, okay, fine. But, you know, at least they play fair and square here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to do it like this because I don't want to get, you know, busted, whatever. But let's laugh a little bit. Okay, so I want to show you guys that now you have to start questioning like how we question ourselves, right? Because these nations really did that to us. You guys really did that. Now, and me personally, I highly appreciate you, Fopies, and you hardcore BHIs, that you made us dig deep, man. Like dig into this. Who the fuck are Mongolians? Because that's something that even in Mexico, we use it as an insult. If somebody called you Mongolio, it's because you were retarded looking. Honestly, sorry to use those words, but that's how we saw it. So when you say that to us, it's like we never even assumed that we were those people. But anyways, let's enjoy a little humor, because it's tied to the spirit of the people that we are now dealing with. Now we have answers in regards to, but no, this is who you guys are. So if you want to bring a 12-type chart that says we're you people, oh, but we're not you people fully. We're a mix of you people. And when the Messiah comes, y'all will have afros. Now, let's have a little joke.
Yeah, got a new show for y'all. We got a damn good.
I got to play it fast, okay?
Show. I love being black, but there's a lot of Negroes out there that's making it tough on me to be black. It is, man. I'm a good Negro. Pay my bills, got good credit, take care of my family, you know. But these niggas out here making it hard on us good Negroes. Because that's the difference between niggas and Negroes. What do you think? You've been reading that book by that black philosopher, Chris Rock? Yeah. He's one of the greatest black philosophers of all time. Yeah. I think he's Greek too, like Aristotle. Yeah, he got some Greek in him. Yeah, he got that curly ass Jerry curl. He got that Jerry curl, like that nigga sitting on that rock like this. That curly kid. But anyway, so this black woman goes into this Asian-owned business because she thinks it's black-owned. She's a black supremacist. And you mean to tell me that's how you spend your money? I only support only black-only business. Take your iPhone, give it back. Take all them clothes off. Take that weave out of your hair. Take everything you own, give it back to the white man. Yeah. If you think like that. Yeah. But she goes into this business and it's Asian-owned, and she feels that they're still in black culture to earn a profit. Check it out.
Is this black owned? No. Okay, interesting.
There ain't no black owned business. White Asian people now.
Listen, when you try to tell me that we're the same people, and now you're telling me to question me, and I got to go deep in my history and understand where I'm from, blah, 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 blah. Okay. But they are paying attention, and I'm like, man, you guys' spirit just doesn't make sense to me. So this is what I see. And you're being called out on your own ways. Because listen, family, just like Ecclesiastes 1:9, there's nothing new under the sun. These spirits are going to come back with the same mentality. We ran into them already. We're going to see it again. Watch.
That black owned ain't none of them in there. They make some damn good drinks.
Good, how are you?
Get some boba drinks in.
Yeah,
Boba right there? Throw them bobas in there. Two little boats like tiny old guys.
Question, are you guys black owned?
We're Indonesian.
Okay, do you think using this, you guys are not using black culture to gain attention? You don't think this is black culture? Is this Asian? Is this Asian culture?
The commie house is definitely an Asian culture.
No, but it's a trap house though. Is that Asian culture? Yes, it is. Trap tea.
I can show you where it's at.
Trap tea, the boba plug. You're using black culture to gain customers.
God, this
establishment is not black owned, but you're stealing black culture. Is this not black culture? Trap tea, the boba plug? No, you're thieves. Asian people stealing black culture once again. It's okay, you'll be exposed though. You're not black owned.
They get exposed. You get exposed as a clown.
No, I came here because I thought it was black owned. That's why I came here. So my friends, I'm supporting a black
what the hell is going on?
This is not black owned. This is not black owned. Asians stealing black culture once again. You're a coon. Don't talk. I'm a coon. Because I didn't know it was black owned. I'm sorry. Because you're a coon.
Hey, everybody, you go to the black communities, when you go buy your do-rags, your weave, every time you go in these stores, they're owned by Asian people. Yeah. It's never a problem, but it's a problem because he's selling trap tea. Yeah, I guess, okay, he's referring to two terms. Trap, that's where you go buy drugs, trap house. Trap house. Right, and then it's drug jargon. Yeah, right. And it's plug. That's the dude plugging people with drugs, the drug dealer. Yeah. That's not black culture. So I guess they got those names tied in with their drinks. You know, Asian people, they smart. Yes. Don't call it the trap tea. Niggas will love this. Yeah. Yeah, so that's what they doing. Yeah. But to say that's black culture, that's not black culture, that's drug culture. Well, you calling black people crackheads and drug dealers. Hey, hold on now. That's what she doing. Well, if we think about it, let's look at it from a point of view. She's owning something here. She's owning something? Yeah, these niggas are controlling this country. They out here got these trap houses, plugging people. Mm-hmm. When you think of drug dealer, who you think of? A Negro. Negro. K-N-E-E-G-R-O-W. Negro.
Just a little humor, man. Hey, listen, a little humor, man. Because you know what? I'm going to show you something. And I'm going to show you something. Oh, damn. You never sent me those videos, bro. You sent me that one. I didn't really like it. But this is actually really, this is not funny, to be honest with you, what I'm about to show you, okay? It's not funny at all, man. And it's probably one of the things that I dislike the most. And there's a couple of things that I saw. Okay, so I'm going to present these things to you guys because it has to be brought to our attention. Can't ignore these things, you know what I'm saying? Let me show you guys this real quick. Where are you? Here it goes, right here. I'm not kidding, family. We saw the actions of certain people yesterday throwing dollars and like it's funny. That's people's tithes. Those are tithes. I don't care, man. I go to the club all the time. Yeah, but you know what you also do? You also insult and disrespect our elders. You have absolutely nothing in common. What's your name? Eliezer, whatever you are, whatever you are, honestly. You have nothing in common with our people. And if you think you're being smart by doing this, because practically what you're doing to this woman right now is you're calling her a stupid bitch. That's what you call this older lady, a Hispanic older lady, most likely Mexican, a stupid bitch. And then we got Nate calling us wetbacks. And then all those so-called Judites, they call y'all Northern Kingdom silly doves, fucking donkeys.
Cállate la boca, pendeja. Más la boca. Cállate la boca. Vamos, güey. Vamos, güey, pendeja. Vamos, güey, puta. Vamos, güey, puta. Now it's chapter 15, right? It's a free country. If we your country, now it's the white man's country. Don't sound free to me. Pinche idiota. Vamos, güey. Vamos.
Hey, any of you on my time, I rooted for that punk white one. What the f*** you thought was gonna happen? And our people that pack into churches every Sunday to worship this white boy, we know that they're not true believers in the Most High. Freedom. Right, hey, the men, women, and child are a bunch of devil. That's right. The white woman and that white god child is the devil. You're a god devil. That's what. You god cave dog.
Actions speak louder than words, fam. You call this your brother?
IRS agent, and I'm going to line them up across the southern border so they can.
You do realize those people you're calling illegal aliens? They're not aliens. They're not illegal. This is their continent. And they may pay more fucking taxes than you'll ever dream of. You are the only illegal alien on this continent. No one invited your people. No one wanted you here, and no one wants you here now. Not that kind of thinking. What gives you a right to be on this continent when you're from somewhere else? But yet you're telling the people who are from this continent that they're illegals. Make that make sense to me, please. I don't think you can. Why don't you, and people that think like you, grab Donald Trump and take your asses back across the ocean to Europe where you're needed? You're not needed here. We have no borders. That is not a native concept. That's a European concept. You want to pay your taxes? Take your ass back to Europe and pay taxes. That's not our concept. That's your concept. You want to lie, cheat, steal, murder, rape, commit genocide, pedophilia? Take that shit back to Europe. That's not our concept. You got the idea, white man? You're not needed here. You're not wanted here. As long as you think like that. You have a colonizer mindset, thinking someone fucking owes you something for something you didn't even fucking work for. Your people stole everything on this fucking continent. Prove me wrong, Mr. Illegal Alien.
Latinos joined with us to benefit themselves off of our struggle. And once they got all they felt that they could get, they disappeared and never mentioned your name again. And now when Latinos struggle, they struggle only as Latinos. They never mention how black people helped them. European Jews only struggled with you to benefit from you and use your numerical strength to advance themselves. And once they got to where they wanted to be, they jumped off the black bandwagon and they never mentioned you again. Gonna use your dumb, multicultural, low self-esteem having ass. They're gonna use you as the front man, and they're going to get all the gains. And once they deplete all the resources from your civil rights and community programs, they're going to jump off your back and act like they never knew you. Lord have mercy. We do not learn from our history. Why is your self-esteem so low that soon when an Asian jumps up saying, I want to work with black people, you act like you hit the lottery?
Y'all had to go to school to be taught to be native to the land. There's a difference in being taught and actually being born into this.
Now this is a prime example of when you believe things that you've never researched, you only hurt yourself. You see, indigenous boarding schools was not meant to teach Native Americans to be Native Americans. It was literally to strip their culture, their identity, and their language from them so that they can assimilate into American culture. Now let's watch how he puts his brain on display.
See, what you are, or what they call $5 Indian, your ancestors paid to be native to this land.
Again, when you believe things you don't understand, you only hurt yourself. You see, the designation of $5 Indians was reserved for those white people who literally have friends that was working on the Dawes rolls, who they would pay $5 to be added to the Dawes rolls to get land and call themselves indigenous people of Turtle Island.
I have the rightful heritage, meaning my DNA is in the land.
Maury?
I detective determined that was a lie.
This video was not meant for bullying and harassment. It was only to correct the disinformation that was put out by that gentleman. Thank you.
Yeah. Their spirit is just bad, disrespectful. You think they would be humble and be a light. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. That you would think that if, after all the struggle, you would be like, yeah, man, you know what I mean? After all of that, let me show you how to do it right. That's not, you guys ain't showing shit. You're good at, using famous people. You're good at collecting money. You're good at asking for alms, and you're good at yelling and screaming. And, yeah. Romans 9:8. That is, they which are the children of the flesh. These are not the children of God. Now, you guys always read that, right? And you're like, oh, the flesh, it means you get the seed. No, think about that. Remember the scriptures say, be not conformed to this world. Romans 7 says, Paul said, with regards to, I'll show you. There's nothing good in this flesh. Romans 7:14. For we know that the law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold under sin. So, when the scriptures talk about Romans 9:8, that is, they, which are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of God. Why? Because it would be boastful, proud, evildoers, wicked men, wicked women. Listen, family, it all goes back to, you look at the women and you look at them. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. A wicked woman or wicked women is given as a portion to a wicked man. Don't forget that, because I'm going to show you something statistical at the end. And that's why these classes are done, so we can wake the hell up, because our people are starting to follow their ways. Look, Romans 7:23 says, Romans 7:22 says, for I delight in the law after the inward man, but I see another law in my members, meaning the flesh, warring against the law of my mind and bringing me into captivity to the law of sin, which is in my members. Then it says, Romans 9:8, that is they which are the children of the flesh, emotional, sensual, sexual, debauchery, fornication, prostitution, sodomy, Gomorrah, Amorite, Canaanite, whatever you guys are. Everywhere we look at, Amorites were destroyed by the Most High. Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed by the Most High. Roma was destroyed by the Most High. Now we are back at it again. And there's a nation of people, two of them, that are always involved in those destructions. Hey, good evening, Rita. The whites told them they were Judah, and that's the whites, and that the whites were Esau. Why would the enemy give them the kill to their freedom? Once people get power, they never give it up. Yeah. I'll give you an example. John 6:6, man, this is beautiful. It is the spirit that quickeneth. The flesh profited nothing. Nah, these fringes are so long, man. They're 13 inches long, down to my foot. The spirit, it is the spirit that quickeneth. The flesh profited nothing. The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit and they are life. That's wisdom. It's called wisdom. Yeah. It's called wisdom. And you know what? Honestly, we're going to see something about this too. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to show you. I'll show you this. Okay. But, let's now, before we get
for a fulfilling career.
All right. So now this is a good one. This is actually funny. Hold on. Okay. Here goes right here. All right. Let's listen in.
Augustinine's grandmother and my grandmother, okay, they were sisters. So that make me and Roydale and Alvestein, okay, that's going to be first, second. Got same grandmother. They my first cousins, okay, they cheer. Roydale and Alvestein's grandmother and my grandmother, okay, they were sisters. So that make me and Roydale and Alverstein, okay, that's going first, second. Got same grandmother. They my first cousins. Okay, they
Gotta do it, family. Gotta do it. Okay. And this is why I gotta do it. I know that's all nice and fun and stuff. And it's funny, but listen, I know that we're supposed to conduct ourselves according to the law. But there comes a time where enough is enough. And I'm not here to tell y'all what you need to do, but I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do. Because this needs to stop. This goes to you other people too. I know, and look, the reason why I'm sharing these things of boastfulness, right, and pride, is because of what's been fed. When you use empathy and absorb everybody's energy, or so-called energy, for lack of better words, energy of empathy, and you feed it towards one nation of people, you feed that people an attitude of pride and arrogance. Now y'all feel like, oh well, I need reparations. Oh, I'm the original Aboriginal of this country. Oh, we're the First Nation, whatever you guys call yourselves. And now you've given idiots this pride of boastfulness. And actually, I'm thankful because you're exposing your spirit. I'm glad you're showing our people. You're making my job, to be honest with you, so much easier. Because if it wasn't any of this happening, then everybody like, bro, you're just a hater. You just, racist. You don't like certain people. Now, I love my gente, first and foremost. And they don't come in one color. So it's not that. When I say I love Mexico, I don't mean like the land. I love my people. And this is why, and when I love them, or like you guys, when you love somebody and they hurt you, when you when you mess with one bean, you're going to have to mess with the whole burrito, family. This is enough. This happened 7 days ago or 5 days ago, okay? You guys better start really paying attention to this.
Hey. Hey. Ahí déjala, que te pegue, ahí déjala. Hey. 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 Hey.
Stop recording my life.
Hell.
They gonna steal my motherfucking money.
Listen, family, they do this to our gente because they know that a lot of them don't have papers. And this false pride, as if you are anything. Let me remind you and tell you, you're a fucking heathen. And I pray to the Most High that he does exactly what you deserve. This is just ridiculous, family. But you know what? IUIC, since you guys are cops and you ran the plates on ISUPK because you said they drove around your building, well, guess what? We just presented the license plates, okay? So don't you do your fucking job and see what you're gonna say. Are you gonna tell us, look, there goes the license plates? What's his name? The so-called deacon from Haiti, the guy that looks like we're not with OPP, the goofy dude. Yeah, that he just talks a lot of shit. He don't know the Bible. This is all taught. The guy's brainless. He's brainless. I'm telling you, you're brainless. Okay? You said it yourself. That's how dumb you are. You open your mouth. Because I don't even know if that's legal for you to run plates on someone when you say suspicion. But are you working? Oh, I'm sorry. There were security guards. What? Are security guards cops? So now, since you have this kind of ability, did you run like history on all the people in IUIC without their knowledge? Now that we know, and now I know why, you need to understand who is in these rooms. See, now we saw one guy, he left. I'm by, man. This is not a channel to sugarcoat you and tickle your belly and tickle your feet. Like, oh, this is nice. No, this is, you want to call it a show? It's a show. You want to call it whatever. I'm not from no camp, and I'm not telling you how to go follow a camp. This is not what it's about. What I'm showing you is real shit. Real things that happen to our people. And the nerve of you guys to go and say, oh, well, you know, because imagine all of this is happening, and guess what? Y'all ain't the people of the Bible. You guys are just illegal aliens. Oh, but poor black people. Poor white people. They're taking their jobs. Get the hell out of here, man. That's the stuff that bothers me, family. I'll tell you what, man. I don't get angry like I used to. But this is the type of things, man, that I know that a lot of you guys are probably frustrated. So let's read this real quick. 2 Maccabees 6:13. Thanks, bro. For it is a token of his great goodness when wicked doers are not suffered any long time. Like that dumbass broad. Yeah, you with the fake ass hair. That's right, you ghetto ass 5 kids from like 7 men. Because that's your story. That's that a wicked woman is given to as a portion to a wicked man. These women have the highest divorce rate, and then they want to complain. You got to see the spirit. You guys want to say, "Oh, you're too harsh." What? Oh, now we got to be politically correct now. Well, it's okay to say illegal aliens, spics, wetbags, beaners. It's okay to say all that. It's okay to say we're murderers, we're thieves. It's okay to blame us for fentanyl, when in reality it was a fake Jew, Shackler, whatever your name is, the one that created oxycodone. That was a fake Jew. It's okay, Israeli. He started the whole demographic of people dying. Watch the movie or documentary, Painkillers. And now they want to blame the so-called Mexicans for something you fake people created? Nah, man, you ain't getting away with it. It's amazing how fast this exposure came within the past week. All their connections, all priests, the most high. Yeah, man. All praise that. I guess it, 1 John 4:1. Let me read this first. Beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirit, test the spirit to see whether they are from God. Just like Isaiah 1:8-20. If they don't speak according to the law, that means there's no light in them. Imagine me going out there teaching, fam, and I'm like, shut the fuck up, you black bitch. Shut the fuck up, you bitch. Imagine me saying that, because that's what you said, Alizar, or Eleazar, or Sigarar, or whatever the hell you are. Gorilla, white ass monkey fool. Because you don't know whose mom that is, man. That's the thing. You don't know whose mom that is. And if it is somebody's mom and they see it, man, I hope they don't take it easy on you. Let's put it that way. Because that's total disrespect of our people. I know you don't see us as your people, because if you saw us as your people, you wouldn't talk to her like that. That's right, Jude. If you read the Bible, it says some with fire and others with compassion. Don't you guys preach that women shouldn't be teaching? Oh, they're the weaker vessel. But yet you measure to this old woman as if you're a woman yourself. You literally acted like a child, like a girl, because girls do that. Oh, it's not my fault. I know you are, but what am I? Oh, it was your country, but it's my country now. That's Bible? Y'all give this young kid your money? Are you guys that dumb? Are you grown men? This is stupid. You got grown men older than me in these rooms. He's talking shit to probably your mama. That could have been your mom. How do you know it wouldn't have been your mom? But nah, hey, here's my brother. How do you fucking know? You don't know nothing about that guy. And now we know everything about them. James 3:10, out of the same mouth proceeded blessings and curses. My brethren, these things ought not so to be. You see what I mean? That's fire right there, bro. Because when you look at the video like that, man, I got to see it again, man. I'm going to see it again. You know, I need you guys to really absorb this. And all you idiots that are in these rooms, bro, y'all stupid. Y'all dumb. I got no respect. I got no respect for you men. You so-called Hispanics, you so-called Mexicans or Cubans, Puerto Ricans that are in this room with this idiot, where he's taking your money. Okay, look like I don't know who made that design. That somebody made it. And as a matter of fact, if you pay attention to these designs, that's some shit right there. That's an eagle. Those are wings. And that right there in the center, that's Greek shit right there over his head. And that's a sword. If you guys are still in these rooms, you grown men, older than me, if you're young, you're stupid. Hopefully you listen. But if you're older, like my age, 40, 50, 35, whatever, and you're still in these rooms, bro, you deserve what you deserve what the Most High is going to do to you. It's like Lazarus. Yeah, y'all have it good. Cool. That's cool. Sounds good. Yeah, just like Maccabee said it. 2 Maccabees 6:13. For it is a token of great goodness when wicked doers are not suffered any long time, but forthwith punished. For not as with other nations, whom the Lord patiently forbeareth to punish, till they come to the fullness of their sins, so dealeth he with us. Now I'm gonna tell you something. Lest that being come to the height of sin reward, he should take vengeance on us. Meaning, if you guys follow what they're doing, if you're dumb Mexicans out there trying to teach like these idiots, you listen, it's just a matter of time. And like you said, bro, and this week it's amazing because it's coming. Like, listen, when the flood, the Most High talks about water. When it comes and it floods, it's gonna flood, and it's not gonna hold back anymore at all.
Cállate la boca, pendeja. Abra la boca, cállate la boca. Vamos, pendeja. Vamos, puta. Vamos, puta. Now it's chapter 15, right? It's a free country. This was our country. Now it's the white man's country. Don't sound free to me.
Free country. Now it's our country. Huh. Again, it goes back to my point. Partus, Sequitur, Ventrem. So this spirit you see on this Canaanite or Edomite or Orionite, however you want to call them, that same spirit is Partus, Sequitur, Ventrem spirit. I'm telling you, it all makes sense now.
Hey, any of you on my time, I rooted for that punk white one. What the fuck you thought was gonna happen? That our people that pack in the churches every Sunday to worship this white boy, we know that they're not true believers in the Most High. Freedom. Right, hey, the men and women and child are a bunch of devils. That's right. The white woman and that white god child is the devil. You're a god devil, that's what. You god cave dog.
Hey, they hate. Yeah, I know what you mean, bro. They hate women, but they hate their own the most. You don't talk to people like that. Nah, bro. You know, I don't care if, especially when they're older, man. Like, you don't do that to our gente, bro. That's you just don't do that, bro. I don't know how you even think that you can. So now let's get back to the point. Now, but this is what we were taught, family. This is what we were taught, right? We all know this is what the whole concept of history it is. Evolution of slavery in Virginia, 1619. Oh, as you will see below, historians agree that. Hold on, let me do this. Oh, sorry. It says that you will see historians agree that the first 20 Africans landed in Virginia in 1619. What is in dispute is their exact status. So this is what we've been taught, that Africans were brought here in 1619 and that we had no clue who the hell they were. Typical. That's not unnormal. All right. We know that, I don't know why I closed it, man. I should have done that. We know that we were told that they came on ships and that we weren't really involved in slavery. And that, you know, all of these so-called Negroes, you know, had nothing to do with slavery. And that it started in Jamestown. And it was 20 Negroes. And that, you know, conditions were always horrible. Now, check this out. But then it gets interesting here. Who knows when the first slave law was passed in the 13 colonies? Let me read that real quick before I continue. Proverbs 19:11. With his mouth, the godly man destroyed his neighbor. The godless man, I'm sorry. With his mouth, the godless man destroys his neighbor. But through knowledge, the righteous will be delivered. That's why you have to know how to speak to people. That's a great scripture, bro. Given this, even though we do not see the first statutory slave condition until 1660, we see that its immediate antecedent, I guess. I don't know. I've never read that word, actually. It's weird. In several runaway slaves, serving cases occurred decades before the law of slavery appears. So here we see that for the first time, we see like a law about slavery in 1660. That's what we knew, and that white people did it, and they took them from Africa, and the white people did it to us, and that, we were in slavery, and because we didn't know any better, and because we're stupid, and that they had like a category, you know what I'm saying? Like they had certain slaves, and some were not slaves. And then now, like I told you, but I'm going to show you a little bit. And now we see this here. Okay, so the brother, whoever this is, whoever you are, all praise to the Most High. So I'm going to play it a little fast, and we're going to see some subtitles. Let me see how fast it goes, okay? Let me see. This is going to be to right here. So he's showing this guy. This is William Cooper and how he holds his hands, right? So masonry stuff. So now he starts showing this big-ass forehead fool. Let's listen in. I don't think it's too fast.
So I tell people, you don't have to believe in the New Testament.
Whoa. That's it. It's fast. All right, let's continue.
In Christ, the people that the Bible is about, which is the Hebrew Israelites, the children of Israel. So I tell people, you don't have to believe in the New Testament in Christ, but at the end of the day, you can't deny your ancestry and your lineage. And your ancestry and your lineage goes further than the word Bantu, because Bantu means the people. Whatever. At the end of the day, when we do the DNA of Latinos or indigenous Indians in Mexico, and we do the DNA of black people in the Americas, our DNA on the mother side and father side is always going to connect us back to sub-Saharan Africa with the Niger-Congo Bantu-speaking people. And we know that black people don't have wings and black people don't have gills like Aquaman. So how did they get to the Americas? And we know through history that the slave trades brought us to the Americas.
Now, this is not true, fam. DNA, if you want to believe it, does not connect us at all whatsoever. A1B1A and A1B1B, it's all over Africa. But here we start, see, this is where it gets a little tricky. Is he talking about the 12 tribes, or is he supporting the Wobbles? You see what I'm saying? Let's continue.
Raised 33 degrees. See, if I had come through man, then I could have only been raised 33 degrees. If I raised myself.
And I thought, well, if we're real Israelites, then what are people in Israel? No, I got stopped right there. So what age did this happen? This happened when you start really seeing the scriptures and saying, hold on, man, this might be us right here. This happened like 2010 years ago, so I was about 33 years old. Okay. Yeah, 33 years old.
Not an organization. Been told gathering blacks and Latinos back to their true nationality. Back to their true nationality.
I quit my job to come to South Africa and bring this message here because the movies and the books they're a big thing in America. And even though the movie and the books have been around.
And, you guys got to think about it. They keep saying black and Hispanics, right? But where are you guys? Where are you Hispanics in this whole movement? No, shut up, Northern Kingdom. Y'all don't know shit, okay? Shut up. You guys are silly dogs. Let us Negroes handle it.
And selling on Amazon since 2015. It's time for Africa to get this information.
Bruh.
You have Israelites that believe only in the Old Testament. They believe, and you have those that believe in the New Testament and the Old Testament. You have those that believe certain books they don't believe. You have some Israelites that believe these people over here are the Israelites, and these are not on this earth are people. And so there's different teachings and doctrines that every Israelite, I guess, assembly or camp has.
What's amazing is I went out there and I jumped the gun. Now, the last thing I want to talk about, Kyrie Irving.
Nathaniel, because there's been a lot of, conversations about, the situation with Kyrie Irving.
The world is truly a stage.
I quit my job to come to South Africa and bring this message here because the movies and the books they're a big thing in America.
I don't know why. So, but why now? Especially now that we understand the heat is on now because of the Kyrie Irving situation. So, why now, Ron? You think because so you have to kind of question the timing as to why now.
I think his behavior is agent-like, and because the powers that be, they will use our own people to infiltrate.
Bruh.
Oh, I do this every day. Yeah, but you don't do it every day on video. And when you do it on video, it's throwing up hand signs to the Illuminati. You are not to do that. You are not to do any kind of Masonic, demonic hand gestures. Why can't you just keep your hand in your lap and talk when you're on video? Because you can't, because you're worshiping Satan. That's why. And so I put up these videos to show you the comparison with the same demonic elders in churches, in the Christian churches. They're throwing up the hand signs, and you got these Hebrew Israelite brothers throwing up the same hand signs and gestures.
Oh my God, here we go. See, even after, like, now it's like, yeah, you got these heathen Israelite sellouts. No! Y'all are... All right, so anyways, so this is what we're not seeing in our faces, right? So now, let's find out about the first slave law. The first slave law was in Barbados. Barbados Slave Code, okay? It was officially in 1661. Officially titled An Act for Better Ordering and Governing of Negroes. How convenient, huh? How convenient of Negroes. That's so common. That's so common now. Like, oh, it's just Negroes. Nah, not at all. Okay? The slave code described black people as a heathenish, brutish, and uncertain, dangerous kind of people. You mean to tell me that you had to come up with slave codes in this continent when you already knew them back then? Weren't you enslaving them for a while? All right. So, but then again, now, let's look at this. Partus Sequitur Ventrem, okay? And it was in 1662 when the law was passed, a Virginia royal colony. Who was a king at this time, you say? King James IV. That might have looked like some of these guys here. I already showed you guys, right? So now, but whenever you see Partus Sequitur Ventrem, you don't see our people. You see Hamites, Canaanites, not Israelites. I know you guys like to believe that, but I think it's a portion of you are, but hardly any of you. Hardly any of you. Partus Sequitur Ventrem, that which is born follows the womb, was a legal doctrine passing colonial Virginia, okay, was originally chartered in 1584 and established in 1585. Who was in charge? Who was chartering this? King James, the so-called black dude that supposedly authorized the Bible translation. So in 1662 is when you see the actual first practice of Partus Sequitur Ventrem. But see, here's the funny part. When I first started learning this, well, Partus Sequitur Ventrem to all the 13 colonies. You see? So let me show you something, family, because this is one thing you need to learn. 13 colonies of America. Map. All right. Oh, no, I don't want to see that. Let's see. I need a whole map. I need a whole America map. There it goes right there. Okay, so here's the 13 colonies. Florida isn't part of it. All this, Florida is not part of it. Then you start seeing Texas, Louisiana, Georgia. I don't know all the maps. I don't know all the states. But it was 13 colonies at this time. That means the so-called British or Europeans were just here. Here. So who was over here? You see, when you look back at history, when the 13 colonies, the British or these so-called Americans here separated from Britain, they promised not to invade further than 13 colonies. So now we know that the 13 colonies was from where to where? The 13 colonies began. The first 13 colonies founded along the eastern seaboard in the 17th and 18th century, between 1600 to 1700. Okay. Well, that's what we see here. So a lot of you so-called African Americans, you guys don't realize this. You guys forget about all that. You think Partus, Sequitur, Ventrem with all black people? No, not at all. So now, let's look at this. Matter of fact, I'll even let somebody help us here real quick. One of their own, so you can see.
A common characteristic for the first illustrious so-called African Americans to rise into prominence was a melanin-deficient parent, in most cases, a father. This outcome was mostly a result of Virginia colonial slave statute, Partus, Sequitur, Ventrem. That which is brought forth follows the womb, meaning the legal status of a child born of an enslaved Indian woman will always remain enslaved. This law gave planters and free white men in general carte blanche authority to impregnate captured women without having to so much as even claim responsibility for their mixed race children. Just as common, these children were sold on the will always to Ventrem. That to prominence was a melanin deficient parent, in most cases a father. This outcome was mostly a result of Virginia colonial slave statute, Partus, Sequitur, Ventrem. That which is brought forth follows the womb, meaning the legal status of a child born of an enslaved Indian woman will always remain enslaved. This law gave planters and free white men in general carte blanche authority to impregnate captured women without having to so much as even claim responsibility for their mixed race children. Just as common, these children were sold on the mulatto maid market as house niggas for an added sticker price as compared to their darker skinned counterparts. In this aspect, Virginia colonial law was totally contradictory to English common law, which states that a child's status follows the father. Of course, this law extending from the earlier Virginia codes was designed this way to assure legalized rape of indigenous women without consequence, and naturally the perpetuation of slavery through a duplicitous modification of English common law. Children born of a white mother and black father were considered free and were counted among free people of color. White men were freely allowed to abandon or kill their children without recourse, solidifying their position as the first deadbeat dads in American history, to the point that many of the most notable so-called black men in history, like Frederick Douglass and Booker T. Washington, never even knew who their white fathers were.
You heard it. It wasn't for me. So the 13 colonies, which is Virginia, colonial law, meaning that Florida was of Spain, and so was all this territory. This part was of France. I think France was right here. But all of this was Spain, and it was natives. That's what it is. Let me show you this real quick. This is interesting here, okay? Slavery in colonial history in the United States. Slavery in the colonial history in the United States refers to the institution of slavery as it existed in the European colonies, which eventually became part of the United States, okay? 13 colonies right here. You see? Florida's not part of it. Florida's not. Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Maryland, Delaware, Jersey, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New York. That's to the original 13 colonies. And every single one of these colonies had slaves. Now, the question is, who were the slaves? We know that Spanish, French, Dutch, and English all gradually started coming here. But French and Portuguese were the first ones to initiate slavery. Now, we know Portuguese were the very first ones to start enslaving people in Africa, but we also know that Portuguese weren't white. Neither was Christopher Columbus. He was Swati. Now, here's the funny part, okay? This is how they get away with this discovery of doctrine. Native American enslaved members of their own and other tribes, usually as a result of taking captives in raids and warfare before and after Europeans arrived. How convenient, huh? Talks about expeditions and all that, but the funny part is in this very same article, it actually talks about Nathaniel Bacon's actions in Virginia during the late 1670. If you guys look him up, he hated our people. They also provided soldiers. No, I'm sorry. Let me read it. In 1676, the Virginia Assembly granted Bacon and his men what equated to slave hunting license by providing that enemy Native Americans caught were to be enslaved for life. For life. They also provided soldiers who had captured the Native Americans with the rights to retain and keep all such Indian slaves or other Indian goods as they had taken and hereafter shall take. By this order, the assembly had made a public decision to enslave Native Americans. In the years to follow, other laws resulted in Native Americans being grouped with other non-Christian servants who had imported to colonies, Negro slaves as slaves for life. Puritans, Virginia, Spanish, Florida, and the Carolinas engaged in large-scale enslavement of Native Americans. New England, Virginia, Spanish, Florida. Who conquered Florida? Narvaez. Black. Yeah. All of these guys, they were what? Interested in enslaving Native Indians. Okay? The first Africans are stop lying. We know that's a lie. Once again, let me touch on this so you can be clear. That which is born follows the womb. The law before in Britain was that if your father was free, then you'd be free, not of your mother. But never do they mention our women in this. It actually says in 1620, a group of 20 odd Negroes were landed in the colony of Virginia. They had been captured from Portuguese slavers, the Portuguese having begun the Atlantic slave trade. And we know that Portuguese were Swati and black. But see, never in this moment do they mention our women being the ones. As they hint it, they reference it. But never do they really put it in your face. They can't. And they never will. I'm going to show you this real quick. Now let's get into the books. See, y'all see, man, I don't lie about this stuff, man. The free, bro. Watch this real quick. I hurt some feelings, but I'm not here to caress your feelings. Let's see. This is on the Free Negro in Virginia, 1619 to 1665. It says here, were any or all of these Negroes permitted to realize the freedom to which servants were entitled under the laws and customs of servitude? In the records of the county courts dating from 1632 and 1661, Negroes are designated as servants, Negro servants, or simply as Negroes, but never in the record, which we have examined, were they termed slaves. Hold on a second. They were never termed what? Gotcha, bitch. Slave. Hold on. Gotcha, bitch. But an order of general court, a Negro brought the West Indies to Virginia in 1625, was declared to belong to Sir Francis Wyatt, then governor, as his servant. There is nothing in the record which indicates that servants meant the same as slaves. Among the 23 African servants enumerated in 1624 was a Negro man named Anthony, and we know who this guy is, and a Negro woman named Mary, serving under different masters. In the court county records of Northampton, the date February 28, 1652, as the following order. Okay, we see this here. Let's continue. page 25 of the same book. Subtracting 30 or more years from 1652, the date of this court order, we find that Anthony Johnson and possibly the woman who became his wife were inhabitants of Virginia before 1622. If additional evidence is required to establish the fact that Anthony Johnson and his family were free in 1652, it is contained in a land patent of 1651 assigned to him in fee simple 250 acres of land. Hold on a second. What, 18 a slave? How the fuck do you got this much land? Excuse me. Didn't mean to cuss, family. I'm really working at it, fam. I'm gonna try to cuss not today, okay? I'll really work on it. If additional evidence is required to establish the fact that Anthony Johnson and his family were free in 1652, it is contained in a land patent of 1651 assigning to him a fee simple 250 acres of land. Y'all know how much 250 acres of land is? Here, I'll show you. How many? Well, first of all, how much is 200 acres of land? That's about 200 acres of land, fam. Okay? How many homes do you think you can fit in there? Yeah, I understand, bro. Don't trip, man. I got you. Okay? So anyways, let's continue. 250 acres of land or on the records of a suit which he maintained in a court county in 1655. Then it says, after 1643, terms of service for servants brought into the colony without indenture or covenant to testify their agreement were fixed by law at 4 to 7 years, the period varying somewhat with usefulness of the servant. So perpetual slavery, not at all to you black folks. So far we see there was something as indentured servants for black people. The variation in the term of service for Negro servants appears to have been greater than the variation for white servants. In 1651, head rights were allowed upon the importation of a Negro by the name of Richard Johnson. Only 3 years later, a patent calling for 100 acres of land was issued to this Negro for importing 2 other persons. So every time y'all brought your people, did the white man give you the land or did you give yourself the land? Or was there no such thing as white or black at that time? It was either European, African, or Native. And I'm starting to wonder now, who really enslaved who? Because you guys say that Africans enslaved you and sold you. But I'm starting to think that you guys actually, you European blacks, you guys were enslaving the Africans from over there and bringing them here. No wonder a lot of them don't like you guys. They know what tribe you are. And the problem is you don't know what tribe you are. Only 3 years later, a patent called for 100 acres of land that was issued to this Negro for importing 2 other persons. Now, how did you get this land, Negro? Hence, it appears that Richard Johnson came in as a free Negro or remained in a condition of servitude for not more than 3 years. What the hell? A Negro who came to Virginia about 1665. Remember, Partus, Sequitur, Ventrem was already established. But we see free Negroes getting land through headright programs. It doesn't make sense, right? Okay, let's continue. Then it says, it appears from a certain indenture to be found on records that the term of service to which a Negro might be bound could be for almost any number of years. In the following agreement, for example, the term was 10 years. But it thought fit and assembled unto Mr. Steph Charlton in court that Honorable, I guess, G. Hammer, that John G. Hammander, Negro, his servant, shall from ye date thereof serve ye Mr. Charlton, his sirs and assistants until the last day of numbers, as well as we should see for the years of our Lord. 1658, and then ye see Negro is to be a free man. Another example of a contract of indentured Negro servants, the following extract from the Northampton County Court Records, 1645, quoted. We see here one thing that you guys ignore. that Negroes remain in condition of servitude for not more than 3 years. Not more than 3 years. And I'll show you this now. Now I'm taking you through this process because I want you to pay attention, because once you start connecting these this history, Indian slavery. Indian slavery in Virginia. Okay. I'm sorry, Indian slavery. No, it's called Indian slavery in colonial. Okay. We're going to go to page 76. Watch this real quick. I'm going to show you something because this happens a lot to us. Okay. So watch. Remember, I just read to you Partus, Sequitur, Ventrem, all these things. And we read that black folks weren't technically slaves, perpetual slaves. They were indentured servants, 3 to 4 years. Now let's read. They shall be slaves for their lives. This is from Indian slavery in colonial America. Okay. Is this book right here. Oh, no, that's not the book. But I'm going to read that later. It reads, second paragraph. These Indians were not indentured servants. Like Rawlinson, boy, Indians served masters not for 4 years or 7 years, but until they died, no matter how many years they might be. Indisputably, and by 1661, at latest, Indians could be and were lifelong servants. You Negroes were not doing that. You Negroes were getting away with head right program, and in 4 years, you were free as hell, and you were buying land. And remember, this is the 13 colony laws. So it was just you, black and white people. And you were enslaving our women. That's why you dumb wobbles that think you have native in you. It's because El Negro raped our women. So I guess be thankful in a sense that through rape, that you are the real mamsers. You see, we lost 2 people. Why? Because it hurts you. It hurts you. These are facts. So unless you don't like it, then hey, hit the link. Hit the link and prove me wrong. Or tell me that these books are lying. Because here we see that Indians were not indentured servants. No, undisputably, by 1661, at the latest, Indians could be and were lifelong servants. Judging from the deeds and wills of 1640s through 1660s, Indian servitude was generally something more than lifelong service. The children of Indian servants were also servants for life, born into that condition. Moreover, Virginia did not limit slavery only to Indians captured from distant Spanish territories by dubious allies or disruptible traders. Virginia, after decades of struggle for survival from 1607 until 1640s, was stabilizing, growing increasingly more powerful and secure. Remember what Thomas Jefferson said? As long as they continue to strengthen, hopefully we get weakened so then they can take over the whole entire land or continent. Still, there were occasional threats to security. By the 1650s and early 1660s, with trade opportunities and expanding, contact with distant tribes increasing, rather than hindering or limiting slavery, armed conflicts between colonists and natives provided justification for and rationalization of slavery. For example, in 1660, when Northumberland resident John Powell complained of damages occurred upon his state by unspecified Indians, the colonial legislator passed an act authorizing county commissioners to demand monetary satisfaction from all Indians living within the county bounds. If any of these Indians did not or were unable to immediately comply, then so many of them as the court shall think fit shall be apprehended, sold into a afferage or Sorings, I guess, county. The governor and give me a second. And council subsequently appointed the authorized themselves to cause some of those Indians to be apprehended and to be accordingly disposed of. So now let's read here, okay? Yeah, I'll continue. This transpired some 16 years before Bacon's rebellion at an event cited by early scholars as a seminal event leading to the eventual but temporary enslavement of certain Indians, and perhaps most notably 2 years prior to the Virginia First Legislative Act recognizing the condition of Negro slavery. probably realizing a profit from the direct capture of sale of Indian slaves in 1660, as in 1646, the Berkeleyan administration sought with its Indian Slavery Act of 1661 to circumvent the growing power and influence of the independent traders. Again, in 1666, and barely a decade before the onset of Bacan Rebellion, Governor Berkeley issued an order against the Rappahannock River Tribe. Members of this tribe allegedly murdered some colonists in that section in violation of the Treaty of 1646, as mentioned before. With the 1660 and 1661 Retribution Act, aside from Partus, Sequitur, Ventrem, the General Court, Berkeley presiding, declared that for revenge for the alleged murders and for the prevention of future mischiefs, the tribes would be prosecuted with war, and their women and children taken and disposed of according to such instructions as shall be issued from the right honorable governor. So all white folks buying, and who's selling our sister? This freaking Canaanite, you heathen right here. You better swallow that pill. You better swallow that pill. Examine yourself. Because I know this is going to be a very, very, very difficult thing to comprehend for you. But quite frankly, I'm glad you're going through it. Because you deserve it. You deserve it for all the lies. You and the other and the white heathens. Y'all deserve it. Y'all deserve what's coming to you. This land was taken and destroyed families. And it's funny because this land here destroys families spiritually. The highest divorce rate in the entire world. Y'all getting what you deserve. I already read that. Let the blood. Here, let me show you this. Let me show you this page here. Let the blood stay pure. So let's talk about this term Negro, okay? Because I know that some people get offended, like, listen, that word don't even apply to you, black man. Let me get into this. The word Negro doesn't even apply to you. You took it, just like every culture vulture. It's awkward that you like, kind of like, oh, you're stealing black culture. Trap tea. Trap tea. They said that these Asians were stealing black culture because they called it trap tea, which is some gangster shit. Damn, bro, you steal everything. I mean, you buy their hair, their products. I don't get it. And then you even take whatever. Okay, let's do this. Due to the European broad use of the term Negro, it appears that the radical. Hold on, let me read it. It appears that the racial identity of the Negars brought ashore the James River in 1619 remains ambiguous as well. John Smith recorded in General Historia of Virginia, about the last of August came a Dutchman of war that sold us 20 Negars. These 20 were stolen from a Spanish vessel by Dutch pirates of the West Indian coast. Remember who was responsible for the Dutch? King James. And remember, King James authorized the translation of the Bible in 1611, but yet the same Dutch company is enslaving Negroes. About the last of August came a Dutchman. These 20 were stolen from Spanish vessels by Dutch pirates of the West Indian coast. The names of 11 of the 20 captives had been preserved, which bear their Spanish affiliation. One captive was a Negro woman named Angelo. According to Helen Cathero, this name is not common in England or found in Africa. See that? One captive was a Negro woman named Angelo. According to Helen Cathero, this name is not common in England or found in Africa. Additionally, names were Anthony and Isabella, and there were also two other Anthonys, two Johns, Williams, Francis, Edwards, and Margaret. Those names may or may not have been anglicization of Antonio, but Juan, Guillen, Francisca, Eduardo, and Margarita. Now check this out. The use of the term Negar to describe the new arrival is not without significance. The Dutch adopted the term from the Spanish as they had no such equivalent in their own language. Remember, the Spaniards were Swati. The Dutch were Swati. The Portuguese were Swati. These were black people, or so-called negros. But check this out. Well into the 18th century, the Dutch used more or Morion, when referring to black Africans and not Negro or nigger. What? Similar to the Spanish, it appears that the Dutch use the word Negro as a general term for slaves, yet the early English definition of Negro remains ambiguous. It does not appear that the term was initially synonymous with slaves due to a large portion of free population in England and in Virginia having this classification. You see what it says? It said it does not appear that the term was initially synonymous with slaves due to a large portion of black people being free in England and in Virginia having this classification. In the Virginia colony, the colony legislation often used the categories Negroes, Indians, and mulattoes to describe free and enslaved people. For example, Chapter 13 of a 705 statute, which defines slaves as real estate, referred to all Negroes, mulatto, and Indian slaves. In 1723, the statute that established a number of free people as a titleable referred to as all free Negroes, mulattoes, and Indians. Was the term Negro, as used in the above statement, synonymous with Africans? Let's see. Stick around, fam. I'm gonna be here for a bit. I'm gonna keep reading. The English in the 16th century were referring to people of Africa as Moors. The English in the 16th century, meaning from after 1492, 1500 through 1600, okay, were referring to people of Africa as Moors, not Negroes. Yeah, we're Moors. You black Americans, you guys were Moors. They called you Moors. They never called you guys Negroes. The Negros, they used the word for Moreno. That's what Negro meant. Moreno. Not black, Afro, Asia, or Africanoid, whatever you guys want to call yourselves. Not at all. Okay? Let me get that for you real quick, bro. Matthew 5:26. Verily I say unto you, thou shalt by no means come out thence till thou hast paid the uttermost farthings. Let me get the translation on that. Matthew 5:26. Matthew 5:26 reads this, so you can just simplify it. There you will stay, I tell you, until you pay the last penny of your fine. Beautiful, bro. It says here, we're referring to people of Africa as Moors, and later as Blackamoors, Ethiopians, and Negroes. While the above 1705 statute referred to Negroes, mulattoes, and Indians. Another 1705 statute asserted, and for further Christian care and usage of all Christian servants, it is enacted that no Negro, mulatto, or Indian, although Christian or Jew, Moor, Mohammedan, or other infidel, shall purchase any Christian servant, except for their own complexion or such as we declare slaves by act. Now, these Christian servants were white. That means that people were allowed to purchase Negroes, mulattoes, Indian-looking people, and Christians, whites, poor white people. What is the interest here? What is of interest here is that the Virginia legislature defined Negroes and Moors separately. And the term Moors was used for people of African descent. Then, who were the Negroes in the above passage? The same question can be asked regarding the term Moor. It was also translated with great flexibility and could include people of Arab descent. In addition, Negro was not synonymous with black because it also encompassed brown.
Bruh. Wait a minute. Who are you?
You guys don't read. Dear black people, you need to learn how to read. No offense. You really need to dig deep into your history because you got a Mexican over here telling you guys what you don't want to hear. This is where y'all come from. And you guys had it good until all these other lands here that you were taking, because supposedly the white man took it, but you benefited from it because you fought in every single war. Don't you guys say, we fought in every war? We built America. You built America on the backs of this native blood. That's what you did. Now I know why Habakkuk talks like this about you. Now I know why. Habakkuk 2:2, and the Lord answered me and said, write the vision, make it plain upon tables, that he may run that readeth it. Remember, you are running the hold on. Let me see if I can remember it. Hold on. Yeah, that's it. We're in Hebrews, Habakkuk 2:2, right? Remember, it says here, and the Lord answered me and said, write the vision, and make it plain upon tables, that he may run that readeth it. 1 Corinthians 9:24. Know ye not that they which run a race, run all, but one receiveth the prize? So run that ye may obtain. That's why it talks about you need to really know the Bible. You need to understand when you hear these things and they give it to you. Listen, the Most High is telling you, I just gave you something. Freaking run with it. For the vision is yet for an appointed time. But at the end, it shall speak. We're seeing it now. The summer's nigh. And not lie, though it tarry. Wait for it. I know y'all been frustrated. Like, man, these guys are just like, no, just wait for it. Because it will surely come and it will not tarry. Just like Maccabees 6. Yeah, it looks like Most High is dealing with them. But he ain't. He ain't. Sorry, family. I'm a little hot here because it's hot in here. He ain't dealing with them. For the vision is yet for an appointed time. But at the end it shall speak and not lie. Though it tarry, wait for it. Meaning, though it takes a while, just hold on. Just hang in there, okay? Just hang in there. Because it will surely come. It will not tarry. Behold, his soul, which is lifted up, is not upright in him. But the just shall live by his faith. Yea, also, because he transgressed by wine, he's a proud man. Remember? Talks about transgressed by wine. I can only translate this to like Revelation 1:14 and try to say that they drink wine and so that's why their eyes are red. Oh, yeah. Oh, because he transgressed by wine, he's a proud man. And a lot of you campers, y'all love to drink. Neither keep it at his home. I'm always at the club, who enlargeth his desires is hell. Meaning, I want to rule the world, and I want a bunch of women and a bunch of money. And is as death, and cannot be satisfied, but gardeneth unto him all nations, and heapeth unto him all people. All people. Which I'm looking for the wood to him. Habakkuk 2:9. Woe to him that coveteth an evil covetousness to his house, that he may set his nest on high, that he may be delivered from the power of evil. Nah, we're the people of the Bible. Hey, you Hispanics are too. Nah. Thou hast consulted shame to thy house by cutting off many people, and hast sinned against thy soul. Woe, verse 12. Woe to him that buildeth a town with blood, and established a city by iniquity. You trying to tell me it was just you? You trying to tell me it was just you? Hey, I'll praise, bro. You're in the spirit. Trying to tell me it's just you? 13 colonies. Florida was conquered by black people. And like I showed you and I want to show you today that wherever the Spanish flag was, Negroes were there. Same book. Many American Indians imported to or exported from the colonies were listed as Negroes. Approximately 69 Indians were included among a list of Negroes brought to Virginia from North Carolina from 1710 to 1718. You see, brought to Virginia from North Carolina. North Carolina, Virginia. Okay? So now that, we brought Negroes from Africa. How convenient. A similar occurrence happened in New York from 1715 to 1736. A number of studies show that many slaves of probable or stated American Indian ancestry imported into this colony. From Campeche, Jamaica, Honduras, the Carolinas, and Virginia were listed as Negroes. People of Indian or part Indian ancestry were listed as Negroes Negroes well into the colonial and antebellum period. That's why y'all look like that. Hey, Shalom, bro. Thomas Sowell has videos talking about the same thing you're teaching on. All praises, bro. I don't know who he is. As you can see, an East Indian Negro man called Gene, a slave born, demonstrates the broad use of term Negro in Virginia. Now let me go to the bottom. No, here. The term Negro eventually became synonymous with the slaves in Spanish, Dutch, and Portuguese colonies, or Swati. And these were so-called Jews, Portuguese Jews that were black but couldn't prove they were Jews. Remember that book I showed you, The New Voyage to Italy, written in 1739, I believe. Then it says, nevertheless, although slaves became virtually synonymous with Negro, Negro was not synonymous with African. Wasn't synonymous, was it? No, it wasn't. These are facts. I'm not lying. There's a link. Let me find out who Thomas Sowell is, bro. Let me check it. Thomas Sowell. Oh yeah, he's been talking about it lately. I got to look at him again. I have a video on him about what he said about natives, and I was kind of blown away by him even assuming or even saying that. But yeah, I saw him around. He's been around for a while. He's way older than me. Let me get this one out. Okay, so now we're gonna go to this, fam. Africa's gift to America, and we're gonna look at the first. Let's do this. Okay, Africa's gift to America. It says. I'll start here. They were as eager to sell as the whites to buy. Stronger chiefs made war on the people of weaker ones for captives. Some grew very rich and lived in great luxury. Two of the most notorious, Norberto da Salsa and John Ormond, were mulattoes with Christian rearing. Da Salsa, prince of slavers, better known as Chacha, was born in Brazil. John Ormond had been educated in England. Da Salsa lived in a place in Dahomey like a Maharaja. I know some stuff about these guys. I can't remember what it is. I'll dig it later. He had a harem drawn from many parts of the world. Captain Drake, American slave dealer, said that Chacha offered him the pick of them. You shall have French, Spanish, Greek, Circassian, English, Dutch, Italian, Asiatic, and American, or any other kind. Ship, slave, slaving, right? So who's this guy? This guy. That guy. Does he look white? No. The Salsa, slave mogul of West Africa. So here, most notorious of the slave traders. Oh, these guys, are you going to tell me that it's just their jigs, they're just jigs. They didn't know any better. They're just jigs, These fools are black. They ain't our people. Get out of here with that shit, man. Gift to America again. Y'all need to buy this book. It's expensive now. I was bringing it out last year. It costs more now. I don't know if it's because of that. But anyways, on this side of the Atlantic was Zephaniah Kingsley. Zephaniah is a Bible name. It sounds to me like black people knew something about the Bible at this time. 1765 to 1843 of Florida with his East African Negro wife. Both made an immense fortune for smuggling slaves from 1765. Remember, Spain had just lost Florida in 1763. So who were these slaves that they were smuggling? It would be cheaper to smuggle them from the land, right? Kingsley, who was related to Whistler's mother, was not only the richest man in Florida, but one of the richest in America and a powerful political figure. His ships brought in many thousands of Negroes, bought at 25 cents each. Remember the word Negro, though. We don't know if it's not synonymous to African. So what Negroes were these? Your mom and your dad. Esos negros, güey. There you go, that dude. Listen, man, I was reading about, dude, this morning or yesterday, I actually caught that. I gotta find it. But anyways, but that's a fact. So we read before. This is why I take you guys through a process so you can see, so you can see what I see. I'm trying to put these books together because that's what you got to do. Even the scriptures say it with the scriptures, with the Bible. The scriptures say with the Bible, right? But when the Most High has that kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know, preach, not love, man. When he has that trust in you, when the wisdom kicks in, this is what happens. Isaiah 28:9, whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Because doctrine is past, present, future, history, future, present, future, historical. Everything is doctrine is about our people of a history and how we're supposed to look at history and match it to the future. Then them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast, meaning those that are meek and disciplined, that actually showed me, those that I've taken, that have disciplined themselves with the little bit that I've given them I'm going to feed. For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line upon line, here a little and there a little. Just like you find how to read the Bible, you learn because the Most High teaches you how to read information in books. It's the same concept. So that's why I'm taking you guys from the beginning to this point, because we see now that initially it wasn't black folks being enslaved. Partus or Ventrem was attached to our people. And now we're seeing that there was like 11 figure Negroes living in Africa at this time. This is a Negro right here. His ships brought in many thousands of Negroes bought at $25 each in Africa and sold in America, in the West Indies for $1,500. Once when U.S. Coast Guard captured 350 contraband blacks on Kingsley ships, the government, not knowing what to do with them, turned them back to him. Africa's gift to America. Let's continue. Africa's gift to America. It says here, 1526, the Allion was a party of 500, mostly Negroes. This guy was the one that went to Africa. I'm sorry, to Florida. And a few women landed in St. Eleanor in the Carolinas and started downward till they reached the mouth of James River, Virginia, where they started the colony of San Miguel, the exact site on which the English founded Jamestown. So you see this? In 1526, the Allion, look him up. He is a African conquistador with a party of 500, mostly Negroes, not us. Why would he take us? He don't know us. He don't trust us. And see, that's the thing that you guys got to think about. These white Europeans came with black people. They'll trust them more than they'll trust us. Okay? But the colony was a failure because the Negroes revolted. Justin Windsor, in his narrative, meaning Negroes didn't want to work. Just like what we see. It doesn't stop with you guys. It's not like, what is it? It's not a Willie Lynch letter thing, dude. Y'all are Canaan, and by sedition through sedition, you're gonna manifest yourselves, which is why our forefathers told us, don't F with these people, man. Y'all don't get it. You want to go around giving your daughters and your men to them, go ahead. But the colony was a failure. Let me get ahead. Narrative and Critical History of America says Allion began the settlement of San Miguel, where the English in the next century founded Jamestown. So you see, dear white people, in case you don't know, Jamestown was founded by Negroes, Africans. The Negro slaves first introduced here did the heaviest portion of the toil. Cruelly oppressed, they revolted. Such were the stormy beginnings of the Spanish rule in Virginia. See, they might have revolted and stayed in Virginia. If he knew of the Spanish attempt, he did not mention it. That's why you gotta understand what's going on here. Like, these wobbles are y'all are lost, man. I feel sorry for you guys. Actually, I don't feel sorry for you guys. I don't, because I don't care. Y'all don't want to listen. Let me go to the top. Popular history starts that the Negro in the United States Popular history starts the Negro in the United States in 1619. In 1919, there was a tercentenary observance of it at Jamestown. But this date, based on a letter by John Rolfe to Sir Edwin Sandys, is 107 years too late. Negroes first came with the Spaniards. Boo!
Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch.
You see? You guys first came with the Spaniards. Remember? Negro. Okay? First came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the United States. Ooh, damn. Which reminds me, before I go, no. Matter of fact, let me do this now. Okay? So we've got that. We read it. Let's stay with that. The first of them was Ponce de Leon. We read about him yesterday, right? The first Negroes were the first came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the United States. Remember that, right? Remember that, right? Okay. So remember this. The conquistadors, the famous ones. Garrido, Pánfilo, Portugués, Garcia. Remember that, right? Okay. All right. Remember, don't forget what we read. Don't forget what we read. We read that Negroes first came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the United States. And they're not lying. Watch this. Well, then this is from what book is this? It's a famous guy. He's like I'll remember it, okay? Don't get me wrong. I'll give you guys the name. Just remind me. While the number of African explorers is impossible to determine, they participated in some way in virtually all of the Spanish expeditions in the New World in the 16th century. Let me go back to this. This is from Africa's Gift to America. Negroes first came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the U.S. Okay? Now go back to this. Then it says, these black conquistadors, hold on a second. These black conquistadors, okay? It didn't say just black slaves. It didn't say these black servants, these black assistants. It said these black conquistadors set an example for subsequent racial relations throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience. Why? Because when you look back at what happened to our people, the decimation, the smallpox, the chopping up the bodies, the raping of our women, the feeding to dogs, the throwing overboard, the hanging by hooks, the burning at the stake, it wasn't just white people. It was you Negroes too. These black conquistadors, you damn devils, set an example for subsequent relations throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience. Why? Because we knew that Spaniards were crazy as hell. Now I know who was doing the act. Y'all with the muscle. And you want to sit here and tell us that we're the same people? Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here with that. I think I slipped. No, I got it. Romans 15:4. It says, for whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning, that through patience, because a lot of y'all were questioning yourselves whether you were the people of the Bible, I don't know, blah, blah, blah. Written for our learning, that through patience, because this is a combination, we have to help each other. We, through patience and comfort of the scriptures, might have hope, because the scriptures taught us this. This didn't come from me. The Bible taught me this. The wisdom that the Most High has given me is what led me to actually read and read properly, because I didn't even speak English, family. I wasn't born here. Okay, I started speaking English. I came here when I was 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Around 12 years old is when I was like speaking English kind of decent. Sub the Most High, man. He had it all planned. These black conquistadors, you rapists, murderers, the real wetbags, the real illegal aliens, as well as the white ones, don't think I'm not including you guys, set an example for subsequent racial relations throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience, living their daily lives at degrees of complexity that rarely would be achieved by black men and women in early English settlements in the Caribbean and in North America. Indeed, wherever Spain set its flag of conquest in the Americas, Africans helped hold the pentent. They participated in the exploration of the lands that would become Mexico, Costa Rica, Honduras, Panama, Venezuela, Peru, Chile, Florida, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. Men such as Garrido, Esteban, Yanga, Rodriguez. Go back to this. The Negroes first came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the U.S. The first of them was Ponce de Leon, who landed in Florida. You Negroes got to do some digging. You guys have no idea that you black people were here in Florida. Hey, FOPI. Hey, IUIC. ISUPK. GMS. All you dumbass. And you Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, all of you, dumb Cubans, every single one of you that are in these camps, you have no idea that after 1763, a lot of these people in Florida went to Cuba and Puerto Rico and all the islands. And did you know that up until 1861, they were actually enslaving Mayas and sending them to Cuba. They don't know anything about. You guys don't know anything about this continent. Leave it for the souls that have been here before. Leave it for them. Psalms 49. Their inward thought is, Psalms 49:11. Perfect. Their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever. That's what you thought. Nah. Oh, man. And you know, that's beautiful, bro, because it leads me to another point that I'm going to get to. Nah, you guys, we knew about them. We were here before. Their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever. We're the real people of the Bible. No, we're the actual Aztecs now. We're the Mayas now. And their dwelling places to all generations. They call their lands after their own names. However, it is safe to assume that there were other Negroes in the expedition, as there were abundant evidence of their being later with Spanish explorers de Aviles, Hernando de Soto, Narvaez, Adillon, Coronado, Tristan de Luna, Menendez. Spaniards of that time were much mixed with Negroes. Read this. Spaniards of that time were much mixed with Negroes and had been from before the Moorish invasion of 711 AD. Man.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
I'm almost done with this, fam. I'm almost done with this. Actually, yeah. So now, to bring your point, bro, I'm telling you, look, this is why I love that thing. The Most High just I don't know, he finds a way to make this video, this class move, bro. Because look, they're very famous of saying like, oh yeah, the black Jew, a Negro. It shows that our people knew about this land, and that you guys aren't the people of the here, that you guys were put on slave ships and shit like that, right? That's what they say. That's what they say. And they use this famous book here. I'll show you right now. Give me a second here. They use this famous book here. Right up. What is this famous book? This big book? Big book? Hold on a second. Give me a second. I highlighted that thing. And I know when I see it, I'll see it. Give me a second. Bear with me. Because I know I put it here. I was trying to show people something. And if it ain't here, man, I hope it's here. This is the one that I should have put in there, but if I don't find it quickly, here it goes, right here. Boom. Okay. The Negro, a Jew. Okay. So watch this real quick. Did the Negroes know of America? Diodorus Siculus. So who is this Diodorus Siculus? So I'll show you who this Diodorus Siculus is, okay? Diodorus Siculus is this gentleman right here. Hold on a second. Here it goes right here. This is from the Conscience Dictionary of Ancient History, okay? Diodorus Siculus on the bottom says, Greek historian, born at Agarium in Sicily. He was in Egypt about 660 BC. His history was written after the death of Julius Caesar and ended with the Gallic War, taking 30 years in the writing, okay? That's what that guy is. So this is what they say. And listen to how wicked as hell y'all are. Whoever is telling you guys these things, y'all are wicked as hell. Okay? So let me read it, and then I'm going to read Psalms 49. Diodorus Siculus tells us that the Phoenicians in early times sailed beyond Hercules Pillars along the African coast, and there, meeting with storms and tempests, were carried to the remotest part of the ocean. And after many days came to a vast island a great distance of Libya, and lying very far west. The Phoenicians informed the Carthaginians of this place. The Carthaginians prohibited other nations from settling in it, they reserving it for themselves as a place of retirement if they should ever be driven from their native soil. So now, when you read this, meaning what? Their inward thoughts is that their houses should continue forever and that their dwelling places of all to all generations. They call their lands after their own names. This is Psalms 49. But what does Psalms 83 say? You know what it says. Here's why it says that. So they say this, right? But if you go to the actual link about what he wrote, this is him. Diodorus Siculus, library. Okay? So you Canaanites, y'all mess with the wrong people, man. Especially now. If the Most High woke me up and puts his name on Joshua, guess what? You guys said him again. You guys are dealing with him again. Now I'm trying to look for Caleb, bro. Caleb, wake the hell up, man. Come on, hurry up, because these other damn tribes are too scared. Watch this real quick. We're going to go to 0.523, I believe, is where they say this, right? 0.519, is it 0.519? Okay. So here it talks about, let's see. Right here. Okay. What they share is this here. Right here. This is what they share. 5.20.3. I'll read it. The Phoenicians then, while exploring the coast outside of the pillars for the reason we have stated, and while sailing along the shores of Libya, were driven by strong winds at a great distance into the ocean. And after being stormed, tossed for many days, they were carried ashore on the islands we mentioned above. And when they had observed its facility and nature, they caused it to be known to all men. Consequently, the Tyrrhenians, or the Phoenicians, at the time when they were masters of the sea, purposed to dispatch a colony to it. But the Carthaginians prevented their doing so, partly out of concerns lest many inhabitants of Carthage should remove there because of the excellence of the islands, and partly in order to have ready in it a place in which to seek refuge against an incalculable turn of fortune, in case some total disaster should take over. The same thing, right? This is why Psalms 49 says this. Their inward thought is that their houses should continue forever. Let's just show this part. But they don't tell us this part. Let's read right here. Here. It says, but now, as we have discussed what relates to the islands which lie within the pillars of Hercules, we shall give an account of those which are in the ocean. For there lies out in the deep of Libya an island of considerable size, and situated as is in the ocean, it is distant from Libya, a voyage of a number of days to the west. Its land is fruitful, much of it being mountainous, and not little being of level plains, meaning Mexico. Not little of level plains. I'm trying to catch where I'm at. And not a little being of level plains of surpassing beauty. Through it flows navigable rivers, Tenochtitlan, which are used for irrigation. And the islands contain many parks planted with trees of every variety, and gardens in great multitudes, which are traversed by streams of sweet water. Chalupas. On it are villas, private villas of costly construction. And throughout the gardens, banqueting houses have been constructed on a setting of flowers. Tenochtitlan. And in them, the inhabitants, whoa, wait a minute, hold on a second. The inhabitants pass their time during the summer, since the land supplies in abundance everything which contributes to enjoyment of luxury. But I thought you said that nobody was there. Again, Psalms 49:11. Their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever, and their dwelling places to all generations. They call their lands after their own names. Here's why, family. I said the fall of Granada has everything to do with our history. The fall of Granada has everything to do with our history. Because if you really think about this, right? Think about this for a moment, family. Let's just kind of deal with me here a second. We know that historically, these other nations, we saw the example, Conscience Dictionary of Ancient History, okay? We saw a link about these great philosophers written about civilizations, centuries. We know of Asian civilization, Arab, African, European, right? So if you were the type to calculate and you studied like animals and you took down herbs and you jotted everything down, but yet you did everything possible to destroy our history. Why? If we were just savages, if that's all we knew was just bestiality, I guess. Why? That's the question that I'm starting to find. I'm trying to wonder, like, why would you destroy all of this? I'm going to show you guys why. I'm going to show you guys why. Show you guys why exactly. We start with this. Because I always wondered, man. We learn about Granada. We're going to learn about us. Why did they do everything to destroy our history, our traditions, our culture? Right? So let's start with this, fam. This is from the 10 tribes of Israel, historically identified with Aborigines of the Western Hemisphere. Barbara Simmons. Let's go to page 8 real quick. Page 7, I'm sorry. Page 7 reads this. Okay? You guys kept jotted everything down. But yet our history, you destroyed. And you did everything possible to get rid of it. Just like the scripture said. Psalms 83. We see Psalms 49. What they were trying to do, they want to continue. Psalms 83 says they have taken, Psalms 83:3, they have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. Let's read. This is on page 8. Sagahun further complained that he was forcibly deprived of a very valuable painting representing the great temple with the court by which it was surrounded, which he says was sent to Spain. It is very evident that everything in Mexico, calculated to draw attention to the ancient history of the country, more specifically if connected with religious recollections, was carefully removed from notice immediately after the conquest. Pieces of sculptures were mutilated and buried. Paintings were burned. Temples and edifices, which from their size it was impossible to destroy, were suffered to fall into oblivion. And that magnificent monuments of ancient art, such as the temples of Palenque and the places of Milan, were passed unnoticed by Spanish authors. Sagahun, when engaged in the compilation of a history after it had been taken away from him and again restored, meaning they gave it back to him. Hold on, let me a second. Sorry about that, fam. Meaning they gave it back to him. Received 3 cautions. First, write nothing to prove that the Hebrews had colonized the New World. Secondly, to be guarded in what he said of the devils having imitated God in taking to himself a chosen people in the New World and counterfeiting the rites and ceremonies of the Jews. And thirdly, pay attention to this, family. Not to advance the hypothesis that Christianity had ever been proclaimed to the Indians or to treat too largely on the history of Quetzalcoatl. Why? Why destroy our history? Why? If we're just heathens. We're just heathens. Record it. This is what we found. Look, these are buildings. Because you did it to everybody. You jotted down every single history. Black and white people, Europeans. You jotted down every single history. But our history, now you want to say that that we're not even the people. And you don't see no pushback for no white folks from government saying, hey, listen, you black folks, you need to stop saying that because that's not true. No, they just say nothing. Masonry at its finest work. But I'm not done. I'm not done. Au contraire, mon frère. What's up, Nate the Snake? Whenever you want it, bro. I know you're old school cop. Whenever you want it. We're about to say, well, you got to be about 10, 13 years, man. I'll give you a break. You lost some weight. You can handle it. You can go to 180, man. I'll go down to 175. Yo, that's beautiful. Check it. First Maccabees 3:48, and laid open the books of the law wherein the heathens had sought to paint the likeness of their image. Remember, the book of the law was scrolls. I'm sorry. They weren't books. The scrolls never had pictures. So when they opened the scrolls, they put their image on these scrolls. And who are we seeing? And what do black people say? That white people put their image on top of their image. The scrolls never should have had images. Gave yourself up. But hey, what do I know, right? Second paragraph, it says, at this distance of time, when the state of the world is so different from what, I'm sorry. Give me a second. Am I reading the right page? Give me a second, fam. Because I have them here recorded. Yeah, at a distance of some time, when the state of the world is so different from what it was in the 16th century, it may not be readily conceived how easy it was for the Council of the Indies, through the power rested in it, of pertaining of, or prohibiting the general circulation of all writings relative to America, to keep the rest of Europe in a state of darkness respecting the history of the new continent. For 3 centuries, those who successfully composed that council exercised their functions as censors with greatest vigilance. Man, I ain't gonna lie to you, family. I showed you guys the book that about the Lutheran guy. They were saying like since the Spaniards came, we weren't allowed to have a Bible, no printing of it whatsoever. And Europeans were not allowed to know anything about us, and no writer could write about us or anything to do with religion or anything to do with Hebrewism or anything about Quetzalcoatl. So I'm going to say something. I didn't want to put too much weight on it. But what would be so strange for the Meshiach to come here? He created the world. Remember Matthew 15:24? I know you guys think like, oh, that's all Israel. No, it's not. No, it's not all Israel. It's not the northern kingdom. It's not the southern kingdom. Matthew 15:24. But he answered and said, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Judites weren't lost. Yeah, we're just proud. Not lost. That was the Catholic Church because the soldiers just wanted to the spoils. Yep. A lot of that. To keep the rest of Europe in a state of darkness respecting the history of the new continent. Why? You jotted down everything. What is so fearful about our history? If powerful patronage or inadvertence on their part suffered in the first instance of any obnoxious work to appear to print it, it was sure soon to be recalled. Thus, the history of the Indies by Gomorrah, dedicated to Charles V, and the Conquest of Mexico by the same author, dedicated to Don Martin Cortez, son of the celebrated conqueror, became prohibited books soon after their publication. But there were other works against which a silent war was waged in Spain. We shall, We shall only further remark that the history of Peru is enveloped in much greater obscurity than that in Mexico. The real cause of less being known of the history of Peruvians in Europe. So they didn't even want nobody in Europe to know anything about, let alone Mexico, especially Peru. Don't know nothing about them. Notwithstanding, Garcilaso de Vega, himself of the race of the Incas, wrote in the latter of the end of the 16th century of Peru. This is a so-called cacique. He wasn't our people. Okay? He had kids with one of our women, and then they called themselves caciques. That's what they did. It says it's probably that Peru was discovered many years after the discovery of the conquest of Mexico, and Europe was not to be surprised a second time by a sudden appearance of fresh ocean decades of mythological paintings. As part of the paintings collected by Boturini, was sent to Europe in Spanish vessels, which was taken by an English privateer. It was later never known whether these paintings reached England or whether they were thrown into the sea as of no value. The greater part of the mess of Boturini, those which were confiscated in New Spain, were torn, pillaged, dispersed by persons who were ignorant of the value of these objects. They weren't ignorant. They knew exactly what they were doing. What exists at the present of the Palace of Viceroy composed only 3 packets, each 7 hands square by 5 in height. They remain in one of the damp apartments of the ground floor of the archives of the government, which the Viceroy Count Revillagagedo removed because of the humidity, moldering the papyrus with alarming rapidity. We feel a sentiment of indignation on seeing the extreme negligence with which these valuable remains were abandoned, which had cost much care and labor, and the unfortunate Boturini, fired with the enthusiasm which is peculiar to enterprising men, calls in his historical essay the only property which he possessed in the Indies, and which he would not change against all the gold and silver of the New World. The library of the University of Mexico is no longer in possession of any of the original hieroglyphics. The richest and finest collections of this capital is that of Jose Antonio Ricardo. Why? Why get rid of why? I mean, it just makes no sense. Why? I think this is page 50, and then I'm gonna switch. No, this is not page 50. The names and titles of the Creator. I'll just read it here. The character of the Holy One in Israel, being a manifold unity of moral glory, the distinctive manifestation of which originated those names and titles, which serves to express his power. It may be useful as an object of intellectual contemplation, as well as an illustrative of that portion of the subject under new review, to trace to their Hebrew raw sources those surprising analogies which are demonstrative of the origin of the Peruvians and Mexican theology. Tenochtitlan, Lord of our bodies or life, was he who resided in the garden of Tenochtitlan. Ometecuhtli, Most High, is another title. He is represented crowned as the supreme and is the father of Quetzalcoatl. Why hide this? Why destroy everything about who we are if we're heathens? Why not keep our records, man? Let me see this real quick. Let me show you something now. I'm going to tell you what they did. I'm going to tell you why. I'll go through it real quick. Let's go to page 89. Y'all see what I'm talking about. Page 89. Come on. Page 89. Too much. Page 89, okay? This is what they were trying to hide, fam. In everything related, religious observance, in everything relating to the treatment of the Mexican children, even in the mode of their punishment, even of the mode of punishing them, the Mexicans resemble the Jews. Torquemada also observed that festival took place of the naming of the infant, and afterwards on this being weaned, omitting further mention of the baptismal ceremonies and use of circumcision, both which may be presumed on the authority of very ancient writers were in use among the Mexicans. In nothing did the civil policy of the Mexicans more closely resemble that of the Hebrews, that in their dedicating their children to the temple, and afterwards sending them to be instructed by the masters of superior rabbi in the doctrine of their religion and moral and ceremonial law. Hey, brother, Al, you know that conversation I had with you, bro. That's why I'm telling you, man, that if you have fruitful children, is the best feeling ever. Says this is why what these camps are teaching y'all is BS, bro. They're quick to leave their women. They're quick to leave their children. First Maccabees 2:10. What nation had not had a part in her kingdom and gotten of her spoils? No joke, bro. The largest heist, holocaust, and robbery against our people. There are over 2,000 codices and amoxles where truth can be revived. Just got to weed out all the foreign garbage. Yeah. And you know, I appreciate the Most High because he's helping me weed out all the foreign garbage. I'm seeing things clearly. Now let's go to page 94. Why did they get rid of this? Maybe because of this? The offerings of the Mexicans consisted like of the Jews in the lives of animals or blood, incense, in the first fruits, which like the Jews, they presented 3 times a year. Oh, 3 times. Oh, that's beautiful family. Man, I'm telling you, man. Y'all the people of the Bible, man. Stop trying to say you're not. Stop being afraid, for God's sakes. Daniel 16. Oh, is it 16:16? Which one is it? Yeah, Daniel 16:16. 3 times a year shall all thy males appear before the Lord, thy God, in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacle, and they shall not appear before the Lord empty. The offerings of the Mexicans consisted like those of the Jews, the lives of animals, incense, the first fruits, which like the Jews, they presented 3 times a year, which Torquemada undertakes in the following manner to explain. It is certainly a thing calculated to create astonishment to see in their offerings of the first fruits, the 2 republics resemble each other, meaning the northern and southern kingdom. But we need not feel much surprise at it, since it was the devil who persuaded and instigated that. Remember, he was forced to write this, right? And substituted himself for God. So Satan is teaching our people to do good. Whenever it was possible, and being the case, the task was more easy, in so much as these Indians were extremely dedicated to religious worship. He found it little trouble in inducing them to tender to him with this kind of offering and sacrifice, which, as we have observed, all paid very generally and regularly without being either remiss in offerings or inexact in its proper quantity, meaning they gave as much as they could. They didn't say, oh, I'm just gonna share the portion and give the rest. Nah, not at all. Not at all. Our ancient customs and traditions sync with the Bible. Exactly, bro. Exactly. That's why I'm telling you, man. This is what they were hiding. 102. Let's go. Today, I'm bringing out the bullets. Y'all can save this information anytime some silly dub wants to come and tell you, oh, yeah, what tribe do you see yourself on the chart, and shut up, dumbass. The breastplates of the Mexicans appear to have been different shapes and sizes and to have been set with precious stones. It is supposed that solemn an injunction to the Jews were to wear fringes on the borders of their garments. What would be scrupulously obeyed throughout their generations. And we see that we did. Let me show this shit real quick. Page 104. I'm going quick, fam. It says here. The manner in which they kindled the sacred fire is not precisely known. That it was a religious rite accompanied with certain ceremonies cannot be doubted. And we may even be permitted to believe from an expression in the 14th verse of the 19th chapter of Ezekiel. And the fire has gone forth from a rod of her branches, which have devoured her fruits. That they were acquainted with the Mexican method of kindling fire by wood. Many passages of scripture led us to imagine that the ground plan of the great temple of the Mexican resembled that of Jerusalem. Woo! Hold on a second. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's get some more food. Some more food. Page 147. Let's go real quick. Bam. All right. Perfect. Not too far. It's an odd number, so it should be on the right side. Yep. Oh, man. Come on. Page 147. It reads on the bottom. Where's it at? Right here. From the 9th to 20th of May, it was in this month, Toxcatl, that the fellow soldiers of Cortez Alvarado, that ferocious warrior, made a horrible slaughter of the Mexican nobility assembled within the enclosure of Teocatli, house of God. This attack was the signal of the civil dissension that caused the death of the unfortunate Moctezuma. Remember, the summer is nigh. They came in the summer. Flee from Jerusalem. When you see the leave, you know that summer is nigh. Let me see this. Pertaining to that conversation we had concerning raising our children, Proverbs 14:26. He who fears the Lord is secure and confident, and his children shall have place of refuge, because they are our future, we are their past. Without them, there's no future. Without us, they had no past. That's why it's important to love our children and do the best that we can to be amazing leaders, because our women need it. They're beautiful women. That's why these nations want to marry them. They count times after the manner of the Hebrews. They divide the year in spring, summer, autumn, and winter. We went over the new moon the other day. 4 periods. 1 new moon for 4 Sabbaths. 13 weeks in every season. 4 seasons. The sun tells us when it's winter, autumn, and the moon tells us what month we're in. That's how we're supposed to calculate time. It's not worshiping. It's calculating time. We didn't have no clocks. They divide their year into spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Passover is in winter. Passover is in spring. Okay? Wait, what did I do? 149, bro, what the hell? Jumped to 1 something real quick. Give me a second, fam. I messed up. 149. They divide the year into spring, summer, autumn, and winter. They number their years from any of those 4 periods, for they have no name for a year. And they subdivide these and count the year by lunar months. Whoa, hold on a second. What? Like the Israelites. They count the year by lunar months, like the Israelites, who counted the moon by moons, as their name sufficiently testifies. The number and regular periods of the Indians' religious feasts is a good historical proof that they counted time by and observed a weekly Sabbath long after their arrival on the American continent. Now, how would they keep a Sabbath? By following the moon. Hello? Bruh. Let's continue. I'm almost done on this. I'm almost done, honestly. Page 50. Y'all got to see this, fam. Especially for you brothers and sisters that are a little older that don't know this. I hope this helps you. The world has been subsequently peopled by 3 names not mentioned. They, the tribes, were descendants from or of the race of Quetzalcoatl, the Meshiacha. And for this reason, they hold lineage in great account. Whenever they changed to be or chanced to be, they said, I am of such lineage. Before his image, which they call the great heart of the people, wood and incense are always burning. The third age is characterized as the holding up of roses and a flint limes, partly covered with branches of rose trees, which denounce the suffering of Quetzalcoatl. Page 151. The 2 signs dedicated to Quetzalcoatl are the primitive terms characterizing his first and second coming. That of wisdom in its symbol, the serpent, and that of life in the breath of the Most High, and that of the emblem, the wind. For they, like the Hebrews, express spirit, wind by one term, ruach. Ruach. The catastrophe which they say befell Tulan, of which is to be noted the virgin mother of Quetzalcoatl, was a native, of which she was anointed king, in which he was the anointed king, was that which gave rise to a new epoch. The age was called Yazapal Nakayuaya. I can't. Nanakaiya? Nanakaya? Heavens of roses. Okay. Let me read on the bottom. The following plate represents the 4th age. Those 2 flint knives are decorated with budding branches, alluding to the atonement of Quetzalcoatl at some remarkable era of his life. The Mexican paintings describe 4 ages of the world, the representing of being knives. Okay, let me go ahead. Hold on a second. 152. It says here on the bottom. The Mexicans appear to have given due consideration to a subject very explicitly detailed by the prophet Daniel, and what has been well denominated his calendar. The gold, which symbolizes the ancient Babylonian Empire, was not figuratively nor spiritually, but literally impossessive. Not only succeeded, but supersedes by that which of the symbol was silver. The Medo-Persian dominion was in turn superseded by that which was brass indicated, and in due time the Grecians' domination was superseded by the Romans, which was characterized by the iron. The 5th universal empire, that of the Messiah, which is a symbol of by the adamant, shall at really and politically supersede the last aspect of the Roman Empire, basically saying that Esau is the end of the world as we know it. 158. Almost done, fam. We are naturally disposed to acquire that was the Theomotli, the name of the divine book, which contained the history, mythology, calendar, and laws of Toltecas. The word is compound of Theo, divine, Atli, papyrus, or Motzli, Moxley or Motzli, for in the Mexican language, Y and X frequently supply at place of the S. Li is devoid of meaning, but it is a general termination. Moli then appears to be Moses, when the sentence would be the divine book of Moses, meaning the Theomotzli means the divine book of Moses. Moses, family. Page 159. It says Garcia notices himself other Indian names which resembled Hebrew. Let me go to the bottom. The Peruvians, Quipo, might have been quite a symbolic writing like that of the Japanese, and the Spaniards seem to have consigned them to eternal oblivion. As regards the tradition of letters in Mexico, it may be properly recollected to that Torquemada says of the book. Sorry, Bam. Which the Indians declare that they buried under the ground on the arrival of the Spaniards, between the columns of which Christ was painted crucified, and the intermediate space was filled up with alphabetical characters. Sahagún affirms in the following very singular passage that the children who were educated in the temple in Mexico learned hymns which were written down in books and characters. They instructed them in all the verses which they were accustomed to sing, to which they gave the name of divine songs, all which were written in their books and characters. This passage from its singularity has been marked in the original, blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to hurry up because my phone's going to die too. Page 161. Bottom part. Segahun says, in the reign of Yatzcoatl, the Lord and principal persons among the Mexicans who were the priests, the government by a theocracy, buried their ancient records that they might not fall in the hands of others. This might refer to the destruction of the Teomotli, the divine book of Moses, in the reign of the above-mentioned king, from which Mexicans might have borrowed their notions or metaphors. Last page. Page 163. Sorry. Second paragraph. The Jews, who only had been in Babylon 70 years, had so corrupted the Hebrew language as to render it necessary to affix a determinate pronunciation by the introductions of vowels. It is therefore in the genius of the transatlantic dialect that we are to expect Hebraism rather than in the use of Hebrew terms. So anyways, he's just explaining how he sees certain similarities, okay? So let me see what I got. Almost done, fam. Almost done, fam. Okay. So now I'm going to show you this. Why is this important? Why am I showing this right? I'm going to show you why. Okay? Because of this. Watch this. Listen to what he says, family. Listen to what he says regarding the Meshiacha, okay? Or México.
Al que busca estar directo con Dios. Esa es la respuesta. Más preguntas. Dime, Mónica. Ya voy a mí. Todo el mundo tendrá derecho. Dime.
Gracias. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
¿Qué relación existe entre el Mashiach y México?
¿Y México? Pues, para empezar, el nombre de México no es México. El nombre de México era Mexica. Y Mexica no es otra cosa que Mesías. Así que hay una energía. Y Mexica no es otra cosa que Mesías. Y Mexica no es otra cosa que Mesías. Así que hay una energía mesiánica en México. Fíjate, por eso cada vez que voy ahí yo tengo una vibración especial. Los mexicanos sois extraordinarios.
All right, so I'm going to tell you something. We don't need their approval, family. We don't need their approval. But I'm just showing you the videos about how there's why, if we're heathens, why get rid of our records? Just keep our heathen records. It shouldn't offend you guys. Just keep our heathen records. But apparently, no. Yeah, man. And you know, and that's okay, Rick. That's what we're here for, bro. That's what we're here for. And listen, family, for all you guys, as you know me, man, you see the Aztec or the Mexica and you see the Mexico and all that. That's where I'm from, okay? But I don't just feel like you have to, like, when I see Mexico, I see all of our people. So don't think it's just me isolating myself with my land, my tribe, because technically I am, but I'm not. Okay? I'm not. I really appreciate you guys that are watching. But anyways, this goes for all of us. Check this out. Like, I don't remember where I got this, man, but I remember seeing somebody. All praises whoever this is.
Hispanic. They looked a little bit more like Hispanic. So here's an important question. And it is certainly important, once again, if you judge by my YouTube comments box, because everybody seems to want to argue what color Jews were originally. Let's try and figure out that question. What does the historical data suggest? We have no clear-cut answer from biblical texts or archaeological texts, but we do have some scientific data, and we do have some very suggestive data from both biblical texts and archaeological data. Let's start with biblical passages, for example. According to the...
Attention to this, okay? Look what he's talking about. Biblical passages. He's talking about what people look like, all right? So You see the we've studied this. The of the Chaldees, that's where Abraham came out of, okay? Remember this.
Book of Genesis, the roots of the Jewish people are in southern Iraq, very close to Kuwait.
Meaning India, okay? India. Over there. Not here. Over there. But let's go.
Abraham and his wife Sarah originate from the city of Ur, and that puts us down, right in the Persian Gulf region like that. Later on, several other family members who may already have come from Ur are married in from the region of Padan Aram, which would be in Syria. Now, even if one does not want to take the biblical passages at face value, one has to recognize that when they were circulating in antiquity, if they were way out of whack with people's sensibility, people would say, hey, wait a second, how can it say we come from Ur because we physically look so different than all those Ur people? And we don't have evidence of any of that objection. Secondly, if we assume, and it's not necessarily an assumption we have to make, but if we assume that the people who live there today basically look like the people who lived there in antiquity, then we should be able to get a sense of what did Abraham and Sarah actually look like. So this is what typical Iraqis look like today. And you can see that, they tend to have a little bit darker complexion. They tend to lean towards darker hair color, although the child on the right seems to have a little bit lighter hair color. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic, lighter hair color. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City, lighter hair color. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic. Sarah actually look like. So this is what typical Iraqis look like today. And you can see that, they tend to have a little bit darker complexion. They tend to lean towards darker hair color, although the child on the right seems to have a little bit lighter hair color. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City. Hispanic. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City. But basically, they look Middle Eastern, as we would typically think of Middle Easterners. And
so that right there is there's one of those right there. There it goes right there. Now, why am I saying that? Here's why, fam. Remember I showed you guys this book, this big book, this book here, right? The Jesuit and the Incas. Sabin Hinland. The Extraordinary Life of Padre Blas Velara. That guy hated us. I'll read it real quick. Peruvian history was a major theme in the Valera writing. His History Accidentalis, History of the West, appears to have included accounts of the early origins of the Native Americans or of the Peruvian dynasty before the Incas, and of the Inca rulers themselves. Throughout the remaining fragments of his work and material pertaining to the history of the Western Hemisphere prior to the time of the Incas, although most of Valera's writings about the pre-Incas people have been lost, portions of his history of American migration and pre-Incas dynasties of Peru survived in his Relaciones de las Costumbres Antiguas, as well as the works of Garcilaso, Montesino, and Anello Oliva. Valera vehemently rejected the notion that the American Indians were the descendants of the lost tribe of Israel, common theory in the 16th century. Okay, but this is what he failed to do. You see, haters will hate, but you cannot get around facts. Further up the road, all will realize the old world is here in our continent. Man, I just saw a video, bro, that they found something in Utah regarding Egyptian stuff. So I'm not there yet. Two sections that remain of Valera's work on this subject appear apparently speculating that the people of the Americas, watch this, I don't want to pass this, watch this. Remember what he said, this, okay?
Physically look so different in antiquity. If they were way out of whack with people's sensibility, people would say, hey, wait a second, how can it say we come from Ur because we physically look so different than all those Ur people? And we don't have evidence of any of that objection. Secondly, if we assume, and it's not necessarily an assumption we have to make, but if we assume that the people who live there today basically look like the people who lived there in antiquity, then we should be able to get a sense of what did Abraham and Sarah actually look like. So this is what typical...
And remember, he's putting them in the Ur of the Chaldees. He said Ur of the Chaldees. Watch.
And that puts us down, right in the Persian Gulf region like that. Later on, several other family members who may already have come from Ur are married in from the region of Padan Aram, which would be in Syria. Now, even if one does not want to take the biblical passages at face value, one has to recognize that when they were circulating in antiquity, if they were way out of whack with people's sensibility, people would say, hey, wait a second, how can it say we come from Ur because we physically look so different than all those Ur people? Sarah actually look like. So this is what typical...
My bad. Let me read it. So we saw the video. Thank you, bro. I apologize. But I think you guys were reading too. We saw the video, what he said.
Hispanic. And we don't have evidence.
The Ur of the Chaldees, right? Ur of the Chaldees. Well, this guy here, Valera, puts us there. Few sections that remain of Valera's work on this subject apparently speculated that the people of the Americas originated from ancient Chaldeans who once lived in the plains of Shinar in the Persian Gulf. The chronicler wrote that the religion of the natives of Greater Florida and the Caribbean islands was derived from the practice of Chaldeans who worshipped on natural features such lakes, springs, and stars. Likewise, he claimed that the faith of the first Peruvians was molded on that of the Chaldeans. The Chaldeans were renowned in the biblical history for founding the city of Ur of the Chaldees, from whence came Abraham, the father of the Hebrew nation. They were believed to have descended directly from Noah and became famous as learned astrologers, priests, and magicians. By linking the ancient Peruvians to the Chaldeans, Valera was placing the people of the New World into the framework of the biblical history.
Well, back then, Hispanic. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City, but basically they look Middle Eastern as we would typically think of Middle Easterners. And if we look at Syrians, we have the same kind of more or less family of complexion, eye color, hair color, and this is probably based on a reasonable assumption that people back then sort of look like the people today who come from the same place, that this is probably what Abraham and Sarah look like. Now, there are other peoples living there, of course, and Israel in particular is at a crossroads between Africa and Asia and Europe, so there are lots of possible mixings. Let's get to that. But let's look also at some artwork that we have from history as well. Here is a really interesting tomb painting. Like a lot of the wealthier classes in Egypt would decorate their tombs with all kinds of amazing artwork, and because of the way in which it was preserved in the dark, we still have them.
Hey, family, I want to tell you something. Okay, you see the Amu Some people say like, oh, those are the Hyksos and blah, blah, blah. And Manitos wrote about them, and that's all BS, okay? Manitos wrote about him, but Manitos has no clue about him. Matter of fact, Josephus put Manitos in check. Like, bro, I don't know what you were writing. He basically said it's not true. The Hyksos, not true. That was a made-up story by Manitos. And if you don't believe Josephus, then y'all are dumb. Because then that's gonna destroy everything you guys base some of your understandings out of. You know who I'm talking to, by the way.
And they can be reconstructed with some, clearer colors, as you see in the bottom image here. This is from 1900 before the Common Era, which would be, although we don't have a really clear date of when Abraham would have made his way down to the land of Egypt, but it's definitely in this neighborhood. And here you see the Amu, who are Western Asiatics, led by a Hyksos figure, which some scholars even identify with Hebrews, and they are coming into Egypt led by some Egyptian figures. The Egyptian figures on the right, the two of them, you can see seem to be somewhat darker in skin tone, but the Hyksos and the Amu, Western Asiatics, which would come from the land of Canaan, the land of Israel today, they seem to look pretty similar to what we saw of the Syrian, although the Hispanics for Hispanic in New York City. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City. Hispanic. I think they could easily.
Yeah, baby. Yeah. Come on, man. I need to stop tripping, bro. Hold on a second.
Gotcha, bitch.
Gotcha, bitch. Here it goes. Check it out. All right, let's read a little bit here. It says here from the Gene Matlock. I forget which book is this. I think it's called India, or Jesus was in India or something like that. Sham's descendants, who founded and resettled in India, inhabited from Copan and Indian River and in the parts of Asia adjoining to it. Josephus. You can verify with Josephus. He says that. Okay? But now I'm going to show you this page. This is from a Bible dictionary. Okay? Shem, the third son of Noah, had 5 sons who, this is actually in the Antiquities of the Jews from Josephus. Shem, the third son of Noah, had 5 sons who inhabited the land that began in Euphrates and reached the Indian Ocean. Now let's go to the bottom. Arphaxad name was the Arphaxadites, who are now called Chaldeans. Page 32. This country lies between Palestine and Cilicia. Ur found Armenia and gathered the Bactrians, and the Mesa the Messenians. It is now called Karax Spasini. Salah was the son of Arphaxad, and his sons were Eber, from whom they originally called the Jews Hebrews. Eber begot Joktan, like Yucatan, and Peleg. He was called Peleg because he was born in the dispersion of the nations to their several countries, where Peleg among the Hebrews signifies division. Now Joktan, one of the sons of Eber, had 3 sons: Elmadad, Salaph, Azramoth, Jerah, Adoram, Aziel, Dekla, Ibal, Abamiel, Sabius, Ophir, Eulat, and Joab. These inhabited from Copan and Indian River, and in parts of Asia adjoining to it. And this shall suffice concerning the sons of Shem. So now we're going to read this. Let's see if we're going to go back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, cool. I'm going to start here, family. Okay. This is from, what book is this? The Great Migration. The account of early movements in the Great Migration, which we extract from the legends of Pentateuch, must have lived long in popular traditions, but we find them referred to as genuine and undoubted matters of common knowledge. Let me go here. The sons of Israel, says the Hebrew scripts, are to go with dry feet across the sea. There is nothing said about dry land. Javid or Jehovah or Yahweh, or however you want to say, the Most High, made the sea a dry footing. The sons of Israel went across the sea on that which was dry. This and all similar expressions can only bear one reasonable meaning, that the sea can be crossed dry shod. The sea can be crossed dry shod, I guess, only when it's covered with ice. As part of the Baltic Sea, the White Sea, Hudson Bay, and Sea Hawks are still crossed during the certain months of the year by traveling hunters. The word of the Hebrew legend could not have referred to the body of water, as in the tropics, which is now called the Red Sea, nor to any of its inlets, as they have never been frozen over or any geological age or any time. The sea covered with ice, over which the sons of Israel walked with dry feet, was none other than that Bering Strait and Sea Strait between America and Asia. These waters were the same place, though narrower and shallower, when the continent stretched across the greater part of what is now the bed of Atlantic Ocean, and when an island continent, the legendary Atlas, lay in the tropical Atlantic. Assyrians, Babylonians, Arabs, and Phoenicians, as well as Hebrews. Oh, the tradition. Sorry. Let's see here. Etham is now, we now call Alaska. The true interpretation of the legend is that that they started from one of the cities of the sun, either in Peru or Mexico, that they crossed the dreary solitudes on the northwestern corners of North America and wilderness Etham, and is now what's called Alaska. Let me go back here. I'm trying to look for something. Give me a second. Why did I put this in here? There was any reason why I put it in there. Can't remember now. Honestly, can't remember. This is separate. Oh, here it goes right here. This is from the Essex God. Hold on, let me get it. Give me a second. This is this page right here, okay? Can't see it that well. So let me move it. And then we're pretty much done. And I got scriptures and that's it. Page 204, History of Mexico. Of the ancient Indians in Cuba, several historians of America relate that when they were interrogated by the Spaniards concerning their origin, they answered that they had heard from their ancestors that God entered the heaven, created the heavens, the earth, and all things. That an old man, having foreseen the deluge with which God designed to chastise the sins of men, built a large canoe and embarked in it with his family, many animals. That when the inundation ceased, he sent out a raven, which, because it found carrion to feed on, never returned to the canoe. That he then sent out a pigeon, which soon returned bearing a branch of hoba, I guess. I can't read it. A certain fruit of America. In its mouth, when the old man saw the earth was dry, he disembarked, having made himself some wine of the wood grape. He became intoxicated, fell asleep. That one of his sons made ridicule of his nakedness, and that the other son piously covered him. That upon walking he blessed the latter, and cursed the former. Lastly, that they drew their origin from the cursed son, and therefore went almost naked. That the Spaniards, as well as they, were clothed descendants perhaps from the other. The Mexicans used to call Noah Cocox, or and Teocipatli, and the Michoacanis Despi. They used to say that there was once a great duelist, and that Despi, in order to save himself from being drowned, embarked in a ship formed like an ark, with his wife, his children, and many different animals, and several seeds of fruits. And that it was, and as the water abated, he sent out birds which bear the same aura, I guess, which remained eating dead bodies, and sent out another bird, that was a raven, which he did not return either, except the little bird, the flower sucker, the dove, or the pigeon, which was prized by them on the account of the variety of the color of its feathers, that brought a small branch with it. And from this family they all believed they drew their origin. If therefore we refer to the sacred writings or the traditions of those Americans, we must seek for the people of the America among the descendants of Noah. Y'all are crazy, man, if you ain't believe in this. I don't know what to tell you, family. Jeremiah 51:20. Y'all should know this. Jeremiah chapter 51, verse 20. It reads, "Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war. For with thee will I break in pieces the nations," meaning their understanding. You're not going to break them in pieces. You're not going to put your foot on them. You're going to destroy their understanding. You're going to destroy their so-called history. You're going to bring all that darkness to light. "And with thee will I destroy kingdoms. And with thee will I break in pieces the horses and his riders," meaning power. And all that government above that power of horses. Because they came that way. "And with thee will I break in pieces the chariots and his riders." Wisdom of Solomon 5:1, fam. "Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him and made no account of his labor." I know you guys think that we ain't shit. I know you guys think we're not the people of the Bible. I get it. Fine. "When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear and shall be amazed at the strength of his salvation, so far beyond all that they look for. And they, repenting and groaning for anguish of the spirit, shall say within themselves, this was he whom we had sometimes in derision, a proverb of reproach." Listen, fam. This gonna get it.
Hey. Hey. Ahí déjala, que te pegue, ahí déjala.
The husband told the wife, leave her, let her hit you, because if he hit her back, they could call the cops and they could get deported. More likely, they don't have papers. This is a Mexican Hispanic family. But you got this damn kid right here. Look at the anger. Look at the hatred, fam. Look at the hatred. For food? It's a taco vendor. It's a taco vendor. This isn't new. It doesn't stop. I mean, apparently you guys are going to have to learn a lesson.
Yeah. Ready? Go. Oh. Oh, you want to do that? Let's do that.
Why, sir? Take it easy.
A San Jose auto shop worker under arrest in a vicious attack on a street vendor. It was all caught on video. The victim, Carlos Sanchez, was outside Intex Auto Parts yesterday. When he was confronted, the man with the bat called him a criminal, knocked things over, and even damaged the vendor's car. Police arrested the attacker for assault with a deadly weapon.
That's called a hate crime, you fucking idiots. But you don't call this a hate crime. Why? Because they're black?
Have you tried Wix or Squarespace, but
Listen,
never?
You ain't getting no sympathy from me. Ain't no fucking Willie Lynch in this room. Get the hell out of here, man. You had it easy. Y'all are just complainers, lazy as hell, and blame everybody else for your own shit.
Sellers at this popular taco stand at Normandy and Slauson in South Los Angeles. Employees are usually greeted by happy, hungry customers, but not on Saturday night.
I can't believe it.
Check out this aggressive, angry woman going nuts.
Vino y agarró la charola de cilantro y me la aventó encima la plancha.
Alirio Chon says the woman grabbed the container with cilantro and a barrel of horchata and dumped them on the sidewalk, then proceeded to scream at him. Alirio says he was upset but couldn't do anything because the attacker was a woman. What was your reaction when you saw her going crazy? ¿Cuál fue tu reacción cuando la viste?
Pues yo lo primero que hice fue quitar cuchillos y todo lo más peligroso.
Juan Carlos Cervantes says he quickly hid all the knives to make sure she wouldn't grab them and hurt the employees. Berta Zúñiga says the woman then started screaming at her and then smacked her on the head. Where did she hit you? After hitting Berta, the woman then made herself a burrito, and before leaving, she spit on all the food that was on the table.
Se perdió.
Dear white people and dear black people, okay? This is a fucking hate crime here. This is a hate crime. A Negro or African American hates a Hispanic person. You guys need to stop with this bullshit. Oh, we got to talk about it, guys. If you just vote Democrat, if you just vote Republican, you'll stop acting like this. No. This is who you guys are. This is exactly who you guys are. That's what the Most High said. Don't mess with these people. They're corrupt. They're dirty in spirit. They got no appreciation of life. They're envious of everything. They don't work hard.
Ready to be
anybody to do shit for them. They go around telling people lies about, oh, it's not our fault, man. It's the Willie Lynch. Really? Shut your ass up. Ain't no such
This
thing as Willie
time
Lynch.
was no different.
No mire para atrás.
I didn't look behind me, and the kids poured cold water. In the Long Beach community, Eliu Ramirez is a proud vendor,
Hecha por mis manos.
selling homemade fresh treats to the community.
Yeah, nothing's better than it.
But on Monday, Ramirez says he was approached by some neighborhood kids who often taunt and insult him.
No, not neighborhood kids, but some black kids that whose father doesn't want to take care of. Like their dad, where you at? Whoever the dad is in here, where the fuck are you, man? Where are you guys at? Y'all complain about the white man. Oh, they're so oppressive. You pick on a guy that you know is not legal because he can't call the cops on you. That's a hate crime, Rick. I don't give a shit how people slice it. 2 Ezra 2:28. The heathen shall envy thee, but they shall be able to do nothing against thee, say the Lord. Well, I know what you mean. But you tell someone like that, they're going to be like, that's not true. They're kicking my ass. But I know what you mean, bro. Sirach 12:10. Never trust thine enemy, for like as iron rusted, so is his wickedness. This is a hate crime. This is all hate crimes. Okay? It's time for you people to start calling these so-called Americans, let's call them Africans. Okay? You're not Americans. You're not from this continent. So what I want to say, Europeans, you guys are white. Africans, you guys are black. I'm not going to call you European Americans or white Americans or black Americans anymore. You guys are Europeans and you're Africans. You're absolutely nothing American of this. So you guys need to start seeing that your African friends have hate towards so-called Hispanics, specifically Mexicans. This is your great people. So you see, like, look, fam, check it. There were several people watching, and as soon as I went here, 4 of them left. You're probably Hispanics, and you probably follow the 12-type chart, and it hurts your feelings. Why? Is this a surprise to you? Oh, because the 12-type chart makes you feel good?
This time was no different.
No mire para atrás.
I didn't look behind me, and the kids poured cold water on my back, he says. His friend, Jose, who is also a vendor, tried to help, but instead his cart got vandalized too.
Agarró mi mayonesa.
They grabbed my mayonnaise and threw it. All of the things on my cart got thrown, like my spoons that I bring for my job. And then one kid grabbed a mango and threw it at my head. Ramirez called police, and when police arrived, they gave Ramirez and Jose both $900 tickets for not having a license to sell.
Yo le dije.
You see this? Hey, Marvelous, you're really full of shit, man. You really disappointed me. And you don't even call me back. You say you're a man. You say you about the Bible. You say, I'm maravilla, brah. I'm ghetto. But then call me back. I left you 2 messages. Call me back. But you don't, because y'all don't know. Now I'm realizing that you are probably just part of the system. They're probably paying you to bring those dumb ass campers to mislead our people. Does this not matter to you? Or you're going to walk over it? Oh, no, it's because the white man did it. Then, hey, listen, the nerve of you, by the way, like, oh, I don't speak Spanish because that's a colonized language. Well, you fucking speak English, you stupid ass. What do you think that is? What do you think that is? A colonizing language. Oh, but the Spanish language, oh, that's... See, this is how stupid our people are. And the unfortunate thing is that when you're a kid, you think you've lived because you've been in the dirt in the ghetto, and you think you lived, and you know more than people, and you don't know shit.
I asked the police why they gave me a ticket when I'm the victim. He says the police told me it's to be fair to everyone. The video and police interaction made...
I mean, it's because they're black. That's why. It's because they're black people.
You're not imagining it. The price of commercial auto insurance just keeps going up.
The Willie Lynch made me do it. It was the Willie Lynch. Oh, it's because white people are so bad to us.
These things happening in very public places, also some of them happening in broad daylight, and some business owners around here are New video shows the disturbing attack in downtown Crossing. A 20-year-old woman beaten and kicked by a group of juveniles while she's already
Group of black kids, black Africans, African kids, not African Americans, because you guys aren't from here. Africans. Y'all love Africa. You want to pan Africa. Well, then fucking hurry up and skedaddle out of here, because we're all tired of this shit, man. This isn't just in one city. This is in California, Chicago. What else? I mean, I don't even want to go to states. Y'all know exactly. They never say black. Oh, no, it's because you guys are black. It's because you're Africans. And this is how you guys always conducted yourselves. Since the Spaniards came, we got material that shows that the problems that we had living next to Spaniards was not with the Spaniards. It was their servants. These servants were Africans, and they would go and rob our people. You motherfuckers haven't changed one bit. Listen, Ecclesiastes is the most beautiful book. What is in the past will be in the future. What happened in the future will happen again. This is not a surprise. To me, I'm not surprised anymore. You try to tell me that chop, I will shove that shit down your throat. You know why? Because I know your spirit. And there's nothing good about you people. Nothing. Zero. Listen to this. I want you to know this. Look at my face. Zero. There's nothing good about you people. Call it racist. I don't give a shit. You're not proving to me that there's anything good about you guys. You're the light of the world? Hey, listen, if y'all are Hebrews for real and you are the light of the world, then guess what, man? Y'all can keep that God. Straight up. If this is God and you guys are the people of the Bible, y'all can keep that fucking God. If that's the case, if this is true, man, listen, just get rid of me now. Because I cannot, there's no, I can't even understand or comprehend the spirit that you guys move in.
Down, one of them as young as 12 years old.
That was baffling, honestly. It was incredible to see that because I've never seen any type of thing like that in my life ever.
Julie Mendez works at the smoke shop right in front of where this happened. She ran out to try to help.
It was just crazy. She was trying to take her bag, so I was trying to grab them to take her bag. It was just insane.
They're looking for trouble. Everywhere.
Several police reports show a trend of violence in the heavily trafficked area over the past month. At the Silvertone bar, where kids broke a window, and at the Black Seed
Not kids, black kids. Black kids. Africans. It's always the same MO with them, always in gangs. It's just an African thing, man. I'm not calling you guys African Americans anymore. Y'all are Africans. Look, and these crack. Look at it. Here goes the heathen.
Celebrate.
You see, this is not just Negroes, man. This is you white people too. It says you crackers too. You crackers too.
Named Andres Arguellos Alvarez says he was bullied by a group of young women.
What do you mean? Another hot dog. Should we move? No, sir.
In it, you can see 4 young women lined up against the vendor's grill. One woman starts to berate him for his prices.
You charge me $7, I'm gonna you over. You understand? Yeah, you understand.
The vendor says he asked them to leave. Instead, 2 women start grabbing and throwing his food. The video has now been seen more than 2 million times. The vendor telling Noticias Telemundo how it all made him feel.
Me agarraron el bacon con la mano, todos mis vegetales, todo lo que ocupo. Ellas se dieron cuenta pues que yo era mexicano, que yo no hablaba muy bien inglés y pensaron, a él podemos atacarlo.
The student who recorded the video explained on TikTok that she did not know the women involved.
I'd much rather just show the world how these girls go out in public and act than get myself involved. Also, I mean, for everyone saying that we should have said something, we did. After this video, we did say something. The hot dog vendor is also the sweetest man. The vendor did nothing to provoke this. It was just the girls coming into it, angry and drunk and ready to start something.
A spokesperson for Cal State San Marcos said a current and 2 former students were among the group of women involved. Telling NBC News the women's behavior is, quote, disrespectful, and the school's dean of students is currently reviewing all available information. Adding, if applicable, we plan to pursue any violation.
Ready to start.
Spokesperson for Cal State San Marcos said
Cal State San Marcos, San Mucus, North County. Ooh, now I'm going to find, they're by me, family. If you guys really want to find out who they are, I can. I got sources. It's time for you guys to step it up, man. Caleb, wake the hell up, man. Come on. Hurry up, Caleb. Wisdom of Solomon 5:3. It says, and they repenting and groaning for anguish of spirit shall say within themselves, this was he whom we had sometimes in derision, in a proverb of reproach. We fools counted his life madness. Pinches, indios, paisas, beaners, wetbags. The conquistador. You mean the wetbag? Like Nate the Snake said, right? And his end, to be without honor. Sound like shit, man. How is he numbered among the children of God, and his lot is among the saints? So we see a particular attitude towards our people. A particular attitude towards our people, right? So now, does this surprise you or not?
Cállate la boca, pendeja. Cierra la boca. Cállate la boca. Vamos, güey. Vamos, güey, pendeja. Vamos, güey, puta. Vamos, güey, puta. Numbers chapter 15, verse 8. It's a free country. This is our country. Now it's the white man's country. Don't sound free to me. Pinche idiota. Pinche idiota. Vamos, güey. Vamos.
Hey, any of you on my time, I would have been punk. Like, when the f*** it's always gonna happen. And our people that pack in the churches every Sunday to worship this white boy, we know that they're not true believers in the Most High. Freedom. Right, hey, the men and women and child are a bunch of devils. That's right. The white woman and that white god child is the devil. You're a god devil, that's what. You god cave dog. Right, hey,
Listen, fam, I grew up in Oceanside, Pozole. And I knew people from Mesa. I knew Crip mob gangs. I knew Mid-Valley Crips. I knew Mid-Valley homies. I knew Samoan Bloods. I knew Suicidals. And I'm going to tell you something. I don't know who that kid is. I've never heard of him. He says he knows people from Oceanside. Trust me, man. I know North County very well since the 90s. But apparently this Bible seems to be like a book for gangsters now. Or wannabe gangsters, because you ain't no gangster. Isaiah 14:3 says, and it shall come to pass in the day that the Lord shall give thee rest from thy sorrows and from thy fear and from the hard bondage when thou was made to serve. So this is good news. This is a good doctrine. My wife told me, like, I get tired sometimes of hearing your classes because you talk about these things. Where's the good news? This isn't a Christian channel. This is the good news. That thou shalt take up this proverb against the king of Babylon and say, how had the oppressor seized? The golden city seized. The Lord has broken the staff of the wicked and the scepter of the rulers. He who smote the people in wrath with continuous stroke. He had ruled the nations in anger, is persecuted, and none hinder it. The whole earth is at rest and is quiet. They break forth into singing, man. And that's what I look forward to. So again, if y'all are brave, if you're watching in secret and you ain't saying shit, hit the link. You got a problem with me? You think I don't know the Bible? You think I'm a racist? Fopi, you watching? Hit it. I know you guys don't debate. IUIC scared. You guys like to yell at people from a distance. GMS. ISUBK. Oh, what are you funky fools from Facebook? You guys from Facebook. Here, I'm gonna show the people who you guys are. Okay? You funky clowns, man. Y'all funky clowns right here. These are so-called friends, right? Some of them are. This brother, y'all need to listen. You guys need to watch some of the stuff he's saying, man. It's pretty deep. Where you at, bro? You trying to correct me? Where's the other guys at? Where you at? Where you at? Where are these other guys at? Where you at, bro? You see, I let these guys post stuff on just to kind of see where they're at, what they're thinking, what they share. And I post stuff and I tag people and I don't get no responses. I ain't running from you guys. I don't know what you're thinking. So this is the beauty about things, family. Divorce rate. And I'm going to end it with this. Okay? We, as a people, us so-called Hispanics, are starting to follow this trend. Okay? The highest divorce, the states of, no, I don't want to see that because that's by states. Lowest divorce rates, divorce by years. Who files for divorce more? Women. That's not all. Divorce, the states of the highest divorce for women, Arkansas. Not even California's there. That's crazy. Lowest divorce rates, Puerto Rico. You haven't divorced that much. All praise to the Most High, man. California, look at us. Because you got Hispanics there, that's why. Illinois, you got Hispanics there. It ain't because they're black. African Americans, 33% divorces per married resident. Hispanics, what are you guys doing? Marriage is declining. Y'all are following the ways of the Americans. This is your detriment. You guys love to follow the heathens. You love to follow the heathens. And we keep telling you not to do as the heathens do. The highest divorce rate, or the women that divorce the most, are black women. And the races of people that tend to have intermarriages are Asians and Hispanics. Why do you think, family? Because these men are wicked as fuck, excuse my language, and they want to run away from the wicked women that they create. And they think that by mixing with all women, what is the divorce rate by ethnicity? Black? Blackity black. You're going to blame the Willie Lynch? The Bible says to build nations. Y'all don't build nations. Y'all don't build families. This is who you guys are. Black adults have the highest divorce rate and lowest marriage rate. But according to research, they also marry at later ages, 32 for men, 31 for women. Once you get through the body count. Black women are the only group among races with numbers of divorces higher than the marriage rate. Damn. As I said it before, and I'll say it again. And I'll never stop saying it. I think it's 43, right? Or 37? Sirach 26:23. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. It doesn't say a wicked woman is given to a wicked man. No, a wicked woman is given as a portion because he's part of her. She's part of him. But a godly woman is given to him that feared the Lord. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. Stop lying to yourselves. And stop following with this stupid ass chart, supposedly that we're the same people, and there's absolutely nothing in common that we have with these people. Nothing. This is why, now I know why this guy put this in here. But look,
there's nothing more
whoever listens to this guy, honestly, man, tag my class. Let the guy know, because he don't want to answer me. Look at this. Look at this.
Yep.
And
exactly.
and when I found that out,
We be on corners like dogs, right?
But
Look, when I found that out, that blew my mind. I was like, that's why. It gave me my answer. Israel is a tribalist people. Our tribes, the 10 tribes, and then the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom was split and has been fighting for decades, years. And when I dove into that history, which I hope we can talk about a little bit, that was all the answers I needed in terms of the struggle that we face in here towards each other, because all of that is biblical.
Right.
All right.
Gang banging is biblical.
Right.
Right. We got scriptures that we can.
That's after the 10 tribes fell, or the 12 tribes fell. After 70 AD, even the scripture said that in this same land, the same land where the well is, when he was in John 4. Watch this real quick. I think it's John 4. John 4, right? Yeah, the Samaritan woman. John 4:9 says, then said the woman of Samaria unto him, how is it that thou, being a Jew, ask drink of me, which I am a woman of Samaria? For the Jews have no dealing with the Samaritans. Jesus answered and said unto her, if thou knewest the gift of God, and who it is that saith to thee, give me to drink, thou would have asked him, and he would have given thee the living water. The woman said unto him, sir, thou hast nothing to draw with. The well is deep. From whence hast thou the living water? Art thou greater than our father? Our. See? It wasn't a Gentile, which gave us the well and drank thereof himself and his children and his cattle. Jesus answered and said unto her, whoever drinketh of this water shall thirst again. But whoever drinketh of the water that I shall give him shall never thirst. But the water that I shall give him shall be in him as the well of water springing up into everlasting life. The woman said unto him, sir, give me that water that is in that I thirst not, neither come thither to draw. And then he gets into the whole, the whole husband thing, right? He goes, the woman said unto him, sir, I have perceived that thou art a prophet. Our fathers worshipped in this mountain, and ye say that in Jerusalem is the place where men ought to worship. Jesus said unto her, woman, believe me that the hour cometh when ye shall neither in this mountain nor at Jerusalem worship the Father. That's why the scriptures follow up. See, these heathens, then they go, not we worship, but the salvation of the Jews. That's not true. Ye worship, not what? We know what we worship. That's basically saying, you don't know what we worship. We know what we worship, but even then, watch this. I really know what's that believing woman who come to the world worship the Father. Your Samaritans do not really know whom you Samaritans do not really know whom you worship, but we Jews know whom we worship, because it is from the Jews that salvation comes. Meaning who? Through him, not them. And after that, where are the tribes fighting?
Pull to show you that I think it's in the book of Jeremiah or Isaiah, we can pull it, where it says that the young men lie on the heads of every corner like a bull caught in a net.
Yep. Yeah, right. Yeah.
That's gang banging.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Scripture says women are their oppressors. No, children are oppressors, and women rule over them.
Family, children, women are not our oppressors, and women don't, and children don't rule over us. We're our own oppressors. You really disappoint me, Marvelous Man. But I think that you got an agenda, bro. That's what I think it is. Anyhow, that's all I got, fam. Lord willing is edifying. We went a while. 3 hours, man. But anyhow, I got to go. Got to get ready. All right. So I'm sure my family's probably telling me, like, that's not finished. Anyhow, other than that, fam, I hope y'all, hopefully this edification or show entertained you guys. I hope it was fun. Stay away from churches and camps. Since you guys say I don't tell people what to do, I'm telling you now, stay away from churches and camps. You know what I'm saying? Anyhow, all right, I gotta let y'all go. Y'all stay up, man.
Your business.
Come on, female people. Lord willing, this all makes sense. Yeah, have a good night. Thank you, sir. I'll have a good night, man. I'm gonna go rest. Give me a second. I just had it here. There it goes right there. All right, family. Peace.
En la Plaza de Reyes, Black 50. Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber? ¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltóme. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flojo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Eleve mi level con un label y un Faber Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tablet? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por Pico Sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi bro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle taco pro. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el Black Sea Mental de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, so bloom.
Nero Luigi, man, desempeña en la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, Money Gang Gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto, pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. Está súper rafina la Dodo Style, metido en latina aprendiendo un quizá. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Salí de ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nadie la tenía, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, tiene que respetar. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad. Saliste peña aquí con una silla te tiran para atrás. La calle limeña aquí nada le duele, ya nada es igual. Tiene que respetar, si yo soy tu papá. Cinco's mob, negro. Cinco's mob, nigga. Nero Luigi, man. Incas mob, It's Money Gang, gang, gang,
Hey, yo. Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman pa' que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el mes. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. Con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco. Under del under, puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré la ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante porque me lograron saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito para que el mundo conociéramos de esta parte mejor interprete que paro de esta cordillera sin luz afuera. Que el espectáculo es dentro, la calle es mi templo, tiembla el pavimento, cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas, la calle un poema, se siente desde cuando entro, y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean, yo regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon de clon en la misma gestión, pero a la malla no llega el balón, y para esta pantalla no soy su patrón, yo ya me sé la cuestión, y doy fe por cada renglón, consciente de la operación del final de Mbappé con la edad de bufón. De Yango, la maldita casa, Plaza de Reyes, papá, el Nero Luigi, Black Mental, hip hop peruano. Rasgo en la maldita base.
Simply spiked. Tastes like your favorite juice, now spiked.
y cal. Hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí iluminamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros ante esta pena tan grande. Yo soy tú. Tú eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.